Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope everybody is having a fantastic day. Today we have a very, very special show. Yes, I did turn on slow mode, and some people are saying it is occupation, it's oppression, genocide. It is, yes. But yes, today we have a very special show. I am here together with Armin Navabi and with David Wood. And I am Apostate Prophet. It says Mormon Bugatti on the screen, but that is not really my name. So today we want to talk about a variety of topics. Actually, not a variety of topics. We want to talk about one specific topic, which is that an Iranian activist has been recently sentenced to death for participating in protests, including, but primarily, women's rights protests. This is something that people around the world should be talking about. But we are talking about it now. First off, Armin, how are you doing?
Great. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you so much for talking about Toomaj. I'm not exaggerating when I say more coverage on Toomaj might actually save his life. So you guys are, I don't know how to thank you enough, because this is exactly what Toomaj needs right now. More and more international coverage. And international coverage is the key. The international part is the key term here, because we have seen a lot of people think that this doesn't impact the Islamic Republic, but we have seen people's lives being saved because of the amount of international pressure that different cases have gotten before. So this is exactly what we need right now.
This is good. This is good. I actually, to be very honest, I heard the name before, Toomaj Salehi. I heard. I mean, I saw it. I read about it, but I didn't pay too much attention. I wasn't exactly aware of what is going on, and I have to credit a friend who is actually a rapper in Germany. His name is Ben Salomo. He is a Jewish rapper. He has been. I knew of him when I was a teenager, but I recently kind of started interacting with him, and I saw that he actually published a song in solidarity with Toomaj. And that's how I started paying attention to the topic and started looking into it and thought, wait a minute, this is something that we needed to be talking about here. So, but anyway, we will look into the details of it very much. David, what's up?
I was just a little confused. You said you knew about a Jewish rapper in Germany, but you didn't know about advanced chemistry, Fremd and Eigenland?
No, that's.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'm not 60 years old.
That's like saying, hey man, yeah, I know all about this rapper named Bubba Sparks, but Eminem, who's he? That's what it's like. Anyway, just go ahead. Don't want to get sidetracked on this stuff.
I'm not 60 years old. Anyway, so yes, I mean.
By the way, to that point, I just want to mention how many. It was really heartwarming to see how many different musicians and rappers around the world came to support Toomaj and mentioned that this whole solidarity between artists and musicians, especially, was very, very heartwarming to see.
Yeah, I see that. I see now that there's more and more support, and recently even bigger artists, like even the Coldplay and some others, I think showed solidarity and asked for him to be released. I saw some headlines like that. But let's start with it. I mean, who is Toomaj Salehi and what's happening?
Toomaj Salehi. Well, instead of me talking about him, I want to, if it's okay, the first video that I uploaded, do you mind showing that? Because I just want people to see what this man stands for and what he does. And okay, so do you want to read it, or do you want the subtitles, or do you want people just read it off the screen?
We can listen to it, and people can just read it. Yeah,
read it off the screen. Okay. So just play it then.
اعتراض کردن یه چیز قانونیه. تو داری از ابتدایی ترین حق شهروندی استفاده می‌کنی. صحبت کردن، حرف زدن.
Okay, actually we can just translate it, right? So he said you're using your most basic civil rights when you're protesting. And who can take this permission from us? You talk, you speak out, you criticize, to protest.
اعتراض کردن یعنی حرفمو اجازه
Are we not allowed to
نداریم
talk?
بزنیم کی میخواد این اجازه رو از ما بگیره
Who wants to take this permission from us? They can't.
کسی نمیتونه این اجازه رو از
No
ما
one can take it from us.
پس تو داری از حق خودت استفاده میکنی ولی خب فحاشی کردن
So using your own rights, insulting is a crime. Don't do it.
نکن تهدید کردن جرم
Threatening is a crime. Don't do
آره
it.
من کسی رو تهدید نمیکنم
I don't threaten anyone. I don't encourage people to violence. This is very interesting because one of the objections that people brought when I talked about this on Twitter was he's only in trouble right now because he incited violence against the government or incited violence
No.
against people. I couldn't find any
That's
evidence for that at all.
This is the one of the most mildest critics of, not mild, he's actually extremely anti-regime, but his mannerism is very polite, and he doesn't have some red lines that he doesn't cover. Like I disagree with him. I think insulting is okay, but I just wanted to show you that he's being sentenced to death. He's somebody that is constantly focusing on not threatening anybody, not promoting violence, and even not insulting. But he's very much anti-regime, but he's very peaceful. He's doing it in the most peaceful way possible with his rap songs, and we will see some of his raps, and he's being sentenced to death. So it's not about how you protest. It's about the reason why he's in trouble is because he's famous and he's popular and people love him. It's not about, because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, the Islamic Republic, maybe they only arrest or threaten or kill the people who are the violent ones or the ones who are extreme. And if you do it in a polite way or in a peaceful way, maybe the regime lets you do it. No, it's not. That's not the way that they make the decisions, because their decision is based on who's a threat. And because of this man's popularity and because he has so many supporters and followers, he's being sentenced to death, not because of the way he's doing his protest.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
نمیدونم کسی خب من دارم اعتراض میکنم و این حق من کسی که جرم مرتکب نشده نمیترسه آدم ترسونیه که خلاف کرد
The one who has
ما نباید بترسیم من
committed a crime should be
He said-
afraid.
Yeah, so he says he's not he's one of the bravest, if not the bravest people I know. He's completely ready to die for what he's doing, and you can see in some of his songs that I have that how much he's willing to die for his fight. And his philosophy is that why should I be afraid? I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm only speaking. The people who are committing the crimes, meaning the Islamic Republic of Iran, they should be the afraid ones because they're on the wrong side. Because his ideology is that dying is not an issue. Being on the wrong side, that's the thing that you should be afraid of. And it's not like people are like, "What? Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid that they're going to hang you?" It's like, I'm not afraid of that. Because I know what I'm saying is correct. I know what I'm doing is the right thing to do.
از چی بترسم اگه کاری کردم که بترسم اصلا از چی بترسم اونی که باید بترسه اونی که جرم مرتکب شده اونایی هستن که دزدی کردن اختلاس کردن نه ما اونی باید بترسه که من به طرف
Whoever messed up the country should be afraid.
که باعث این میزان
Whoever has caused poverty and corruption should be afraid.
اونی باید بترسه که جامعه رو افسرده کرده این میزان
Those who brought us depression and raised the suicide rate should be afraid.
خودکشی رو بالا برده اونی باید بترسه که باعث شده این همه جوان
Whoever has caused so many youngsters to take drugs should be afraid.
مواد مصرف کنن اونی باید بترسه باعث شده جامعه سرخورده بشه باعث شده
Those who have disappointed the society should be afraid. Whoever caused so much migration from the country should be afraid.
این همه ما مهاجرت داشته باشیم باید بترسه که شلیک کرد به مردم دستور شلیک رو داده
Ooh, that's important, actually. Whoever shot at the people and gave the order to shoot at them should be afraid. This is a reference to the Iranian regime, the Islamic regime shooting at protesters, right?
Yes.
Engaging in violence and massacring people who are just protesting for their rights.
شلیک کرد به مردم دستور شلیک رو داده اونا باید بترسن من از چی بترسم تو از چی باید بترسم
Why should I be afraid? What should I be afraid of? They should be afraid.
تو یه شهروندی من یه شهروندم ما کار خاصی نکردیم حرف داریم
You're a citizen. I'm a citizen. We're just talking. When was this published? Was this
This is early after the Mahsa revolution started. He himself took part in the protest. He was in the protest. He was in the streets. He doesn't just rap. He's also in the scene doing the protesting as well, right? And people knew that he's going to get arrested. I have some other. He was arrested and he was in jail for a while, and he was tortured. They broke his bones in jail by hitting him. They hit him many times. They broke his hands. They broke his leg, and at some point they released him with a lot of threats not to speak. And then as soon as he was released, he came out and he said everything about what happened. All the things he were not supposed to say, he said it. Because they arrested him immediately after, and now they gave him the death sentence. So they released him because they were turning him while he was in jail. He was becoming more and more of a hero. So they released him because the government, the Iranian regime, knows that arresting people turns them into bigger heroes. So sometimes to avoid that, they're forced to release him. But Toomaj, he has no chills. He knows as soon as he was released, he started talking the things that he's not supposed to say, knowing that that will make them come after him again. So he was like released for just a few days only. And now the regime kind of understands that, yeah, Toomaj is not releasable because he's not going to shut up. Like he's just, he has no care for himself. Like he seems to be completely fearless. It's unbelievable. Like, but I have some, I don't know if you could play some of his songs, but you can see in some of his songs he actually says that he kisses the noose that they're going to throw around his neck, that he kisses that, and he says that he will throw that noose around his neck with honor, because given the status of the honor of all the other people that the regime had put that noose around their neck, he says that I want to be one of those. So this is the noose that you put around my neck is like a medal of honor that you will put around my neck.
By the way, Armin,
yes,
people are because as you're talking and stuff, I'm looking up on social media to see who's been sharing stuff about him and so on. But that would be a pretty cool line to tag. Like, I kiss the noose that they used to hang me, or something like that. That's pretty much one of the most badass lines of all time.
yes.
I want to briefly go into the cause of all of this. I mean, lots of people probably know about the Mahsa Amini incident and the protests, but I want to briefly recap that for those who are not aware. So in 2022, that was right. In 2022,
late 2021 and then 2022. Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah. So Mahsa Amini was an Iranian woman who was arrested, and under arrest she died, and there is credible evidence that she died because of injuries that were caused during her arrest and because of violent treatments against her. And she was arrested because she wasn't wearing appropriate hijab according to the authorities, and her death caused major outrage across Iran and triggered a large wave of protests. Protesters from all kinds of different sections, different factions, different parts of society, but including so mainly because of her Kurdish origin. This is very interesting. A lot of Kurdish people who are who feel unsafe and who don't feel very much, who don't identify very much with the Islamic regime, were at the forefront of the protest. But also together with them, Iranians in general, all over the country, everybody started participating in these anti-government, pro-women's rights protests. And
I wouldn't say this was an ethnic, like, Kurdish. I think all Iranians were at the front lines. I don't think the regime's oppression of people is not based on ethnicity. It's based on religion, and based on who's poorer rather than who's what ethnicity. So a lot of Iranians are trying to avoid separating the Kurdish people, Kurdish Iranians, from the rest of Iranians, to try to make this a Persian Kurdish thing, because they want to show a united front, all Iranians against the regime, rather than Kurdish people being at the front or not at the front. So this is because some people have the other motives by trying to make this an ethnic thing. And because a lot of Iranians against the regime wanted to show that all Iranians are in this together, some people are trying to avoid using ethnic language on this.
I
in
understand.
this
That makes
revolution. Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense actually. People might have seen some of the things that go around. So these are some of the signs that are being held up depicting her. We've had reports on all of this, on what, and she was 22 years old. 22 years old, on what her death has caused in this country, and how people woke up and started protesting for her. You can here have a Wikipedia page which breaks down all of the things that happened, her origin, how it all unfolded.
May I add something? So this happened in the year 1401 based on the Persian calendar, but about 3 years before it, 1398, based on the Persian calendar, there was another wave of this revolution which is in the month of Aban, which more than 1,000 people died, and that one didn't get as much news as the Mahsa protests. So I just want to let people know that Toomaj has been fighting, and the Iranian people have been fighting way before the Mahsa revolution. This is not the Mahsa revolution; is just the most recent wave of a longer revolution. This has been going for a long time, and it's just getting more and more extreme every time a new wave of it happens. So a lot of foreigners are now introduced to the revolution that is happening in Iran because of Mahsa revolution, because this is the biggest wave. But I just want to let people know that this didn't start with Mahsa. This has been ongoing for many years now. The Mahsa wave of this revolution is just what introduced this to the world. But when people around the world became familiar about the gap, the divide that exists between the Iranian people and their government. And I would actually make this claim: there is no country right now in the world where the gap between its people and the regime is as wide as what we see right now in Iran. So we have other dictatorships and other theocracies, but when it comes to the ideology of the people and the ideology of the government, and what the average is, there is no bigger gap anywhere in the world. I would challenge you to show me another country that is this wide.
So you're saying that the people are really, really upset and really going against the government here, because of the.
It's not just they're upset; they hate their government. They are. I mean, it couldn't be any more opposite. It's not that, oh, we have some complaints. They want the death of this regime. They wish for nothing more. They don't want reform. They don't want corrections. They want for this entire thing to completely vanish. They want to burn this government to the ground. There are very few things that are as much hated as their government by the Iranian people. Like, you couldn't find any other entity, any other group of people that the Iranian people on average hate more than their own regime. It's such a powerful hatred. It's beyond just complaints and being upset.
This is a very, very important, step in the history of this oppressive, tyrannical Islamist regime. There was news after the recent election saying Iran announces record low election turnout despite calls on voters to participate. According to this CNN report, only 41% of voters actually came out and participated. So the majority of people in Iran did not even participate in the elections. And this usually is interpreted as people losing hope in the democratic, people losing hope in the election process and thinking, why would I vote? There is no point anyway. And stuff like this can quickly lead to people taking matters into their own hands and putting an end to the regime.
Remember that 41% is also not a indication of how low the popularity of the regime is, because that also includes a lot of people that come and vote because the regime claims to punish you if you don't have a proof that you have voted. So a lot of people do go vote because the government might not give you certain, because a lot of jobs in Iran are government jobs, and it is known that if you don't have the proof that you have voted, they could penalize you because of that. And also, a huge percentage of that 40% are people who go vote just to get the stamp and don't write anything, or write jokes, or write things that are make no sense, or write their own name sometimes. So that's also another, because there was this was the presidential election. Which elections? Oh, so this is the Khobregan and parliamentary elections that you are talking about, because there was another more recent elections that just happened that the turnout was less than 15%. That was just a week ago. So you have to, and most people didn't even know about it. Like, they didn't even care, even though it was so important. So I would actually, based on all the stats and all the studies I've seen, I would say the support for the regime in Iran is below 8% right now, based on all the stats.
Think about this. This country, this regime prides itself and supposedly says that they respect people's right to vote. They call it a republic, Islamic Republic. But what is actually happening is that only very, very few people within this country are still supporting this regime. It is walking with the support of a very small part of the population. Most people, according to the polls, don't even believe in Islam, in basic Islamic values anymore.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Armin about that. So Armin, I'm sure you're familiar with this, but this was probably like 4 years ago. There was a study. It was an online poll of Iranian.
I have it right now on the screen.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because the poll was online, which means you're talking to people that you can get a hold of by the internet. So a poll like that can be skewed because the numbers may be different in like a poor area where they don't have easy internet access or something like that. But how accurate do you think a poll like that is when it's just so everyone knows? There was an online poll, and they were asking Iranians what they believe, and it turned out only 40% of them said they still believed in Islam. So I was wondering if Armin, what are your thoughts?
So if you actually study, obviously every study will have its limitation, and that's why they have a margin of error, that they calculate their margin of error. But these are scientific polls that are collected, and this is based on academics outside, like in a university in Netherlands, and the fact that the sample population that they take the poll from might have different ways of people than the actual population is adjusted. If you actually, when you go to the methodology, you could see, for example, if your study is 80% men and 20% women, given that the actual population is 50-50, they adjust that based on the census data that they have. So if, for example, if more educated people are answering the poll than the census data, they will use a multiplier to adjust it accordingly. So as long as there is a science to this, to try to make it as close to actual reality as possible. So as long as the sample size is large enough, and as long as you could make it as randomized as you possibly can to collect the data, then using census data, you could using multipliers fix the fact that your sample data is not completely a good representation of the actual demographic in Iran. That could be fixed, and they do a relatively good job if you in doing that in the methodology. And their sample size was huge. I think it was like 40,000, and then they reduced it to 30,000 based on the unreliability of some of it, if I remember correctly. But might not be completely like 100% accurate, but this is the best data that we have right now. So relative to other,
it is actually on the data. So that the results are actually on Statista. So this is recognized as a credible research. It says number of respondents were below 50,000. This is a huge number. At Iranians, methodology, everything is very, very transparent. So it's not just a random survey.
Yeah, you can put those numbers together. So you got 32% Shiite Muslim, and then 5% Sunni Muslim, and 3% Sufi Muslim, and you put all that together and you get 40% population 40% of the population believes in some version of Islam.
Islam.
Still.
So that would make Iran a Muslim minority country.
Muslim minority country. That's one thing. And the other thing that's interesting right there is the 8.8% atheist. We hear, but it's hard to get accurate information on atheists in lots of Muslim countries, because it's, you can't exactly go door to door saying, hey, are you an atheist in a lot of these countries? But we always see the estimate of between 5 and 10% of the population, even in Muslim countries, are actually closet atheists. Like we see that for Saudi Arabia, for any of these countries, they always say probably between 5 and 10% are actually atheists. But this actually holds up right here, that when you actually
the number of atheists is actually higher in Iran, is higher than 8.8, and I will tell you why. These are the people who chose the label atheist on themselves. All right. But if you actually define atheist as somebody who doesn't believe in God, this number, even if they don't call themselves an atheist, this number jumps to 20% in Iran. So actually, if you let me find the question. Oh, here. So if you ask people if they believe in God in Iran, 78% would say yes. So that's 22%. So I would say the actual number of atheists in Iran is 22%, but only 8% of them will actually choose the label atheist on themselves.
Well, and this is interesting too. So belief in God, 78%, belief in life after death, 37%. So that's even.
Yeah, that means they're not. So if you don't believe in life after death, you're not a Muslim. So that's crazy that only 37% of Iranians believe in life after death. They believe in God, most of them, but not life after death. I don't know.
So there are very many points of credibility. This goes by Ipsos survey standards, which they also directly credit. They say that this generalizes the whole population of literate Iranian residents above 19 years old, who account for 85% of the total adult population of Iran, and gives an accurate picture with a very low error margin therein. And the result is based on what did they say?
Gotta take a call real quick from my brother.
It is sample of 50,000, but sample size of 1,911 as direct results computed into the results that we have. So this is by survey standards, by research centers. This is quite a credible research, which is on the level of major research companies like Gallup, Ipsos, and all the others. So this is not just some random joke. It is a very, very serious survey, and it also says approximately half of the population reported losing their religion.
Yes, that's a graph I'm showing you right now, right? So if you look at this graph, the red is people who went from so it says religious to non-religious, but if you look at the Persian, it's not like religious what it actually means is for people that had a religion to having no religion, like choosing having no religion at all. So this is it shows that within their lifetime, around half of the Iranians, so 47% of Iranians went from having a religion to not having a religion. So this is something that usually happens over hundreds of years or multiple of generations. But what you're seeing, this happened within one lifetime, within 40 years. This is basically what you're seeing right now. And this is in a country with a population of more than 85 million people. What you're seeing is a greatest mass exodus of people out of religion in the history of ever. 40 million people going from having a religion to not having a religion during one lifetime, during one generation while they're living. So this is crazy. We never had anything like this ever anywhere in the world.
And 60% say they don't pray at all. Wow. Only 27% say they pray 5 times a day. This is just disastrous by Islamic standards.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Armin, a question, because we talk a lot about, Muslims call it the avalanche of apostasy and so on, but they're not. Most of the Muslim world is not dealing with numbers this bad. and this rapidly. But a lot of what I see in the Muslim world, I think it's connected to them being in kind of like panic mode. Like, hey, wait a minute. Years ago, we thought all we had to do was wait and we'll take over the world just by our birth rates and our increasing and so on. Whereas now, because the apostasy rates have shot up, that they're actually in panic mode, because now it's become, well, if we sit around and do nothing, we actually lose because there's so many apostates forming. So we can't do nothing. We have to do something right now. And this puts them in like a panic mode as far as we have to go around and do something, because if we sit back and do nothing now, then we actually lose. And so with a place like Iran, it's actually apparently way, way worse. And so from the perspective of, I mean, both the political authorities, if you just want to hold on to power, or religious authorities, you want, you know, your focus is on your religion, which in this case, they're the same thing. If you saw these kinds of numbers from your country, it seems like you would be in a serious panic mode. And so there's kind of two things. I mean, one, you obviously would think about, oh, I need to crack down. We need to crack down. If we have to do executions and sentence and lock people up and so on, then we have to do that. But we have to stop this right now by any means necessary. So there'd be that sort of thing. But also, I mean, if you're Shia Muslim and you believe that the 12th Imam is coming to save you and stuff, and you look at the numbers and you say, wow, this is getting really bad. Wow, this is the first time that these things have been this bad. It looks like only the 12th Imam can save us. And so sometimes I think it looks like these guys are actually trying to hasten it, right? Like, hey, let's attack in all directions, tick off everybody in the world, and that way the Mahdi, he has to come and save us. So anyway, the point was, how much do you think that what's going on in the world with Iran attacking and being behind various terrorist attacks in different parts of the world, and the internal crackdown on anyone who disagrees with them, how much do you think that's connected to like a religious idea versus just like politicians being politicians?
Well, actually, this is a very good question. So do you want to take this down so I could respond to this?
I just want to quickly, before we move on from this one, I just want to quickly have a look at one of the figures before we shut this down. If you can remember the question and we can respond to that.
I will write it down.
Okay. But if you can quickly scroll down, Armin, to figure 10. With figure 10, which is about, I believe, in practice of wearing the hijab, and that right there.
This is actually a very telling sign. You go ahead, and do you want me to tell you something? Okay, so number one says, I believe in the practice of wearing the hijab. Let's focus on the second question first, and then come to the first one, right? Because the second one is something that we all expected. Like the second one is not very surprising. The first question is very surprising. The second question says the hijab should be mandatory in public. And 72% of Iranians disagree. And remember, this was before Mahsa revolution. I will almost guarantee it that this is way more than 72% right now. But even before the Mahsa revolution, the 72% of Iranians disagree. And we kind of anticipated these numbers without this data, without this poll. But the first question is very interesting, because the majority of Iranians are just anti-hijab, not anti-mandatory hijab, just anti-hijab, period. So people say, the question was, I believe in the practice of wearing the hijab, and the majority of Iranians disagreed. So it's not like, mandatory hijab bad, but voluntary hijab okay. They're like, no, we just disagree with hijab. Majority of Iranians.
This is very, very relevant to the topic that we're talking about, and it's a very good sign. It's very telling. You can see here that when Iranians themselves are asked, the majority of them say that they don't even believe in the practice of wearing the hijab. Only 22%, 22.7% in this poll actually actively and
Yeah.
explicitly say they agree with or they believe in the hijab. 19.8% neither agree nor disagree. 57 outright disagree. So those who disagree are in the majority here, and those who agree are very small in comparison. And then you go to the should the hijab be mandatory in public? 72% disagree. Only 15% of the population actually agrees, and yet
It's much
the
less than
Islamic
that,
regime
I
is
think, now.
yeah it's
After
probably
Mahsa.
it probably changed now after the whole after all the protests. It's probably much less. There's probably much less support now. Yet the Islamic Republic is still trying to keep it in place and still trying to punish people who oppose it. Yeah. Anyway, now we can move on to the.
Wait, actually, I want to make a claim here. Let me write this down. Hijab. Why would they impose the hijab? Okay, because they're not as stupid as you might think. There are reasons behind what they do. But I also, given all the polls that you show, I just want to make a claim, and I really believe in this. Okay, there is no country in the world where Islam is as hated as Iran. I will challenge you that when it comes to the level of hatred towards Islam, is higher in Iran than any other country on the planet. I will make that claim, and I'm very confident about this claim. So
that's very interesting. I saw a video recently which was very funny because it was from one of those channels that are like pro-Islamic regime propaganda, where somebody goes through the streets and films the streets and talks about how Iran is always depicted in the West in a very negative light, but it's a beautiful country with like the government is doing all kinds of things. But then one of the videos is he goes around and asks random people in Iran what they think, and almost nobody likes the way the country is. They say it's a beautiful country. We love Iran, but because of the government, because of the regime, things must change. Like nobody is actually happy with the government.
Yes. But here's the thing: most Iranians don't want change. They want a toppling. So a lot of Iranians are actually very sensitive about asking for change, because asking for change, a lot of Iranians will hate you, like will attack you if you say like, "Oh, we want change," because that would kind of suggest that we could negotiate with this regime if there were some improvements. And a lot of people we're past talking to this government. We're past asking for change. We want nothing short of toppling this regime, right? So going back to David's question, so a lot of people assume that everybody within the Islamic Republic of Iran, there are just a bunch of religious wackos and idiots who don't know what they're doing. But it's the Islamic Republic. It's actually a whole bunch of different institutions and organizations combined together, and having their own internal power struggle. And there are a mix of extremely ideological people and extremely pragmatic politicians who are using Islamic ideology as a weapon, and they're using it very effectively. Because if it was, I always think that when it comes to Islamists, there always a mix of like complete ideological ones and pragmatic ones. And if you're those of ideological ones that is not using Islam as a weapon, it's just that Islam is the goal. So for some Islamists, Islam is a weapon. For some Islamists, Islam is the goal, right? But if you're only if the government or if your institution is only people who are completely ideological, you won't last long. You need a huge mix of pragmatic people who are using the radicals as an army, right? As foot soldiers. And the Islamic Republic of Iran has managed to survive for more than 40 years against all its enemies, and it has done a very good job at doing that. So that will suggest that the Islamic Republic is filled with pragmatic people that is using Islam as a weapon, right? So, and I'm not saying there's not jobs in the regime. There are. There's a lot of them. But there's also people who are making decisions very intelligently, like evil, but intelligent evil. So the way that the regime looks at, if you actually look at what threatens the Islamic Republic, there's 3 threats to the survival of the Islamic Republic. One is an external threat coming mostly from United States and Israel. Two of them are internal threats. One of them is the Mahsa revolution, the secular liberal movement that is happening in Iran. And also, I want to add this. We saw that 30% of Iranians are still Shia. There was a poll done by the regime itself that was supposed to be a private poll, but the information got leaked and it was confirmed that this was their own study. And it showed that most Shia Iranians want secularism. So it's not just that so even people who are still Muslim and they're still Shia, only a minority of them want Sharia law. So and there are a lot of Iranian Muslims who think that this regime is responsible for making Islam so hated. So they are now very much in favor of secularism because they think that the regime has given Islam a bad name. So most Iranian Muslims, even the ones who are still Muslim, also want secularism. Like an Islamic regime is not popular in Iran, even among Iranian Muslims, right? And the regime knows that, right? So the second threat is all these people who want a secular democracy rather than this Islamic regime that they have. But the third threat is a threat that most people don't talk about, but it's the most serious threat. And this will bring us back to Toomaj, because a lot of what the regime does doesn't make any sense. Why would the government, given that the threat is all this revolution that is happening, all this uprising, why not just stop? Why not just make the hijab voluntarily? Why not just stop the executions? Why not more freedoms? Like you could see in Saudi Arabia, they're doing that for their survival. They're doing it. They're just letting go of all the Islamic laws just so that they could survive. So why wouldn't the Islamic Republic do that? Like, wouldn't their priority be their own survival? Isn't it obvious that if they stop doing these things, maybe some of this anger will die down at least a little bit? So the reason why they're not doing that is that the third threat is the greatest threat. And the third threat is their support base. So if the Islamic Republic of Iran has 8% support, that 8% is the truly radicals. And that is the last leg that it could stand on. That is the only pillar that is keeping this regime together. And the Islamic Republic of Iran knows that it cannot afford to lose that 8%. That 92%, it knows that it cannot get back. It knows that they are gone. There's nothing it can do to win them back. But that 8%, if that 8 drops to 6 and then to 4%, even for a dictator government, it will not be able to hold on to a country with 4% or 3% support. So it needs to maintain that 8% and it needs to give them what they want. And they want executions. They want Islamic law and they want a tough stance against Israel. So all of this will come
because they are aware that if they give in to what the secular people actually want, they will not win them over, but they will, because it's too late for that. But they will lose the support of the very few, the minority, who are actually exerting this tyranny over the majority. And once they lose them, it's over for them, which is why they can't give in.
Yeah, guys, that's very important. And guys, I hope everyone caught that point, because that is that all makes sense now. So just to recap, because that's exactly what I was wondering back when Armin was saying that people don't want change. They want a complete dismantling of the current government, because you're thinking, well, why not just give people why not just let people have a choice about the hijab or something like that? But then I was thinking, what if the government did come out and do that? They said, okay, you don't have to wear the hijab anymore. And based on what Armin is saying, that wouldn't work with the people, because that's not enough. They want a completely new government. But then what Armin just pointed out is their last base of support are the radicals. And so if all of a sudden the government says, yeah, we're actually going to give in to the demands of the protesters and we're going to dial back Islamic law, then you're losing the radicals. You're not changing the minds of anyone on the other side, because that's not enough for them. In fact, it would probably embolden them. Hey, it's working. Our revolution is working, and they're getting weaker and they're giving in. So let's dial it up even more. Meanwhile, you lose even the base of the radicals. The government would have no support at all, and it would be totally over. So they're actually in an awkward position. of they have to keep going radical because that's their only support base. And so even if they're just as Armin's, even if it's just like a pragmatic politician, you're done. You're cooked if you lose your radical base. Even if that's not actually your position, you have to defend that position because you're cooked if you don't. Interesting, very interesting.
This is very important
and actually
very good, insightful.
And actually, if you listen to some of these radicals, they threaten the government. They say that don't underestimate us. We're not like these life lovers. So they call us the secular activists, the secular liberal. Yes, they're like, we are willing to, because what they say is that we have bled for the Islamic revolution. We didn't do the Islamic revolution in 1979 so that this country becomes un-Islamic. We did the revolution for Islamic laws. This is the land of the Mahdi, and we will pass on the flag of this country to Imam Mahdi himself. They think Iran, the land of Iran, is the main place where it was made by God to start for Mahdi's revolution to start place. They have, you know how just like Mormons managed to make America very centralized in Christian ideology, even though Iran is not centralized in Islamic ideology, these Shias have managed to find a way to make Iran centralized in Islamic ideology by claiming that this is where the Mahdi's army will rise and basically take over the world. And we need to make Iranians are responsible to provide Mahdi with his army, with the land, with his base of operations. And that was the whole point of the revolution. Like we said, we didn't give so many martyrs in war with Iraq for this country to become un-Islamic. We didn't do the revolution for this country to become un-Islamic. And the main signal, the main symbol of making sure that this country is Islamic is the hijab. A lot of people think that the hijab laws are about freedom of women to wear what they want. That is a complete misunderstanding of what this is all about. The hijab in Iran is not about hijab. Okay, the hijab in it, it's basically a demonstration of who's winning, right? So just like the Islamic Republic has made the hijab a symbol, its flag, it's a symbol that I am present, that Islamic laws are being enforced, that I'm watching. Just imagine this. Every place you go in Iran, right, for the past 40 years, everywhere someone is wearing a hijab, that is the Islamic Republic telling you that I am present here, that I'm watching, that my laws are being enforced. So when you wear that hijab, it's not just because, men not seeing your hair. This is a propaganda. You're becoming a billboard for the Islamic Republic, showing your authority, right? So just in the same way that the Islamic Republic has weaponized hijab, the Iranian people have weaponized taking off the hijab. And given how the radicals are so adamant to make sure that Islamic rules are being enforced, taking off the hijab is showing them that they're losing, and basically it's making them more anti-regime. So the people who want a secular democracy, they don't actually have the power to topple the regime. They don't have the guns, they don't have the tanks, they don't have the power. It doesn't matter if they come into the streets. At the end of the day, the regime could just shoot at them. But what they do have the power to do is by taking off the hijab, by not following other Islamic laws, for example, eating during Ramadan or partying during the times that they're supposed to be mourning an imam's death or something like that, or there's many other ways, but it's mainly the hijab. They could signal to the radicals that your government is losing, and they could make the radicals anti-regime. They're poking them. They're poking the radicals. And that would be a very effective strategy. That could actually make the Islamic Republic fall if the radicals lose their support. And again, these radicals are actually not to be messed around with, because if the regime ever does fall, these radicals are not going to go away. This is like a Shia version of ISIS that we will have to deal with if the regime falls.
I see that that a lot of women in Iran, especially in certain urban areas, don't seem to really abide by, or don't seem to obey the law of wearing the hijab anymore. And I don't know, from certain videos that I saw, it's like it's getting more and more frequent that women just
Right.
walk outside not wearing the hijab properly, despite the fact that they could be pulled over and punished for that, right?
So yeah, but they can be. It's impossible to enforce the hijab laws, right? There's just too many women taking off their hijab. The regime does not have the power to enforce the hijab laws, but the regime wants to have videos. So you know how you post the videos of the regime enforcing the hijab laws and the women being oppressed and beaten up, and we post that to embarrass the regime. The regime actually wants those videos to be out there, because even if they can't enforce the hijab laws, they want the radicals to see that they're trying to do something, right? They want the radicals to see, like, okay, we are like, they keep promising them, like, okay, we will enforce it. So remember, 3 things happen at the same time, right? When Israel killed one of the top IRGC generals of Iran in the so-called consulate of the Islamic Republic in Syria, right? So a lot of these radicals were like, this is it, we had enough. They killed Qasem Soleimani. You promised us a revenge against America, and we believed you, and there was no revenge. There was no, because you said that you will hit back America in a way that they can't imagine, and you did nothing. And now Israel killed one of our top IRGC commanders. We want to see a response.
Mhm.
And we were waiting to see if the Islamic Republic will attack Israel or not. And Khamenei came out to speak, and everybody was waiting to see what Khamenei would say, to see if they will attack Israel or not. And Khamenei decided to kind of hint in that speech that there will be a response to Israel, but he spent at that key moment that everybody was wondering what the Islamic Republic is going to do. At that moment, he started to come and talk about enforcing hijab laws, and people were like wondering, why is he talking about enforcing hijab laws? We're in the middle of like a potential outright war between Israel and the Iranian regime, and he's promised that the hijab laws will be enforced. And the connection is that the radicals, radical supporters of the regime, they have 3 complaints. Why are we acting so weak against the United States and Israel? Why are women walking around like whores in their mind, right? Like, why is everyone naked, right? Like, what is this not an Islamic country? Have we stopped being an Islamic country? Like, is this what we did the revolution for? 2 and 3, why are there so few executions, right? Ever since the Mahsa revolution, these people were out with signs hashtag more executions. They were holding signs hashtag more executions. Execute, hashtag execute. And they wanted thousands of executions. And the regime gave them like 4 or 6. And because they wanted more, but that's made them a little bit quiet. But they wanted more. Like, every time the regime executes a few people, these radicals kind of like, oh my God, yes, thank you, right? Every time
yes, I love seeing this. I love seeing people execute.
Yeah, this
more of
sounds
this,
like
please.
it sounds like Ali Dawa's cousins there. We want to sit. We want to sit and eat the popcorn. Yeah, while we're watching the balls being executed.
This is not enough. I'm not satisfied. I want to see more executions. What sick people, man.
Right. But now you see why all of these are happening at the same time. Now you see why the regime is back in the streets enforcing hijab laws at the same time with the response to Israel, at the same time at announcing the execution of Toomaj, because this is all an advertising campaign to the radicals. Don't worry, Islam is still being enforced. We have your back. This is still an Islamic revolution. I mean, they think that the 1917 revolution has never stopped, by the way. That's why they still call it the revolution, right? Because it's not, the revolution is never going to stop until the whole world becomes Islamic. So, we will not give up. Like, sometimes we will lose. The enemies of Islam will sometimes win a little bit, but we're not going away. This country is still Islamic. That's the message.
I have 2 interpretations of how the regime acts right now, which is one of them is that they kind of see that they are losing and they're desperately trying to just hold on to that religious part of the population. But the other thing, which is more serious, is that these people are in such a cult mode right now that they actually believe that they are fighting the ultimate fight against the enemies outside and the enemies within. And despite having lost all the support, they are going to be victorious. And they genuinely believe that they are the righteous ones in this fight, and that they have to balance things rightly and have to prepare the scene for the Mahdi, which is just
Right.
insane and very, very dangerous. This is like a cult doing very dangerous things in a sticky, messed up situation.
It's a mix of people that, exactly like you said, mixed with people who are thinking like, how could I just survive all of this, you know, or how could I increase my power and wealth? So it's a mix of these two kind of people.
Man. You talked about one aspect, actually, here as a question. Sankesek said around 8% Zoroastrian seems odd. Is it nationalist LARP? I noticed that too. When you showed the poll, it said that around 7 to 8% are Zoroastrian. Are those people actually Zoroastrians, or are they just people who identify as such because of, you know, nationalistic things?
Yeah, it depends on what you mean by actual Zoroastrians. And if it's a self ID, then, you know, if that's your metric, then yes, they are Zoroastrians. But a lot of Zoroastrians in Iran would say like, no, they're not. They are. So a lot of some Zoroastrians in Iran, not a lot of them, but some of them actually complain about why are you making our problems even bigger? Like so there are people who are born into Zoroastrian families in Iran, and there are Zoroastrians. There's Zoroastrians from like many generations ago, and there are people who are Zoroastrian because this is a political message that we're just, you know, that Islam is not the religious of this land. We are much more sophisticated. This is a barbaric religion, and some people have some racist you know, undertone saying like, they say Islam is the barbaric religions for Arabs. We are Persians. We are not barbarians, and we deserve a better religion, which is Zoroastrianism. Okay, that's not a lot. Again, that tone has died down.
It's not what you are saying. It's just what people are saying.
No. Yeah. And I'm glad to see that that language has died down in Iran, because we have Arab Iranians who are anti the regime. We have Arab atheists, Arab secular Iranians that are against the regime. So I don't want to, you know, this shouldn't become a race thing, but it was a race thing for a while. I mean, Iran is only 50% Persian, and it's not good if you act like Iran is Persia, given that half of Iranians are not even Persian, right? So we have done a good job, like in the past, like the Iranians as a whole have done a good job in making this more Iranian unity against the regime, rather than making this a Persian versus Arab thing. This is Iranian versus, now it's more of an Iranian people versus the regime, rather than Persian versus Arab.
There is one point that you brought up. I want to kind of get back to Toomaj, but one thing very briefly. You mentioned this whole idea of the religious, the zealous part of the population saying we didn't, fight and, give our blood for nothing. We will preserve this revolution and this Islamic land and all that. There is a thing in Iran, right? So my first thought in response to that was, how ironic, because the Islamic Revolution.
You said ironic.
Yeah, how ironic. No, how ironic, because the Islamic Revolution took advantage of all the secular people who helped the revolution, and then punished and killed them, and then just took over and banned them. So that's very ironic. But the other part is also that I recently found out that apparently the Islamic regime relies very much on overinflating the role of how much they struggled and how many people died for the revolution. And they say like tens of thousands of people died during the Islamic Revolution, when in reality it's like maybe a few thousand or so.
No, even less. Like there was an event in Maidan Jalin during the revolution that we were told as children that thousands of people were killed by the Pahlavi dynasty during that event. Now we learned that actually it was less than 50. Like it was like it was like the numbers are completely different. It's insane. Also, by the way, it's actually worse. There was this event, Theater Rex, Cinema Rex in Iran, that was burned down, and a lot of people were burned alive during that, and that actually sparked the Islamic Revolution because they said that the Pahlavis did that. The previous regime did that, and now we know it was them. The Islamists burned the people alive in that theater themselves. It was them. All the documents and all the evidence is out that they actually burned the people themselves just to spark their revolution. And also this left Islamist unity, I think a lot of people need to study what happened in Iran. I actually wrote an article on this, and I think you guys should check it out, because this is what's happening right now in North America and Europe. And a lot of people don't know that this happened before, 40 years ago in Iran. This is how we lost Iran. Like Iranian people, this is why a lot of Iranians are pro-Israel and a lot of Iranians are anti-leftist, because they paid the heaviest price for the unity of these leftists and Islamists, and they know it. And now they're seeing it when they see when the university students in the United States coming out and being anti-Israeli. You don't see that. Iranians are not doing that, and Iranians are shocked. They think these people are insane. You see more Iranians waving the flag of Israel than almost any other country that is not Israeli.
Armin.
I want to highlight the point here before you move on, which is that so a very critical point here. I actually didn't even stick to that, but Armin just pointed out how important that is, which is that during the Islamic Revolution of Iran, when the monarchy was overthrown and the Islamic Republic was established, the revolution wasn't just led by the Islamists. The revolution was led by the Islamic faction and together with leftist, socialist, communist, revolutionary factions who all together entirely were immediately after the success of the revolution betrayed and brutally punished and pretty much eradicated and banned and dispersed and forced to flee and so on by the Islamic Revolution. So and this is just one example of what happens when leftist people naively trust the Islamic parts of the population and collaborate with them and help them bring them to their goal. The first ones who get severely punished and killed are the leftists.
Right. So David wanted to say something, and
it was just when you were talking about the people of Iran having sort of a different views on Israel and things like that than we think of, because we're thinking of like the government and having a rally saying death to America, death to Israel, and so on. But I'm sure you've seen it. But I saw it on Twitter where they were drawing American and Israeli flags on the ground out of the steps outside of like elementary schools for little kids, so that the kids would step on the flag, would step on the U.S. and Israeli flags as they're walking out of school. But there's like video, and the kids are walking out of school, and they deliberately walk all the way around them to avoid stepping on them, and so it's like totally opposite from what
that's going viral. I just posted that. That's why it's going viral, actually. If you go look at my Twitter. Yeah. I have a lot more. I could show you that. But the Iranian people, David, and the Israeli people, there's a lot of unity. I mean, they are natural allies. They were natural allies before the revolution, and right now they should become more allies than before because they share the same enemy. The main enemy of Israeli people is the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Islamic regime, and the main enemy of Iranian people are also the Islamic Republic, the regime. And also because this is the Middle East and the surrounding area. When it comes to values and ideas that make a country or a society better, this is like a wasteland when it comes to the right ideas. And the only two groups of people which share the values that actually make a society prosper in this very unforgiving zone are the Israeli people and the Iranian people. So it makes sense for them to keep signaling to each other that they are willing to work with each other, that they support each other, because they're very much alone in this environment. Oh yeah, this is the video. That's fantastic. So these are the children. Yeah,
Those kids are cool.
they're like, nope. And the girl is really cute because she went all the way around.
Going down the ramp.
Yep, not stepping on those.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to step on those. Yeah, so they're the flags
Yeah,
of
they're
America and Israel. And by the way, there are people who actually are in America and who think, "Oh, I'm a patriot. I'm America first," and they actually stand with Iran here. Iran is actually the and Iran puts American flags and Israeli flags on the ground so that people can step on them, which to them, culturally speaking, is a very big.
Yeah, it's a big thing. Your foot,
big
anything with
humiliation.
the bottom of your foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here another.
Yeah, these are famous pictures. Actually, I shared a video. You want to bring that up in a university in Iran? They painted giant flags. No, like down there. There's a video. No. Like in the video of StreamYard.
Oh, you mean okay, yeah.
Yeah.
This
Not-
one?
That's
No,
the
no.
article. No, the videos. Yes, this one. You can see they painted giant flags, and the university students are walking all around them in the corners, so not to step on them. And this person walked on it, and look what they do.
کجا
They're booing them. So this is a university
Yeah.
without honor. So this is a university in Iran, and the flags are painted there, so
Wow.
people walk on them, and the students are not walking on them, and they are chanting without honor at the people who actually walk on them.
That's a very
most
common
people
insult in Iran, and
Yeah.
also in Turkish we say sherefsiz, but somebody who has no honor. That's like a very common but very harsh insult in the culture. So I just want to see that again because it's
No, seriously, saying someone has no honor, that's pretty them's fighting words right there.
yeah.
It is funny that you've got they'll put little ones and then people walk around them, so there's like, okay, let's make it as big as possible, so you have to walk across.
کجا
It's the whole crowd, man.
That's amazing, man. That
Yes.
That's
People
amazing.
don't imagine that in Iran, people calling, shouting at people who walk on Israel and United States flag. This is something people don't know about Iranians. Like this shows an complete failure of the propaganda of the regime.
This is amazing. I love it. Hey, it's very
Well,
nice.
it's just crazy that you got way more hatred of America and Israel on U.S. college campuses than apparently you do on Iranian college campuses. That's
Yep.
wild. That's just wild.
On U.S. campuses,
To
they
be
say-
fair to Americans, the
America.
polls show that those are a minority of students that have just the loudest noise.
Yep.
Yeah, we've actually gone through some of the statistics
Yeah.
and so on, and it's a
the majority of Americans are with Israel.
Pro-Israel.
Here. Yeah.
Yes.
Majority
So
change.
can I show you that article that you brought up? Because if people want use this article,
Hold up. There's something very, very important here. You have a dog, a very cute dog.
Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
yes, she
What
was
kind of a dog
knocking
is
at
that?
the door wanting to come in. This is a toy poodle.
Oh, that's cute. That's very, very cute. We have a labradoodle. So
and it's a girl dog, so her name is Muhammad.
okay, you said the article here, right?
yeah. Yeah, so guys, this is my article, and it shows you the unity between the left and Islamists that basically destroyed Iran. And it's a warning to the people in the West to not make the same mistake, because the Iranian people have paid a very heavy price for it. So the Islamic Revolution of 1979 was not an Islamic revolution. It was an Islamic leftist revolution. Mm-hmm. And I explained that in a lot of detail here. And I think this article is a really good warning to Westerners. And I think you guys should go check it out and read it. It's called By Any Means Necessary, Iran, Hamas, and the Left. If you search my name, it should show up. So
I shall link it here in the description.
Oh, thank you.
I shall.
And also, if we have time, can we show another music video from Toomaj? I don't know. Can we show
We-
music videos, or YouTube would be upset with them?
It's a risk. You could probably play a couple seconds or something, but
Yes. Let's
Okay,
see.
maybe we could play it muted so we could just read the text.
No, I want
How
to
about
hear
that?
yeah, play a few seconds.
Of
to get the
Donna,
beat,
man.
and then you can mute it.
So
No, the other one, because I wanted that's the one that he says that he would kill.
ریختی و تق...
this one,
Yes, that one. Can you read that one?
I'll just play it.
قسم به خونا که ریختی و تقاس ندادی آدم به آدم میرسه راه فرار نداری هموطن من تو
My compatriot, you are my home.
وطنمی ما بیکرانی تنها به
Probably
دارو
wanna-
میبوسم تا
probably
تو
wanna
تنها
pause that every
نباشی
couple seconds.
Wow.
Noose.
Beast.
What? That's based.
Beast. No,
I
David
swear
starts
to
saying
the
beast too.
blood you shed.
I swear to the blood you shed without being punished. People meet again. We will meet
میرسه
again.
راه فرار نداری
You cannot escape.
هموطن من تو
Wow.
وطنمی ما بیکرانی تنها به دارو میبوسم تا تو تنها نباشی تنها بدار میگیرم تو آغوشم من با افتخار گول نمیشه صدا
This is very, very nice, man. This guy's brave. This guy's brave as hell. He's just wow.
Yeah, we talked about that with the same thing with Saudi Arabia, with them sentencing young women's rights activists to 11 years in prison for walking around in overalls.
Mhm.
And it's like, you guys have to lock up or execute people who are brave.
Yes.
Isn't that wild? Like, people who have a virtue that would normally be praised, in this context, you have to punish them because those are the people who will stand up and stand against you.
Yes.
So you have to kind of go after the best people among you.
Well. It's if you let your mind be subdued and overtaken by this Islamist crap, you are the weak one. This here is not weak. This here is strong, man. This here is strong. This guy's standing up.
is strong.
He's a weak. He's a
You're a weakling. You're a weakling, you little weakling. Hijab would be watching that go, look at this little weakling putting his life on the line. What?
خونا که ریختی و تقاس ندادی آدم به آدم میرسه راه فرار نداری هموطن من تو وطنمی ما بیکرانی تنها به دارو میبوسم تا تو تنها نباشی تنها بدار میگیرم تو آغوشم من با افتخار گول نمیشه صدامون تو قلب این حصار میبینیم هم دیگر رو باز اون ور دیوار رفیق کلید خون تو قفل آزادی بذار میگیرم تو آغوشم من با افتخار گول نمیشه صدامون تو قلب این حصار میبینیم هم دیگر رو باز اون ور دیوار
Our voices will become bullets. Man.
I love this.
What?
Man. I love this. Wow.
Show the other one, because the one with the red background. So you know how a lot of leftists, when I say leftists have a revolution fetish. So they want to do revolution for the sake of doing revolution, not for the sake of building anything. They destroy things without actually building anything. They destroy things that work, but they refuse to build anything themselves. So we have revolutions that are for freeing people, for building something because a regime is destroying it and you're on the side of the builders. But you also have revolutions that you want to destroy things that other people have built. And I think this other song with it shows like Toomaj. It's actually a very good representation of that. No, the other one, the one with the red background, because it's about give us back the revolution that Iranian people want is on the side of building. Here, yeah, that one. Play the, yeah.
از بازماندگان آبانم شعرم صدام جاودانم من یک از هزارانم پایان شیرین داستانم مست شلاقیم که خوردم و پیروز زندانیم که بردن شعله خاشاکیم که گفتن پشت به زندگی رو به دشمن من پسر ایرانم بختیاریم نماد جرأت قهر خدا من ترس شمام قاضی وطن عدل انتقام برزخ خودم وحشت شمام سرباز حقم مرگ افتخار ایول بشکن قانون
Jeez, and he does these things while he is in Iran. I mean, he is inside Iran, and
this dude's pure balls, man.
Pure
he spits
balls.
hot fire. He spits hot fire.
There are lots of people who will do stuff like this from the comfort of wherever they are, where they are allowed to say whatever they want. But this guy, not only is he Does he
Yes.
sound very good? I mean, the beat is just another amazing thing, by the way. But the rap is just it's very great. Plus, he directly goes against the very tyrannical regime which forbids him from doing this stuff and which could directly put him to death. He knows that this stuff carries the death penalty, and he does it anyway. This is balls.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because all of this is in Iran while he's doing this, and he always refused to leave Iran. People are like, they're going to kill you, and he was like, I'm not leaving Iran because we're here to take this back. We're not gonna back. Yeah, I know that they're gonna kill me, but I'm gonna stay here and do the fight. So yeah, most people, the way how aggressively he sings against the regime, most people knew that at some point something is gonna happen to him.
Yeah.
Hey,
what?
You know who he just reminded me of, man? I mean,
Miami.
Yeah. Totally different realm of the situation where they're sentencing you to death. You can get out now and bolt. And no, I'm actually going to stay here because dying here would actually be preferable to me. But that's straight Socrates right there, man.
Oh, I thought you were going to say someone else.
No, no, totally. That's what I mean. Like totally different. Like I got Socrates vibes. So yeah, Socrates was sentenced to death, and his buddies actually pay off the guard, pay off everybody. When he's awaiting execution, they say, we've paid off everyone. We could get you out of this city. We're going to take you to another city. We've got people there. They're going to hook you up. You're going to spend your life doing philosophy. And Socrates said, no, I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay here.
That was pretty bad. But Armin and I both thought you were going to put a Christian spin on this.
Oh yeah, tricked you. Ha ha ha. Hey guys, being willing to lay down your life for others. Who does that remind you of? Socrates. No.
Nice. Well done. Well played. Well played.
خوابی رو آروم نذاریم قول میدم کمتر تا اون نباشیم متحد میشیم و با اتون فراریم بده به من بده ایران مال منه بده به من بده این خاک مال منه بده به من بده ایران شده همش بده که من خودم میسازمش.
See, I will give it to me. I will rebuild it. So this is a revolution about building. So you are the destroyers. You destroyed my country. And it's also very nationalistic, you know. But a lot of the revolutions of leftists is anti the country, anti your nation. But if you see the revolution of Iranian people, it's very nationalistic. It's about caring for the country, loving the country, and trying to save the country from its enemies. And its enemies are the regime.
Hey, Armin. Me and AP, we like these songs and stuff. If you ever have a way of figuring out who is controlling the rights to his songs, people always say I need intro music for my live streams. If you ever come across whoever's behind it, tell him I will buy the use rights to use some of his one of his songs in my. I'll pay.
Okay,
yeah, that's good. Yeah. Oh, here's another one.
I will pay thousands of dollars. Okay, hold on. This is kind of hard to control.
دنبال صلحم مسیرم جنگ دل ما بزرگ نظر شما تنگه ذهنم سفید صدامم سبز سپرم عشق سلاحم رپه فریاد مظلوم تو سینم هنجرم پرچرک جوهرم خونه معترض دفترم جنبش تیمم پر از شیر ژیان دشمنم بزدل جاوید کردم صدای مردم و مردمم برده.
He says So even my death means victory. So he's completely willing to pay the full. If you kill me, I win even more.
You know what this is, guys? This is a hero. This is the definition of a hero. This is somebody who actually bravely puts his life out there, puts his life on the line. He sacrifices himself for what he believes in. He actually dares to go against it, makes music loudly and proudly in a fantastic and an amazing way, and even says, I know you guys will kill me. I don't care. Here I am. There's
something. The other thing that's really awesome about that is the people who are watching. You know what I mean? It's like inspirational. Like, in other words, if you have 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 people like this, governments can deal with it. If you end up with 1 million people like this, you can't stop it. I don't even think you could stop like 10 or 20 or 50,000 people like this who are just, if you kill it, you could kill us if you want. We're not backing down. But I mean, and that's probably why the Iranian government is like, yeah, we got to sentence this guy to death, even though he's famous, even though it's going to cause an uproar. Wow, it's really cool. He's put the Iranian government, and I think he knows it. He's put the Iranian government in a position where they're screwed no matter what they do. If they execute him, they're screwed because people around the world are going to be really, really mad. And if they keep him locked up, they're screwed because people are going to be flipping out about that the entire time. If they let him go, he's going to continue, and they're screwed. So that's a funny position.
That's actually a very important point because Toomaj is so popular among Iranians that the regime knows that if they actually carry out the execution, they might spark the next wave of the revolution. So the regime is terrified right now, and it doesn't know what to do. So they gave him a death sentence, but they are basically analyzing the 3 threats that I'm mentioning to you to see whether to carry out the execution or not. They're after announcing it, they are trying to see if the radicals are how happy, how much is being celebrated by the radicals, by their base, how much foreign, external pressure is going to be they're going to have to face when it comes to international condemnation, how much of a price they have to pay there. But the main thing with Toomaj that they're afraid of is that this is going to be a Mahsa Amini moment, that they actually, if they carry out, because a lot of Iranians have said that this is our red line, like we will be back in the streets. Because if somebody this brave is killed, then a lot of Iranians will feel shame that they're not sacrificing as much as Toomaj. So if they execute him, a lot of Iranians are promising the regime that we will come out even much more than before, and it will be the end of you. So it's a warning from the Iranian people to the regime.
This is an interesting headline here by The Guardian that actually posted this. Says Iran's death sentence for rapper sparks protests and undermines criticism of U.S. Regime's effort to exploit U.S. campus crackdown damaged by treatment of Toomaj Salehi. This reminds me of a recent post made on Khamenei's Twitter profile,
where he's celebrating the protests and so on. But wait a minute,
yeah.
You kill protesters where you're from, you lying hypocrite.
Plus, there's something that I tried to highlight earlier that we didn't really talk about. But so the protests in Iran, including, just the Mahsa Amini protests here, according to the numbers found, Iran Human Rights, at least 551 protesters, including 68 minors, killed as of September 15, 2023. According to the state media, only 200 people killed. But even that.
Can I tell you something sick about the number of people? Yes.
These are protests. Yes. They're killing
protesters. Yeah. And actually, I want to tell you something sick about data that came out of the protest. When we saw the victims of the people that were shot at, it were mostly more attractive women that were shot at more. And a lot of the shots were towards their breasts and their vagina areas for some reason. For some reason, when the regime, some people were suggesting that this might be some sexual tension, some sick revenge. I don't know what it is, but for some reason they shoot at attractive women more, and for some reason they aim at sex organs and their breasts more than other parts of their body. Yeah.
What's there to say? Yeah. What is there to say?
I think a lot of these people are just like other radicals have a lot of pent up like sexual tensions or disorder or something. And that's true for some reason about the radicals everywhere. Like they just have incels or something. I don't know what's wrong. Yes. I don't know the psychological thing that is happening there. But the regime. But if you look at every time the young boys who are having these kind of issues are usually a powerful force for radicals to grow their base and also to use them as their foot soldiers.
But look at this. Look at this. The audacity of posting something like this. If it weren't for the US's support, would the Zionist regime have the power to treat the women and children in Gaza so brutally? He's
Do you have
talking
the
about
video he posted?
women and children and about
Yes.
oppression. Man.
Oh, you guys should look into what happened to Nika Shah Karami. She was during the. Do you know Nika Shah Karami during the protests?
No, no.
Okay, so Nika is one of our brave soldiers that died in the fight against the regime, and she was in the protest. She's a 16-year-old girl, and they marked her. They followed her. They put her in a truck, in an ice cream truck, and they sexually harassed her. And then when she resisted, they beaten her so hard with the baton, and she died there in the back of the truck, and they dumped her body. So Nika Shah Karami is somebody that you want to maybe look into, because she's like like Mahsa. Like, there are certain names that are in Iran are now considered to be like the names of this revolution. So Mahsa Amini was one of them, and Nika Shah Karami is another one.
Oh,
She's 16.
I've seen her picture before.
Yes.
This is who we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay.
BBC World Investigative Arm just came out and did a full, because a document was leaked from the regime that basically from the regime itself, that had the details of every second of what happened that night, the night that they arrested her and what led to her death. They smashed her with batons so much that her skull just broke inside her head. They killed her in the most aggressive and brutal way possible. The details are all there, and it's based on the regime's documents itself. So
the secret document says Iran security forces molested and killed teen protester. So her name is Nika Shah Karami. She was 16 years old, who vanished from an anti-regime protest in 2022. Her body was found 9 days later. The government claimed she killed herself. We put the report's allegations to Iran government and its Revolutionary Guards. They did not respond. Marked highly confidential, the report summarizes a hearing on Nika's case held by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the security force that defends the country's Islamic establishment. It includes what it says are the names of her killers and the senior commanders who tried to hide the truth. It contains disturbing details of events in the back of an undercover van in which security forces were restraining Nika. These include one of the men molested her while he was sitting on her. Despite being handcuffed and restrained, she fought back, kicking and swearing. An admission that this provoked the men to beat her with batons. And so on.
Yeah, this just recently, this document came out, even though she was killed like during the Mahsa uprisings. But this was a bombshell, like, because this was not what this document showed. Was not just that there was some bad actors that just did a bad thing, because it went all the way up to the highest levels of the regime. And not only they tried to hide this, but they also made sure that the people who did this cannot be punished, because the 3 people that were at the back of the truck, they're part of a group called Hezbollah. And this is not the Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is another group with the same name in Iran. And because this group is completely tied with the supreme leader Khamenei himself, they made it very clear that none of these people that did this to Nika can be punished. And it's in their own documents. So this shows that, it shows that it's not like when protesters are killed, this is not like it's systematic from the top down. It's just not some bad actors in the street.
And yet they cover it up, and they say she killed herself to cover it up. So it's totally
the document actually even says that they're supposed to cover it up. Like, the document says that we cannot punish these people. The document says that we should cover this up. This is one of the best documents that has now been revealed that shows that everything we have, like, because everything that we say against the Islamic Republic, people believe it, but we don't have like hardcore, like investigated evidence that this is how the regime works. And this is, now we have something very solid that shows all of this.
So here it shows Lale Park, where Nika was protesting, is right here. She's taken to a temporary police camp, but it is full. She's then taken to a detention center, but it refuses to admit her. Team 12 is told to take her here, Evin Prison, which is up here, but she never makes it. The van stops after crashing is heard in the back around here. And then, apparently she dies, and the team dumps her lifeless body in the street over here, where after the authorities actually aware that they killed her in the struggle, devise a plan to simply lie about it and make it look like she killed herself and run with that story and deny any wrongdoing. This is also one of the major events that sparks protests and contributes to all of this. But imagine this. I mean, this is put together. This girl, 16 years old, she was at a protest. She's abducted and sexually molested and beaten, killed, dumped in the street. And the government actually helps cover it up and says, oh, she just killed herself. This is Iran. This is the Islamic regime of Iran. The Islamic...
I have a video of exactly what happened if you want to show it. You see that truck video?
The report says the unit's leader...
Oh, this... Is it this?
Yeah, that's one. This is the truck that they had her in the back. So if you go a little bit, no, go from
have Nika's hands tied up.
Wait, sorry, where were you at that? If you scroll,
let's just go a little bit back here.
Okay.
Let's start from here. Yeah.
They have her. It's important to understand where everyone is in Team 12's vehicle. It's an unmarked freezer truck. The report says the unit's leader, Murteza Jalil, sits up front next to the driver. Behruz and the team's other two members, Arash Kalhor and Sadek Monjazi, have Nika's hands tied up in the rear compartment. Murteza calls his HQ IRGC Tactical Camp 114, seeking orders on where to take her. He's told to drop her at a nearby base. But when they arrive, the base commander has a problem. He has so many detainees, his guards are overwhelmed.
So just remember, this shows at the night of the protest, so many people were arrested that all the bases were filled with people that they had arrested, that they're like, we have no room.
With tensions in the city boiling over, Murteza contacts HQ again and is given a new destination. En route, he hears crashing in the back of the truck. The report includes the direct testimony of Team 12, who tell us what happens next. We're using actors to speak their words.
How did they get a hold of this document?
This was a document's own report, and it was leaked out. Everything, by the way, everything.
It's called a leak, AP.
And then it was actually, if you look at the, I'm not going to show you the full documentary, but you guys could go watch this full documentary. They actually talk about how they authenticated this document. The video, the documentary is called Nika's Last Breath, I think, if I'm correct. Yes, Nika's Last Breath. If anybody wants to go watch this full documentary and how they got this document, how they verified it, and a lot of more interesting information, if anybody wants to see the full thing, because the full thing is, I think it's 40 minutes.
Man.
A warning, they describe a killing.
It was completely dark. We could only see each other with the light of our phones. Arash gagged her mouth with his socks, but she started struggling. Then Sadek laid her on the chest freezer and sat on her. The situation calmed. I don't know what happened, but after a few minutes, she started swearing. I couldn't see anything. I could only hear fighting and bashing.
When she started swearing and struggling again, I turned on my phone light and saw Sadek was sitting on her with his hands in her pants.
I never put my hand in her pants, but I can't deny that when I was sitting on her, I got aroused and touched her buttocks.
Uh, 16-year-old girl abducted by these creeps. And think about it, this is not a clearly marked police vehicle or something like that. It is a truck that is not marked, that has a freezer in the back, and they just abduct her and throw her in there in the dark and fight with her, and one of the guys starts groping her. In such a situation, it's probably quite understandable that she wants to fight against it because she perceives that a sexual assault, a raping incident, or rape and kill incident is taking place. She's fighting for her life. It's not like she's resisting arrest or resisting authorities. This is being attacked and fighting for your life. And these guys just continue. He is actually aroused, according to his statement, and touches her.
Her hands were tied behind her back, but she suddenly jolted her body, so I fell. She kicked at my face, so I had to defend myself.
It's a 16-year-old girl with her hands tied behind her back. I was molesting her. One guy says he had his hands down her pants, and he said, "No, I didn't have my hands down her pants. I was just grabbing her butt because I was aroused." And then she starts flailing about because I'm molesting her, and I fall over. So I had to defend myself, ladies. I had to defend myself against this 16-year-old girl with her hands tied behind her back. It was self-defense. It's literally self-defense, Your Honor.
Poor guy. Just a reminder that there are lots of people around the world who are supposedly speaking up for human rights, like leftists, and they are actually shamelessly defending and supporting Iran right now because of the whole situation in Israel. To clarify, I would say defending and supporting the Islamic regime of Iran, which is not representative of the people of Iran.
That's a good clarification.
I could hear the sound of the baton hitting her and the freezer. I started to kick and punch, but really didn't know if I was hitting our guys or her.
From the truck's cabin, Morteza hears the commotion and orders the driver to pull over.
In a weird way, this sounds like a Three Stooges skit. It's dark, so I'm just swinging my baton. I don't know if I'm hitting my own guy or myself or her or what, but I just keep swinging.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're saying that to defend. Yeah. No, they're actually saying that to protect themselves. Like maybe it was not my baton that killed her. Like that's why they're saying that.
I get it.
Yeah.
I was only thinking about how to transfer her, and didn't ask them any questions except, is she breathing? I think it was Behruz who answered, no, she's dead.
Okay, so the next part is key.
So the death is caused by the repeated beatings.
Yes.
I assume with the baton. That's what causes.
Yeah,
the
When
death.
they found
he
when
said
they
earlier they
when the
crushed her
mother
skull.
saw, yeah, when the mother saw her body, her skull was crushed in.
And they actually proceeded to say, "Oh, she killed herself."
Yes, they actually moved her. The documentary shows they actually move her. They dumped her body in the streets, and eventually another team comes and gets her body and puts it under a building, and they hire a girl with the body like hers to walk towards that building and to get recorded on security cameras to say that she committed suicide jumping from that building over there, right? And the mother says that this is not the video of my daughter. And now we knew that they kind of made it look like she committed suicide for a long time, and now everybody knew this in Iran for ever since Mahsa's revolution. But now the BBC documentary and all this investigation confirms what everybody, including Nika's mother, has been saying for all this time.
Now what? With the killing on his hands, Morteza calls Tactical Camp 114 for a third time. This time, he speaks to a more senior officer, codenamed Naeem 16, the only officer this report doesn't identify by name.
We already had death in our stations, and I didn't want the number to rise to 20.
That's the key part, okay? So that night during this revolution, this one station, and we remember there were many other stations operating. In this report is saying we didn't want the number of deaths for our station to reach 20. That means they had 19 other deaths on this station. But yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Bringing her to the camp wouldn't solve any problems. I just asked, "Are you sure she's dead?" Morteza Jalil confirmed she was. So in my opinion, the best thing to do was dump her on the street.
Yeah. So the rest of this video goes into talking about a lot of other details. And again, I want people to go watch the full thing. Again, the BBC documentary called Nika's Last Breath. So I think it's very informative. But I have another short video of Nika herself, so people could see who the Islamic Republic. Like, look at this. That's Nika.
So I don't. Wow. I don't know what to say, man. It's just.
She was so brave that day. She was one of the people at the front of the line. She was the video of her burning her hijab. And she was out there knowing that she might pay a huge price for what she's doing, but she did it and she paid the heaviest price for it. And she was a fighter. Like the entire time when they were chasing her, if you go watch the documentary, she was fighting the entire time. She was not letting them take her easy. She was fierce. And she's a hero. This is what Nika is, what we want people to think of when they think of Iran. Toomaj, Nika, These are the people that we want people around the world to think of. We don't want them to think of the ayatollahs, the mullahs.
Yeah, screw the Ayatollah.
Yeah.
16-year-old girl. Oh man, this is. You have another video here.
Yes. So let me give you some context. This is a small part of a larger video. This is what Toomaj did without hesitation when they freed him. So they freed him, and then people were like, so a lot of people are like, "What are you doing? They're gonna come back for you." So immediately he did what he was not supposed to do, and he came in and spilled all the. He gave us so much. He released this on his own YouTube channel, right? And he gave so much valuable information about what happens in the background, what happens behind the scenes. How do they interrogate? What do they ask you? How do they play good cop, bad cop? Who does what? And he just dropped a wealth of information to all the people who are fighting the regime, all the other protesters, all the other activists, knowing that he was not supposed to do that, knowing that if he does that, they will come for him again and arrest him. And immediately after he released this video, he was arrested again. But I chose, like, people sent me this, and this is a small part of his larger videos just to show how up in the air everything is. So you want to read this? This is how many seconds is this? Not that long. Okay, yeah. So it says first day. Yeah. Okay. You want to play this?
اولی که از پنجشنبه آزادم نکردن تا شنبه، این طبق قوانین خود جمهوری اسلامیه که بیشتر از یک سال نمیتونستم منو با بازداشت موقت نگه.
They couldn't keep me under arrest for more than a year.
Yeah.
Temporary. That's similar to like the Tate thing where they have to they can only hold you on certain things for a while before they have to do something else.
باز طبق قوانین جمهوری اسلامی نیست، غیر قانونیه.
So he's basically.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it violates their own laws. Basically, everything. So Toomaj, every single thing that they did to him violates the Islamic Republic's own rules, and the Islamic Republic's laws are a joke because they don't stop anybody from doing anything. A lot of people outside of Iran who want to support the Islamic Republic, they're like, "Oh, look, they have these laws and procedures. They're just on paper and they don't do anything." Every time, like, people come, for example, in Iran, according to the law, you're supposed to have full access to your lawyers. Every time one of these protesters gets kidnapped by the government, it's up to them. Sometimes they act like they give you a lawyer, but it's their lawyer that is actually making a case against you, even though he's supposed to be in your favor. It's all a joke. It's all up in the air. There's no everything. Every time they do, their procedures is based on how could we shut these people up, not based on what the law is.
Yeah.
وقتی ما در مورد قانون خودشون باهاشون صحبت می‌کردیم، میخندیدن که چی میگی و قانون چی میگی و ما میتونیم فلان کار میکنیم.
Yes. So yes, he says that the people who are interrogating him, when he said, like, you can't, well, this is violates the Islamic Republic laws, they would laugh in his face. Like, what they will make fun of him that he's mentioning laws. Like, there's nothing. Oh, some other people who were arrested, when they were swearing to God, these people would laugh at them, and like they would say, "What God? I am your God." So it shows that some of these people don't even believe in their own ideology. Like, the only person they would tell to them, the only, like, you know what I could do to you? I could torture you. I could beat you. The only God that you need to pray to at this moment is me. I am your God now. So that's what they would tell them. Some people would swear to the Quran that they're telling the truth, and the person who was interrogating them, they will swear at the Quran. They would say, like, F the Quran. Like, it's so bizarre, and how radical some of these people are. And at the same time, there are some people there that they see that the laws of their country and Islam as a joke, and they're just evil people that just want to crush. It's a weird mix. It's so toxic, and it's so. Oh, by the way, another thing people have to understand is that all of this is completely in line. All of the philosophy that I'm telling you is in line with why the Islamic Republic supports terrorists in the region. I mean, that will come. That would be another full discussion. But a lot of people don't understand, like, why are they causing so much chaos in the Middle East? Why are they supporting Hamas? Why do they support Hezbollah? Why can't they just come to peace with other countries, wouldn't that be better for their survival? And no, it wouldn't be. Actually, the Islamic Republic is doing this very strategic. Their survival completely depends on them causing chaos in the Middle East. This is why the Biden administration and the Democrats in general don't understand, because they treat it like they're other enemies. They think like they have to play with them like with the carrot and the stick. They have to put pressure, but also leave a way out by promising them negotiations or trade or economic prosperity. They don't understand the Islamic Republic of Iran. They don't get motivated by that. It should be stick and then more stick. They cannot be sticks and carrot, because their structure of the government and their economic and their power structure has become, in a way, it's an odd way that they actually benefit from less economic prosperity. They actually benefit from more chaos in the region. And that's something that a lot of liberals need to learn about the Islamic Republic, or else they're going to come up with appeasement policies that might work on Russia, might work even on China and North Korea, but it doesn't work on the Islamic Republic.
Here's one of those tweets that are ironic, where Khamenei actually says, "The way the U.S. government treats students proves in action the collaboration and complicity of the U.S. with the Zionist regime and the massive crime of the genocide being carried out in Gaza." First off, there is no genocide taking place. Secondly, the way the U.S. government treats students.
Yeah, kicks them off the campus.
Students that are that are told to leave repeatedly,
them,
and finally just
shoots
removed.
them in the eye, blinds so many of the students, executes them, tortures them, RAPEs them. The girls, a lot of the girls that were arrested, I heard in the United States, the U.S. police does that. Was that the United States police, or was that the?
It was
Islamic
definitely
Republic?
It was definitely some police. It was definitely some police in some country.
Yeah. I forget which country is which. It's bizarre. Like it's a joke. Like Iranian people are like, "Are you serious? You give a death sentence to Toomaj?" You know, when Khamenei came out and celebrated the students in the United States and started acting like the United States government is like evil for crushing them or like silencing them, this was after they passed the death sentence to Toomaj simply for rapping. Like Toomaj never held a gun, he never did anything violent, he never even encouraged violence. He even tells you not to insult. Right? He did nothing but rapping, and Khamenei dares come and say in United States, where the police in United States, they didn't even injure a single student. The police didn't even injure a single student. Was not injured by the police. They were injured by some other people, but not by the police. He dares say this about the police in the United States while they hand out a death sentence for somebody who just spoke and did nothing else. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if they actually believe the things that they say themselves, or they're just making it all up.
And then there are people who are actually excusing this kind of stuff, saying, well, Iran doesn't claim that there's freedom of expression, so yeah, but US does.
Oh, no problem. No
problem then.
No problem for them.
Yeah, by the way, but this is not I had a stream on this on Atheist Republic on our channel. This is freedom of speech. Shutting down the student protest doesn't violate freedom of speech, because freedom of camping, campus, destruction or threatening people or harassing people or having camps there, having none of those are protected speech. Campus encampment, Susanna says, campus encampment is not protected speech. Harassing students, stopping students from going to the classes that they paid for, that is not protected speech. This is not a violation of your free speech if you do the protest in a way that is not approved. Because if any government provides you with a civilized way to protest, for a way for you to express yourself, for a way for you to vote, for a way for you to change the politics of the country, and then gives you an easy pathway to be able to protest peacefully, and you still insist on being violent, threatening, and intimidating, then that is within the right of the government, of that campus, on any other individual to shut that down, because you can express yourself, but you are not free. The freedom of speech does not include freedom of threatening, intimidating, and destroying. That is not. And also the Article 6 of the Civil Rights Act make it mandatory for the private universities. They can do whatever they want. It's their own private area. So people, that's a completely different discussion. They could even decide, we don't even want this kind of speech in our campus. Like, that is completely within their right when it comes to private universities.
Yeah,
but the
people don't
public
understand
university,
what free speech means and what it stands for. It's ridiculous.
But the public universities, they actually are it's mandatory for them to actually stop these protests, because if they don't, they would be in violation of Article 6 of the Civil Rights Act, given that Jewish or Israeli students might feel intimidated to come to these universities. If the university doesn't stop these protests, they would be in violation of Article 6 of the Civil Rights Act, and that would not be at all in violation of your free speech in any way.
And that, by the way, is also connected to a recent controversy that David and I covered here extensively when we talked about whether the US actually just made it illegal to criticize Israel or not, because there were lots of people who were actually going around saying, look at this, Israel controls America. The US actually made it illegal to criticize Israel.
And it was the weird part was, it's one thing when random people jump to the conclusion. It was like politicians and experienced journalists who were saying it. It was a very, very weird situation.
Yeah, none of that happened. What actually happened is that specifically Congress, because universities were apparently struggling to understand what is and is not discriminatory and hateful, passed a bill to clarify what is and is not anti-Semitic, and then thereby are now trying to pass the law according to which, if at a university there is a giant mob going around discriminating against Jews by saying, oh, Jews are, Israel, baby killers, all Jews, this and that, then the university has to take action. Otherwise, there will be consequences for the university. That's what the bill is actually about. So the universities have to do this stuff.
A lot of Iranians were very, very insulted by people comparing the student protest in the United States to their protest. Okay, it's night and day, and a lot of Iranians were watching all of this with shock, and they considered a lot of these Americans to be ungrateful. They're like, you don't know what we would do to have a country like a government like yours. That the comparison is so far apart that anybody that wants to, they showed how clueless they are when they want to put them next to each other. One of them is a regime where it listens to you. It's a government that listens to you, that you could vote, you could change the government, that you have an influence, that every American citizen has more political power than any other citizen anywhere on the planet. They have more power to change not just their country, but the whole world because of their activism or the right to vote. And you have a police that most of the time, if you actually look at how they operate, they are very professional, they're very respectful, unless you give them a reason not to be. There are examples of police doing bad things in America, but you could also see that every time that is recorded, there's follow-up, there's punishment. This is a country with checks and balances in a way that that we don't even see even remotely close something like that in Iran. In Iran, a lot of pro-regime Iranians were showing police brutality in America, but every time they posted that on Twitter or Instagram, there were people in the comments showing that police was punished. Like, you are saying, oh, look at the police in the United States is so evil. But every time the pro-regime people posted, there were so many clarifications by other Iranians that, we went and found this case. This police is actually now in jail, or this police has lost his job. What about you guys? You guys, not only don't punish them when they kill our citizens, and this was just for making the guy's nose bleed, and he was punished. You actually shoot at our people. You kill them. You torture them. You RAPE them. Strategically RAPE them. Like, it's not like one of the soldiers RAPing one of the protesters because they just found an opportunity and they wanted to take advantage of this without the upper up seeing it. It's commanded from the top down systematically as a way to create fear among protesters, because a lot of these protesters say that they're not afraid of death, but a lot of them are afraid of being RAPE'd. So the regime wants to make sure the protesters, especially the female protesters, to know, and also they actually also RAPE male protesters as well, because that is considered so
humiliating.
And a lot of people actually fear that. A lot of the protesters who don't fear death do actually fear that, and because the regime knows that, they want to make sure that a lot of Iranian protesters know that that could happen to them. So imagine having a regime like that, and then comparing that to the police in the United States. It's an insult. Like, anybody who does that is insulting the Iranian people and their struggle and everything they have suffered to be able to actually build a better future for themselves. Like, maybe just shut up. Maybe just do the Iranian people a favor and just shut the fuck up. Sorry, I shouldn't use. Yeah.
No, it's totally justified. Completely justified.
It's an atheist channel. It's good.
Just look at this. Just look at this. You see the picture here of Nika here, 16 years old, with her sister, who was also arrested as part of the protests. And think about this again. If you are somebody who stands with Iran, stands with the Islamic regime, of Iran, and thinks that they're good, they're justified in whatever they're doing, and you have to support them right now. Just think about this. Think about how they operate. Think about the things that they do. This is the girl. She's 16 years old. 16 years old, Nika. Here's a statement of one of the guys who was responsible for her killing. He denied putting his hands in her trousers, but he said he could not deny that he became aroused while sitting on her and touched Nika's buttocks. He said this provoked Nika, despite the fact her hands were tied behind her back, to scratch him and jolt so that he fell over. Afterward, he beats her and eventually kills her. And then they dump her in the middle of a street. And the government, the authorities, actually collaborate in covering this up and making it look like she committed suicide, like she jumped off a building and killed herself. That same night, dozens of other people were killed by the Islamic regime of Iran simply for protesting, for standing up for human rights, for women's rights. And the Islamic tyrannical regime of Iran cracks down on them. So far, in these protests, in the Mahsa Amini protests, has killed over 550 people who were just protesting for their rights, for their freedom, for their right to live freely. And these guys, this sick, messed up Iranian Islamic regime in Iran, is actually trying to act like they're the virtuous ones, they're the good ones. And you have people around the world who supposedly stand up for human rights, standing with them and supporting them. What a sickness.
I sent you an article that you might want to show, because somebody in my live chat accused me of lying about this whole RAPE allegation. I don't know if I could say RAPE on your channel, but yeah, can you look into that? Because somebody accused me of lying, and I have a lot of other reports for human rights from New York Times. It's not just Amnesty. I know Amnesty International, some people, but I have, this has been widely reported, and this has been investigated and verified everywhere. So thank you to that person that tell me that I'm making stuff up. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to actually show that this is not made up. But yeah.
Okay, I'll put it on here. So this here is the article that you sent. Iran's security forces use rape and other sexual violence to crush woman life freedom uprising. We haven't really mentioned the name here during this live stream, but these protests are known as the Woman Life Freedom protests. Woman Life Freedom Uprising are repeated like this in different languages. In Kurdish, it's Xinjiang Azadi. How is it in Iranian again?
Zanzendegi Azadi.
Zanzendegi Azadi. Yeah.
The full version is Zanzendegi Azadi Mard Mihan Abadi.
And that means?
Mard means man, Mihan means nation, Abadi means prosperity. So That's the full version, because a lot of people will also want to make sure that this is not a gendered revolution. This is a revolution of men and women together. So woman, life, freedom, man, mad zindagi, no, mad mihanabadi, man, nation, prosperity.
So in Kurdish, it's very well known as Jin Jian Azadi, has been so for a long, long time. Yeah. So these are the protests. Security forces in Iran used rape and other forms of sexual violence amounting to torture and other ill treatment to intimidate and punish peaceful protesters during the 2022 Woman Life Freedom Uprising, Amnesty International said in a new report published today. The 120-page report, which is linked here, they violently raped me, sexual violence weaponized to crush Iran's Woman Life Freedom Uprising documents in detail the harrowing ordeals of 45 survivors, including 26 men, 12 women, and 7 children. 26 men, 12 women, and 7 children who were subjected to rape, gang rape, and other forms of sexual violence by intelligence and security forces following their arbitrary arrest for challenging decades of oppression and entrenched gender-based discrimination. To date, the Iranian authorities have not charged or prosecuted any officials for the instances of rape and other sexual violence documented in the report. Very important here. They have not charged or prosecuted any of the officials in these instances of rape and other sexual violence.
Isn't it crazy that, I mean, these are the morality police. What do your morality police do? Well, we rape, gang rape, and carry out other forms of sexual violence against men, women, and little children. That's what we do, because we're the moral ones. We're the moral ones.
Yeah.
I just want to say something. This is an understatement, but the Iranian people deserve so much better than this. It's so bizarre that some of the most liberal people in the world, the most freedom-loving people in the world, have the most theocratic, dictatorial, religious Islamic government. It's just such an irony, and I don't know how to even express it. The Iranian people understand more than most people on the planet the value of freedom, the value of free speech, the value of secularism, right? And this is something that a lot of people that do have these gifts should learn from Iranian people, because I think a lot of people in the West don't value what they have. They don't understand the price and value of freedom. And, Susanna once on Atheist Republic, she mentioned that she, as an American, learned the value of freedom, the meaning of freedom from the Iranian people. And I think this is a lot more people in the world should pay attention to Iranian, not just because the Iranian people need attention and help, but because you need help. And Iranian people could teach you what you have and how to defend it, because you're making a lot of mistakes. You're going backwards. Like, a lot of people in the West are going backwards. And I think if they paid more attention to what's happening in Iran and how Iran became the way it is right now, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing right now. They wouldn't be opening their arms to their enemies, to the people that would stab them in the back if they, once they get the upper hand.
These people have lost their freedoms. They know what this is. Listen to them. Listen to the people of Iran. David, I want to get to one part here. So this is an article on Toomaj Salehi. He is only 33 years old, has been convicted by now and sentenced to death. And one of the very important things connected directly to Islamic scripture and Islamic law is what he was convicted for. And it says here, on 24 April 2024, he was sentenced to death by the Islamic Revolutionary Court of Isfahan over the accusation of waging war against Allah and corruption on earth, one of the most serious charges in Iran, and has 20 days to appeal the ruling as per his lawyer, Amir Razian. Those who are familiar with the Quran know very, very well exactly what this is about and can directly make a reference to Quran chapter 5 verse 33.
Hey, you should back it up one verse for why this has come up so many times over the years. We can give people the context.
Oh yeah, important.
Yeah, so guys, for many years, after every single Islamic terrorist attack, it didn't matter where you went. You could go to news articles like CNN, on CNN. Barack Obama would quote this. Various politicians, tons of journalists would quote a heavily edited version of Surah 5, verse 32 after every terrorist attack. So after every terrorist attack, we would hear this terrorist attack really doesn't have anything to do with Islam, because according to the Quran, anyone who kills a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. So that's the rule. There's no scenario in Islam where you'd actually kill someone, because the Quran says, if anyone kills a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. And there are tons of problems with that, which you see by just reading what Surah 5 verse 32 actually says. And they would never give the reference because they didn't want anyone looking up the verse, or even worse, looking up the very next verse. But here you have, because of that, and it's actually a funnier story because if you go back, because of that refers back to the story of Cain and Abel, which in the Talmud, they explain the connection between the story of Cain and Abel and this statement which is by a Jewish rabbi. But Muhammad doesn't know the difference between a Jew quoting the Torah and a Jew quoting a rabbi in the Talmud. They didn't know the difference. He thinks this is all revelations of Allah. But it says, because of that, this story of Cain and Abel, we decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul or for corruption done in the land, it is as if he had slain mankind entirely. And whoever saves one, it is as if he had saved mankind entirely. And our messengers had certainly come to them with clear proofs. Then indeed, many of them, even after that, throughout the land were transgressors. So some of the various problems with this, again, in the Talmud, the reason it's connected to the story of Cain and Abel is you have the story of Cain and Abel, and when we read it, it says, God says to Cain, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. A rabbi in his commentary in the Talmud says, he points out, he says, actually in Hebrew, it says your brother's bloods. It's plural. And he says, because it's plural, it's not just talking about his blood. What God is really saying there is, you killed all his future descendants as well. You killed all this. You killed this guy's the entire family line. So when you kill a person, it's like you're killing all mankind. You're killing all future generations who would have been connected to that. But in the Talmud, they actually point out the connection between the story of Cain and Abel and this verse. In the Quran, it just goes story of Cain and Abel, and then says, because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel. And you're going, what does the story of Cain and Abel have to do with if anyone kills a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. So in other words, the Talmud is way, 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 way clearer on what the connection is than the Quran, which gives no indication of what the connection is. The other issue is this is for the children of Israel. This is a quotation from the Talmud. It's for the children of Israel. It doesn't say that this is what all Muslims have to follow. And then even here, it allows for retaliation against people who spread corruption in the land, who do some sort of corruption in the land.
Right.
And so that in itself, the Quran is saying, so even if Muslims said, yeah, even though this is for the children of Israel, and it's in the Talmud, and it's just a quote from a rabbi, Allah wants us to follow this as well. It still allows killing for corruption in the land. And what in the world is that? What can you call what can you point to and say, hey, this is corruption in the land? This person's spreading corruption in the land. But let's go ahead and go to the next verse, because
so no, before you go, actually, these are very good points, because the key points is that whoever wrote the Quran did not understand the difference between the Talmud and the Torah, did not understood that this is not a message from God, and God is acting like this was his message. So God is basically, so the rabbi is writing commentary, and God is saying, making it that as if that was a revelation. This was only for the Jews. This so-called good part of the Quran was a commandment not for all Muslims. It was specifically for the Jews. Also, David, something I don't know if you know about this. A lot of Muslims say that this shows that Jews were especially evil, that God had to make sure that they understand that killing is bad. This is what this verse is showing you, because these were people who were murdering left and right. And another point is that, that David mentioned, that everybody should remember that the Quran never clarifies what the hell is corruption. Like, how could this is anybody would understand that
very dangerous,
very dangerous piece of writing. If I say like, oh yeah, just kill people with corruption, and then if you see humans do a much better job than Allah when it comes to legal documents, they define what they are talking about. If you just say, yeah, kill people that are spreading corruption and don't talk about what corruption means, you should, as God, you should know that this is going to lead to a lot of people just dying because that corruption accusation is going to stick. Another key point is that, by the way, this or for corruption part, people don't leave that part out when they want to show how beautiful the Quran is. Like, just like when Obama cited this verse, he didn't mention those parts that makes this verse not as good. But even if this verse was as good as people like Obama make it sound to be, like when he was citing it, I think he regretted that at some point. But even if it was just the good parts, it still doesn't make any sense. So like, oh, so beautiful. Killing one person is like killing all mankind. Yeah, no, it's not beautiful. That's insane. Killing all mankind is a lot worse than killing one person. Even if you want it to be nice, it still doesn't make any sense. These are not the same level of evil.
Again, it's making an interesting point from the perspective of the commentator. It's if I were to kill you, Armin, then I've killed all your future offspring. Like, way down the line, you're talking about millions and millions of people, and so it's you've killed an entire nation.
Yeah, but you explained that to me right now. That in some context, like, okay, if you mean that, maybe, but this shows that what you just said is superior to
in the Quran. It makes no sense. If you kill someone,
the Quran just
kill all mankind. Well, no.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes no sense. Yeah. You just improved the Quran by adding some context, which should not be possible because the Quran cannot be improved. Yeah.
Pretty much any random Muslim you meet improves upon the Quran. I say,
hey,
look, I say Allah says this, and they say, oh, what he really means is this completely different thing. And I go, oh, well, that's way better.
Well, one of the highlights here is that the Quran's author takes something directly from the Talmud and acts as if these were Allah's words, and then also adds something to it, which is spreading corruption in the land, and leaves that completely open. And we will get to the next verse in a minute, but the original text here actually says, like, this is, for example, found in Sanhedrin 37a in the Babylonian Talmud. It says, the court tells the witness, therefore Adam, the first man, was created alone to teach you that with regard to anyone who destroys one soul from the Jewish people, i.e. kills one Jew, the verse ascribes him blame as if he had destroyed an entire world, as Adam was one person from the population of an entire world came forth. And conversely, anyone who sustains one soul, the verse ascribes to him credit as if he had sustained an entire world. So the point that is being made here is that if you kill one person, you kill basically all the possible offspring that will come forth from that person. This is one of the main points that is being made here. The Quran just adopts this narrative without explaining at all what the point of it is. In a Talmud, it makes sense, and it's actually quite profound. In the Quran, it doesn't make any sense at all.
And again, look what's right before it. It's the story of Cain and Abel. And so there's a clear connection of what they're doing. And by the way, they're talking about like court proceedings and stuff like this. You can even say they say for the court. They say to the court, but they're making a connection between your brother's bloods in the plural. And so it's the loss of his brother's blood and the blood of his brother's offspring, and they're all assigned to you. So God accuses him of killing his brother and all his brother's future descendants. And then they draw the implication out and stuff. In the Quran, it gives the story of Cain and Abel and then says, therefore, and there's like, it doesn't explain any of that. It doesn't explain it. It says, hey, Cain killed Abel. Because of that, we decreed for the children of Israel. Wait, what? What the heck are you talking about?
So the earlier writings of the Quran made sense that why it was written like that, if you look at the evolution of the Quran, because it wasn't supposed to be a complete book. It was supposed to be, this is just a mix-up of a whole bunch bunch of stories that were in an environment where people had some understanding of some other stories, so it didn't need to make any clarifications because people had that background, had that knowledge. So, and this was not meant to be like a revelation, like it was not meant to be the complete perfect book, which makes it very difficult for Muslims today who are claiming that, because this was just a whole bunch of random books that eventually were put together and turned into the main book of this religion. But that understanding back then was these are just some legends and stories that with people had Abrahamic beliefs in that environment, so they knew what this was referring to at that time.
G.G. Ryder said, great collaboration, Toomaj, Marcel. Let me quickly, PDF file prophet said, I dare Armin to tell me why he worships Ezra. Yeah, Armin, why do you worship Ezra? Why do you say Ezra is the son of Allah? Yeah,
because she's just too sexy. I don't know what to do.
Good point. Kakug said, David, did you hear Mike Winger's bookshelf broke? You see, this is what happens when you buy a nerd bookshelf from IKEA instead of building one for yourself out of solid oak like a real man.
Well, this isn't oak; it's lumber to build my shelves back there. But yeah, you could come in here with a sledgehammer. You could not break these shelves because I built them. I didn't get them from IKEA, unlike Mike Winger.
Wait,
hey, you know, it's funny though. IP Mike Winger last night posted his instructions on building a desk, like he's going to build it, not have it assembled by some actual person who knows how to work with his hands. But he said,
I don't know why you talk to IP here, but yeah, whatever.
What?
I don't know why you're talking to IP. Here.
Oh, AP, UP, everyone.
Wait, guys, I also, just a clarification, I confuse Ezra with Al-Uzza. So,
okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Al-Uzza is the sexy one.
Just like people convinced you with, so people also convince you with people who worship Ezra. Who's no one. Anyway, so Mike.
Well, we're all secret Jews here, so let's
anyway, then Mike Winger, he posts his instructions on his new desk, and it says it's giving warnings about using cordless drills because they can snap things and so on. And so he goes, "Oh, my instructions say I can't use an Uzi." He thinks a cordless drill is an Uzi. That's the intellectual level of this guy, one of the top Christian apologists on YouTube, and that's his intellectual level. Anyway.
Is that why you had that drill there with you, just to make that?
No, I always have this drill here with me.
For some weird reason. Yeah.
No, it's just this was the last place I used it, and so it's been sitting here for a while. Anyway.
That's what I would.
Why
at least I know what a drill is.
I worship Ezra. I don't understand. Al-Uzza, I would worship, daughters of Allah.
Well, don't you know the Quran says in chapter 9, verse 30, that
the Jews call Ezra the son of Allah.
The Jews say Ezra,
but they don't worship. Yeah, but they don't worship him.
Well, they also don't call him the son of Allah. I've never seen any. I've never heard.
But this is double wrong. The Quran is wrong that but also the people who say even the Quran doesn't claim that the Jews.
No, but Muhammad did in the Hadith in Bukhari. In Bukhari, Muhammad said that at the judgment, every group is going to be asked about what they worshipped, and so. The Christians are going to be asked, why did you worship the Messiah? And it says the Jews are going to be asked, why did you worship Ezra? And so it's just interesting because we've never been able to find any Jew who calls Ezra the son of God and worships him. Not just in the world today, but not one record.
The Quran also
record of any Jew ever who said this.
The Quran also refers to Christians who don't believe in the Trinity. So have you found Christians that don't believe in the Trinity as well?
No, and even when the Quran describes the Trinity, it's Allah, Jesus, and Mary who work together really closely, which isn't the Trinity. So it's a little confused here.
So Sahih Bukhari, it says the Jews will be called upon and it will be said to them, who do you use to worship? They will say, we used to worship Ezra, the son of Allah. What? It will be said to them, you are liars, for Allah has never taken anyone as a wife or a son. What do you want now? They will say, oh Lord, we are thirsty, give us something to drink. They will be directed and addressed, thus will you drink, whereupon they will be gathered into hellfire, which will look like a marriage, and so on. And then it says further, then Christians will be called upon. And the Christians will say,
this is such a weird mistake.
Of Allah. So
it's extremely weird. Like if you didn't know anything else about Islam other than it says something about Jewish belief that is completely 100% false, And that if you thought, well, maybe in the Quran it's talking about something else, and then you have it completely clarified that it's actually the main accusation against Jews on Judgment Day is doing this thing that we can't find any record of any Jew ever doing. And that's the main.
But they were surrounded with Jews. How could they make this mistake? Like
it's because Muhammad probably didn't understand. I don't know. There are different theories. Like maybe Jews were talking about the role of Ezra. Maybe they were messing with him at some point, and he took it seriously.
I mean, this was not even written by Muhammad. I mean, this is not even by Muhammad. This is by the Abbasid dynasty. Probably somebody wrote it at that time. So the Abbasid dynasty, they were surrounded. They had like Jews in Baghdad, so how could they like authenticate these hadiths?
Well, that gives me the idea that maybe this is a credible report that actually goes back to Muhammad, and Muhammad actually said these words. So I don't know, because it says narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri during the lifetime of the Prophet. Some people came to the Messenger of Allah, and so on. So and then
you're saying this mistake is so embarrassing that the Abbasids could not have made this up. This must have gone back to Muhammad.
And
I wouldn't say must, but it's a good argument.
Yeah, and if you're a Muslim from a different group who didn't take these sources seriously, you could get around it. You're still stuck with the Quran saying that Jews call Ezra the son of God. But as far as if you're a Sunni Muslim and you take the Sunni methodology seriously, guess what? You have multiple Sahih narrations in Bukhari itself saying that Muhammad said this. So from a Sunni perspective, this is as good as gold.
Right. Well, they could just say that Jews said, they could make up stuff. If I was a Muslim, I would be like, yeah, well, Jews made it up that back then, and they were called out by Muslims, so that's why they don't say it anymore.
By the way, that is the position, because this guy, I think it's Tabari. I think it's Tabari in his commentary. He says maybe this referred to just like one guy who was saying this, or one small group who was saying it, and so on. Whereas. I mean, right here, again, it sounds like the main accusation against Jews as a group on the Judgment Day. And it's in parallel with Christians. You worship Jesus, and that's the main condemnation. And then Jews, you worship Ezra as the main comment. So it's like, and even in the Quran, when it says the Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah, and the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah, it's like we're doing these things in the same way, but with two different people. And so if this is supposed to be like Christians, I mean, this should be like, it's like Islam is saying this is central. Like Ezra worship is central to Jewish belief, the way that the Messiah is central in Christian belief.
Yes. Interestingly, who was that? Yossi Mos said, I'm Israeli, wrong translation. It's not if you kill one person, you kill the entire world. It's if you lose one soul, you lose the entire world. That is... I'm just checking right now. So yes, Sanhedrin 37 actually, according to this translation, says anyone who destroys one soul. But I just checked the literal translation. It actually does say loses one soul. Very, very interesting. Interesting correction here. Thank you, Yossi. Appreciate it.
Well, they would say kill, because it's clear what it's talking about when it says losing one soul. You killed it. You killed a guy. You killed a guy, and therefore you also you lost all his future.
Just killed a man. Yes. So
oh yeah, go on. Finish this because there is another song by Toomaj. After we finish this, let's go to that other song by the Surah Mush that you have.
David, continue your presentation.
So guys, so we saw a number of problems with 532, which is why you don't see it used much anymore. You'll still occasionally see it like in a comment by someone who's never caught on. But basically, every time a politician or a journalist or someone started using Surah 5, verse 32, if anyone, the Quran says if anyone kills a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. People started like flooding with comments. Why don't you quote the entire verse? And better yet, why don't you quote the very next verse? So again, says this is for the children of Israel, and it also allows the exception of you can kill someone for spreading corruption in the land. And so what exactly does that mean? But then you go to the next verse, which is specifically for Muslims. It's not talking about the children of Israel. And it says, indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and strive upon earth to cause corruption is none but they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off from opposite sides, or that they be exiled from the land. that is for them a disgrace in this world, and for them in the hereafter is a great punishment. So for anyone who's saying that 532 rules out killing people, because if you kill a person, it's as if he's killed all mankind, the very next verse, which is definitely geared specifically towards Muslims, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and strive upon earth to cause corruption is none but that they be killed. So this is talking about killing, crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off from opposite sides. So dismemberment, chopping off body parts, or that they be exiled from the land. So depending on what you're doing, there are a variety of punishments. What's the problem? The main problem with this verse is this is awfully vague. Corruption in the land. And I just wanted to point out, lots of Muslims, when you point out, so they'll say, look, 532, it says if anyone killed a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. Yeah, read the entire verse and then read the next verse. And they'll go, oh, it's talking about people who wage war. They're talking about people who wage war. See, it's self-defense here. No, it's not. I mean, it could be. It could refer to an army coming and causing corruption in your land or something like that. But what? Wage war against Allah. How do you wage war against Allah? You don't march an army out against Allah. You don't do that. Look. So this is Ibn Kathir. Look what it says. So I'll go and read it here. So he's got it there. The recompense of those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and do mischief in the land is only that they shall be killed or crucified, or their hands and their feet be cut off from on opposite sides, or be exiled from the land. Watch, this is Ibn Kathir's commentary. Wage war mentioned here means what? Marching an army out against Allah? Wouldn't make any sense to be marching an army against Allah. Wage war mentioned here means oppose and contradict. You're opposing Allah or contradicting Allah. And it includes disbelief. So just not believing in Islam, blocking roads, spreading fear in the fairways. Mischief in the land refers to various types of evil. Notice again how vague this is. What's it mean to spread corruption? What's it mean to wage war against Allah? You're disagreeing with Allah. You're opposing him. You're standing in the way of Sharia. You're opposing Allah. Mischief in the land refers to various types of evil. Guess what? What can you pack into that? Anything you want. The Muslim ruler can always say, anytime you're disagreeing with him, opposing Islam anyway, removing your hijab, making rap lyrics against the government, anytime you're doing any of that, what are you doing? You're spreading corruption in the land. You're causing mischief in the land. You're waging war against Allah. What's the penalty? Well, kind of anything we want to do. We can kill you. We can chop off your body parts. We can crucify you, or we can exile you. But we have... What's this saying? It's saying that the Muslim ruler can decide almost any penalty for almost anything he wants.
I mean, very ironically, you could come here and criticize the ruling of punishing those who wage war against Allah and causing mischief in the land or spreading corruption in the land. The rulers in charge could then say that by your criticism of this, you are causing corruption in the land, so you could be punished.
And here's the amazing part is that this was used when there were terrorist attacks against the U.S. When there were terrorist attacks against the U.S. or against the U.K. or against France or something, we would get the response, but that terrorist attack is totally against Islam, because Islam says if you've killed a man, it's as if you've killed all mankind. So we would say, hey, why don't you read the verse? Read the next verse, that the penalty for waging war against Allah or making mischief or causing corruption in the land is death. Once you absorb that idea, okay, not according to us, according to Islam, has Great Britain caused mischief in Muslim lands?
Yes.
Yeah. Has France? Yes. Has the United States? Yup. Has Israel? Of course. These nations have all caused mischief in Muslim lands. What's the penalty? Death for whoever's making mischief. When you combine that with Muhammad's claim that the person who funds a military command, a combatant or whatever, gets a reward equal to the person who actually goes out and fights. So in other words, if a soldier goes out and fights, whatever reward he gets, the person who funded him, who paid for his armor, who paid for him to go do that, that person gets an equal reward. Once you apply that concept from Muhammad himself, then you say, okay, The U.S. military, the British military, the French military have made mischief in Muslim lands. They've caused corruption. The penalty is death for those for the militaries that have done this. But who actually,
and the people who voted for them,
That's the thing. If it's the people who are responsible, the people who funded it, your average taxpayer. So who's responsible? The population of Great Britain is responsible for what the military does. The population of the United States, the population of France, are military. What's the reward for the military for causing corruption in land? Death. Then what's the reward if the people who fund it get the same reward? Death. So is an attack against the Twin Towers or against a British train or any of that stuff, is that against Islam? It's exactly what you read right out of the Quran. And it's amazing. They'll go to this verse, which justifies all these terrorist attacks as retribution for causing mischief in Muslim lands. They'll ignore what this verse says, even though it says, yes, the terrorists are completely correct in what they're doing. They'll ignore that verse. They'll go to the verse before it. They'll chop off the part where it's for the children of Israel. They'll chop off the part there about corruption in the land. And they'll just say, see, 532 condemns this terrorist attack. You see, that's what Islam teaches.
Yes.
A bunch of morons. Of morons.
So key points from what David said. If it wanted to refer to, if that text in the Quran wanted to refer to actual defensive war, it wouldn't say wage war against Allah. It would say wage war against Muslims, right? Mm-hmm. By saying against Allah, because if you're waging war against Muslims, you could say this is a reaction on people who are waging war against Muslims. But you cannot wage war against Allah unless it's an ideological war. This is why every single person who's interpreted this verse was understood what this means. It means that's a war against Islam as an ideology. Basically, people speaking, basically people disagreeing. That's what this verse is referring to. However, even imagine if this verse did not mean what David and I are saying. It's actually, these modern reformist Muslims, they're correct. And Allah is actually talking about just punishing people who are attacking Muslims. Even if that is true, then Allah is a horrible communicator, because even if we wanted to be the most charitable, it's easy to see why so many Muslim scholars that speak Arabic, their Arabic is their native tongue, will come to the conclusion that this verse doesn't actually mean that. This verse is actually talking about people who are just opposing Islam. So even if God was intending to say something else, was just talking about defending, then it shows that the interpretations of Muslims throughout all these years, which makes sense, shows that this God doesn't even know how to communicate with his creation. Like the worst thing you could say about Allah is that he actually means everything you read in the Quran. But the best thing you could say about Allah is that he doesn't know how to communicate with his creation.
Well, Allah is pretty stupid. And I don't think you should blame him for that. I mean, it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
It's weird because the longer he went, the worse of a communicator he became. So early on, when it's to you be your, when I hear from Muslims, early on when he was saying to you be your religion and to me be my religion, he was very clear. He was very clear back then. He knew exactly what he was saying. By the end, when he was saying fight those who do not believe in Allah, he had lost the ability to communicate clearly. So he was off his meds. He was off his meds, and so by that time, when he said things like "fight those who do not believe," what he really meant was only fight in self-defense. He just couldn't get the words out. Just couldn't get the words out right. And so even here, he's trying to say, guys, killing under any circumstances is always wrong. Just like U.S. politicians say Islam teaches, but when it comes out, it's slaughter and kill them and lock them up and crucify them and chop their body parts off. And so, sorry.
Stop being ableist. Allah is stupid. We get it.
So you saw this too, the way, corruption in the land and waging war against Allah, that comes directly from the Quran. And those are exactly the two claims against Toomaj. So if you, which is so, it's just so evil. Like and they don't ever clarify what the hell do they mean. Like the Islamic Republic of Iran, when they want to charge somebody, and these are sentences that carries out the death sentence after. It's really hard to take this back once you accuse somebody of corruption in the land and spreading war against Allah. This will stick, and now the radicals will be very disappointed if you don't execute the guy, because they're like, this is exactly what you're supposed to do after. You're supposed to execute the guy. But given that in Iran we have laws that uses language directly quoted from the Quran, is exactly why a lot of Iranians are against any form of religious government. How barbaric and backward should a country be that the language used, when they're sentencing Toomaj, the language used is an exact quotation from the Quran? It's just barbaric, and I can't believe that we're still dealing with this in the 21st century. But yeah, show this.
Yeah, but no, I mean, think about this, because we've pointed this out a lot, that if you want to say, hey, this is a death penalty, you should probably be pretty precise in the language of what you're going to be sentenced to death for. You don't want some vague thing that can be used to put anyone to death. I mean, think about this. If you're a government and you say, okay, we are allowed to kill people for spreading corruption in the land, you can actually put anyone to death for any reason you want and just say this person has spread corruption in the land. So the point is, it's still amazing to this day that you had one of the most dangerous commands in the history of humanity. Any leader can put anyone to death for anything he can call corruption in the land, which is anything he doesn't like. This is one of the most dangerous, dangerous messages ever. Then it justifies any sort of thing you want to do as far as terrorist attacks or anything else. And you'll ignore that. You go to the verse before it. You'll completely edit the verse before it, and they'll say, "You see, not allowed in Islam."
The most violent commandment in any religious book in history. The verse before it is used to show how beautiful and forgiving Islam is. It's just like you can't make this stuff up.
Killing is never allowed. Killing is never allowed because the verse.
Never allowed.
Yes, everyone understands it by now. All right, let's see this.
This is a part of our religion. There's a reason to it. Yeah, there's a reason why there's a capital punishment, because people like you, little weaklings who leave their religion and cause corruption in the land by spreading it, the capital punishment in Islamic law would be applied to you. We have no doubt, and we're proud of that. Yeah? Capital punish will be applied in an Islamic state.
So what he just used, the wording was very, 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 very interesting.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's a capital punishment, because people like you, little weaklings who leave their religion and cause corruption in the land by spreading it, the capital punishment in Islamic law would be applied to you. We have no doubt, and we're proud of that. Yeah, capital punish will be applied in an Islamic state. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so
he says it very clearly. So you have the statement in the Quran which says, "Waging war against Allah and spreading corruption in the land, those shall be executed, exiled, crucified, hands and feet cut off from opposite sides, and so on, as you wish, whatever you want to do." And people can bend that as they wish, but one of the very obvious issues here is, as Muhammad commanded the killing of apostates, of people who leave Islam and openly declare that they have left Islam, people like Al-Dawa here can come and, based on Islamic jurisprudence, based on the history of Islamic jurisprudence, say, yeah, well, you, by leaving Islam and spreading that, by just openly saying, I left Islam, you are causing corruption in the land. And we all know what the Quran says about causing corruption in the land, right? So death for you. This is what all those people around the world should be taking into consideration when they stand with the Islamists.
I have a question for you guys, because I don't know actually the answer to this question. You guys have read a lot of hadiths. Have you come across any hadiths that shows why the Islamic Republic of Iran decides to execute in the most brutal way possible? I think like the Islamic Republic has managed to be more barbaric than Islam itself, because in Islam, the way you execute is this most of the time you just you chop the head off with a sword, which is kind of actually much nicer than what the Islamic Republic does. So for people who don't know, that the Islamic Republic, when they carry out executions, they do death by hanging, but not in the way that you see in movies, not in the way that you saw happen in the United States in the West. because what you see in the movies is that they put the noose around your neck, and then there's this trapdoor under your feet that just opens, and then you fall, and the weight of your body breaks your neck, and you die almost instantly. But the Islamic Republic of Iran, the way they do it, they put the noose around your neck, and then they lift you. There's not that sudden drop that breaks your neck, just to make sure that you die slowly, suffocating. And for some people it takes up to 20 minutes. Sometimes they have doctors there that go and check constantly to see if you're still dead or not. And there's reports, many people actually, the pressure is so high that people chew at their tongues while they're being hanged there. It's a very slow and very painful death. And given that the Islamic Republic of Iran has more execution per capita than any country in the world, I don't know if people know that China has the highest number of death penalties. Second is in Iran. But when it comes to executions per capita, the Islamic Republic has the highest number in the world. And given that the execution is in this method, which is a slow and very painful death, no other country, even dictatorial countries, they don't execute like this. Saudi Arabia does executions by beheading, which is like an instant sudden death. Like even North Korea, Russia, no country executes like this. It's
it's almost merciful
barbaric.
to publicly execute people by just cutting off their head. It's over. It's done.
Yeah, it looks brutal. Yeah, it looks brutal. It looks brutal. It looks messed up. There's going to be blood all over the place and so on. So it looks brutal, beheading. As far as the person being executed, that's one of the best, quickest ways to go, like a guillotine and stuff like that. Very, very quick, very pretty darn painless and so on. And then hanging. Hanging where it actually snaps your neck. Not, I'd rather be beheaded, but it's not the worst way. But then just slowly raised up by like a crane or something like that. Yeah, it's a pretty.
Yeah, but what is there a hadith for this? Because the Islamic way is actually more merciful. I don't know where they get this from.
Yeah,
there's even the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know if they have something in Shia hadiths about this. I'm not familiar with
even about the when stoning people to death in the Islamic tradition. The sense is that that you should do it quickly, probably by using considerable force and killing the person with the stones as soon as possible. When you throw somebody off a high place, you use it as public humiliation, but you throw them down to make sure that they actually die quickly. But with Iran, so here, like for example, it says Iran's gallows are very simple and inexpensive. This might be one of the reasons, actually. And considering that they don't care very much about the human life, and that they don't care very much about the suffering of the person that they are executing, and they also want to make a public display of it. This is what they do. So it says they consist only of a frame and a stool, with some stools able to hold up to 7 people at a time and having wheels. Public executions are usually carried out by a mobile crane. Sometimes the victim is suspended from the crane, but more often the crane is used as a gallows and the person is pulled off a stool. The victim is usually blindfolded. Iranian nooses are thick with 7 to 10 knotted cords and are often made of blue plastic rope with little to no drop. Death is caused by strangulation and carotid reflex, where blood vessels to the head are cut off, taking 10 to 20 minutes, causing visible pain and distress to the condemned. I mean, it could just be that Iran is not using any basis in Islamic tradition, but just doing this because, first off, it is cheap, and secondly, it is horrifying because it is a public execution, and you can clearly see how the people who are executed are lengthily suffering and visibly in pain in the most brutal ways. And this should be used as a deterrent so that people stop committing crimes. Obviously, it doesn't work because studies show that stuff like this doesn't work. This doesn't actually deter people from committing crimes. But yeah, it could be one of the reasons. I'm not aware of any Islamic text or of any hadith that says that you should make the execution as painful and slow as possible. So yeah, doesn't seem based on that.
Yeah, so this might be just a strategic thing. I actually have another video that I will find for you guys while you guys talk.
It might also be because it's just fun, it's enjoyable to do this. So
Do you guys know Majid Reza Rahnavard? Majid Reza Rahnavard.
No.
Okay. So he was one of the, that's another name. That's another name that people, so Nika, these are the names. These are the names of people that we mention when these are our heroes, Iranian heroes, right? So let me actually show you this guy. This guy is, so remember the hanging, the way that the Islamic Republic executes people? This guy was hanged in that way. So I uploaded a new video. Can you put that on the screen? Wait. So this is Majid Reza Rahnavard. He was, let me just give you some context. He was fighting the police, the regime people came to his neighborhood and they were harassing the people, and he fought back against them, defending the people, right? So this is him, just a few days after eventually they executed him. So they executed him in the same way that we talked about. So before they were taking him for his execution and everything, he told the people who were arrested, who were taking him, who were moving him around, that he had a wish. He wished the people after his execution for people not to pray for him, not to read the Quran, but to celebrate, to dance, to have joy and everything, right? So. And they thought, the people who had him, they thought, oh my God, this is great. This is going to embarrass him. This is an un-Islamic person. But after they released the video, a lot of people loved him even more, that even until his last moments, he was not afraid to say this thing. Like, he was standing strong. So do you want to play this video? I also have another video.
Yes. Let's play it.
وصیت‌نامه چی نوشتی شما؟
کجا خاکم کنن؟ دوست ندارم گریه کنن سر مزار.
دوست نداری قرآن بخونن، دوست نداری برات نماز بخونن، دیگه
نماز نخونن.
درست.
شادی کنن. آهنگ شاد پخش.
وصیت‌نامه چی نوشتی شما؟
Wow. I don't want he said, I don't want them to read the Quran or to pray. I just want them to celebrate and play music where I'm buried. This is big.
So he was a hero before this, but when he said this, like, people were he became even a bigger hero. People played this everywhere. The part where he said, don't read the Quran for me after you execute me, people play this everywhere and celebrate him. I also have another video.
Seriously, just want to say that those babies, those big giant cry babies in America who go on campuses and they're like, oh, we are protesting. Look, we set up a camp. We are now here protesting, and our demands are shampoo and soap and this food and that food, and we have allergies, so don't bring us this kind of food. We also want condoms. We want lubricants and this and this and that. All of these demands, please meet these demands. These are basic human rights. So, when protesters in America do these kind of things, look at people in Iran who are actually going out there and protesting and giving up their lives.
Right.
For legitimate purposes, by the way.
Show this video. This is very interesting. So do you guys know Kian Pir Falak? Kian Pir Falak was 9 years old, and the regime shot him and killed him. 9-year-old boy.
Like Aisha.
Right? Yeah. But when this was his funeral and burial ceremony at the same time, right? And thousands of people showed up. Like the pictures are insane about how you could see it. Because the people who showed up, they weren't just there for the funeral. They were there in opposition of the regime, who they called murderer of children. Like, they called the regime a child murdering regime, right? So people were there. And what you're hearing right now is the mother of Kian, with the microphone to the crowd. And listen what the mother said. Oh, actually, this one doesn't have the translation. I will just translate for you. This is insane. So she's saying this is the burial of her child, of a 9-year-old son. She's saying, this is in Iran, to the crowd, don't play the Quran for my son. My son hated the Quran. And the crowd cheers. The crowd cheers the mother saying, my son hated the Quran. And this is a crowd of both hijabi people and non-hijabi people. Even the hijabi people were cheering this woman saying, my son hated the Quran. This is in Iran.
Based. Very based.
Yeah. Very, very based.
Yeah.
This whole crowd is
do
based.
You have this?
Very based.
Do you have the song from Toomaj? Because the one that you had English. I have it. No, the other one. The one that you had with the English subtitle with the surah. Surah Mush Bakhar.
I find it on
This
YouTube.
is the song. This is the most famous song by Toomaj. Surah Mush Bakhar means go buy a rat hole. This is a warning to the regime officials. They're saying that your time is over, so go buy a rat hole and hide in it because your time is up. And this is what made Toomaj. He was already famous, but this is what made him really famous after.
When you said "golf," I thought you were going to say something different.
I thought he was about to say something else too.
Yeah, I was getting good.
Well, basically,
he did it twice.
Thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
اگه دیدی درد مردم و ولی چشاتو بستی ظلم به مظلوم رو دیدی و از کنارش رفتی اگه از ترس یا واسه منفعتت خوده کردی تو هم دست ظالم هستی تو هم مجرم هستی اگه
Ooh.
Noise.
If you look the way you are part of, you are also a criminal.
مجرم هستی اگه خودتو به خواب زدی وقتی که خونا رو میریختن گرفتار کسبتی وقتی جون جوونا رو میگیرن اگه وسط بودی و گفتی سیاست چی هست بدون رأی سفید نداریم بی‌طرف نداره این جنگ اگه دست رو چشمات گذاشتی دستات خونیان خائنی اگه تریبون داری و حرفات بو میدن دوری از وطن و دوربینای ما کمسو نیستن یادت باشه کثافت‌های پشت ابر لو میرن
Man,
yeah,
this guy
this is part of the reason the government's worried about him. He's telling people you all gotta stand up against this stuff, or you're complicit with everything they're doing.
Exactly.
This would be considered inciting rebellion, and by their standards, of course, it would be considered spreading corruption in the land and waging war against Allah. Because of course, the Islamic regime is the true representative of what Allah wants. This guy is telling people to stand up against it, and that means he's waging war against Allah. And what does Allah want? Allah wants this guy killed. That's their explanation.
اگه سرپوش گذاشتی رو قتل تو هم قاتلی واسه پوشوندن جنایت باید رو خون راه بری بدون مال کشیدن تو این سیستم کامل نیست ایران انقدر زندان داره که همتون جا بشین
Whoa, man. It's ice cold. It's the message is one thing. The guy also has, like, he really has the flow. I get why he's so popular.
ژورنالیست بازاری مخبر دوزاری هنرمند درباری سوراخ موش بخر مأمور معذور از بالا دستور جلاد مجبور سوراخ موش بخر سوپا به اطمینان منصوب بی اختیار اصلاح طلب حزب با سوراخ موش بخر صادراتی نایی یا کیزی رو کشار جایی بده هرچی دلار داری سوراخ موش بخر چه هنرمندی که
So what he's basically saying is that all of those who are complicit in these oppressions against the people should find a place to hide.
Find a place to hide. Yeah.
Hey, would I be the only one to just totally lose it if he said go find a mouse hole and join FAR 4? I would have lost it.
FAR 4.
خبر از نونبری نداری شاشیدم به اسکار تگ مردمی نباشی پاره میکنم کلافتو که دیگه چرن نبافی چه شهاب دولتی باشی چه اسقر فرهادی چه بازیکن حکومتی و چفی الیسی چه بازیگر صادراتی و
What does he mean by?
Did you see that?
What does he mean by kafia?
So the people who, because putting on the kafia shows like you're with the regime or with Palestine,
you're a government lackey.
People.
A government lackey, athlete, or kafia licker.
But is that
funny? That's funny.
Is the kafia just a reference to is it in the
So
Iranian context a reference to anyone who puts on a kafia to support the government, or is it just like a
Yes, because the Palestine people who wave the flag of Palestine, or people who wear the kafia, the Iranian people hate that because they are basically, for Iranian people, the flag of Palestine doesn't represent like Palestine. The flag of Palestine represents all the excuses the regime has used to oppress them, to focus on exporting the revolution, on focusing on exporting the revolution to other countries rather than focusing to other people. So being pro-Palestine to Iranian people doesn't mean being pro-Palestine, it means being anti-Iranian people. So the kafia and anything Palestinian symbol is, anybody who uses those simple symbols is seen as an enemy, is a signaling that you're against the side of the regime and against the people of Iran. So the kafia itself is Iranian people, anybody who wears the kafia, they see red when they see somebody wearing the kafia. That's why they can't believe. That's why a lot of Iranian people. This is why a lot of Iranian people were shocked to see like white boys and girls in the United States wearing the kafia. They were like, are these people losing their mind? Like they couldn't understand why the symbols that they hated all their lives are now being worn by people in the West.
It is insane. And this was published so July 2021. So this was long before this whole current trend, but addresses this issue already. I didn't expect that part, honestly.
فراری چه بازیکن حکومتی و چفی الیسی چه بازیگر صادراتی و اله هیکسی شما خود فروش پولی نزد مقام فیکسین حیف زالو جیر خورا شما از خلایق نیستین لاشی کارون با آب معدنی که پر نمیشه خوزستان ژتون نمیخواد صاحب کل میزه آزادی گرونه باشه آزاده کشته میده یادتون باشه خون فقط با خون شسته میشه.
Man. Obviously the regime will see this as a danger to their entire existence, because this guy is not just saying things that are controversial. He is also saying them in a very, very very effective way, and in a great way, a musically very good way. This is popular. Yeah. This guy can, through his popularity, actually give people the motivation which they need, which they lack, which they need to stand up and resist the regime. Which is why, of course, it would be their priority to take this guy in and lock him up and threaten him with death and sentence him to death, because that's how they hope to stop his influence.
But what happened, that what Toomaj predicted happened exactly with his arrest. Is like, you cannot win against me. If you arrest me, I will win even more. If you execute me, I will win even more. So what Toomaj predicted, that all of this will happen, and it happened. By arresting him, he became even more popular among Iranians.
Mm-hmm.
تیر بزن از پشت سر بکش تشنه‌ها رو به قتل حق خواه نامسلح افتخار کن بیرون مرز به جنایت بزن رنگ و لعاب رو بگیر از من مژده فردا و تقاص رو ژورنالیست بازاری مخبر دوزاری هنرمند درباری سوراخ موش بخر مأمور معذور از بالا دستور جلاد مجبور سوراخ موش بخر سوپ به اطمینان منصوب بی اختیار اصلاح طلب حزب با سوراخ موش بخر
Wait. Go back. You saw reformist.
Yeah.
You saw that?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they don't want reform. That's what Armin was saying. They don't want reform. They want it toppled.
Exactly. So reformist is a very, very dirty word among many Iranians today, because they think that this is just a way for the regime to survive, by handing out just little pieces of hope to the Iranian people, just so that the regime could live to see another day. So a lot of Iranians, they one of the chants in Iran, when they're protesting, they say, Islah talab usulgara dige tamam majara. Say, reformers and hardliners, your time is up. Like, we see that you guys are the same. The reformers and the hardliners, you're not separate. You act like you're separate, but you're all part of the same game. So reformers are also part of this. Actually, sometimes the reformers are even hated more by Iranian people. Like, they hate them more than the hardliners, because they think the hardliners, at least they're honest. You guys are just, the reformists are the ones that are giving us false hope. You guys are the liars. You guys are two-faced. You don't actually, you act like you care about the people, but you actually make the Islamic republics live even longer. So the reformers are
there is that thing. The hardliners would be the ones who are just running and openly, outright defending this tyrannical regime. But reformers, just by being reformers, they would be helping to reform and thereby lengthen the life of this tyrannical regime. So they're actually worse than the ones who are in charge and who are exerting all the oppression. So that is a very good point.
And somebody in your chat mentioned that you can't reform cancer, which is exactly the line I often use. You can't reform cancer. But go on.
Which is why you can't reform Islam. See?
Hey yo, AP, you might need to do a poll at some point on whether, because we have our collection of terms we use in our community. We might need to do a poll at some point to ask if we should include "find a mouse hole" in our glossary, of terms.
Yeah, this is a very serious thing.
Say,
we
hey,
have to bring the council together.
Hey, find a mouse hole.
Yes.
اینان منصوبه بی اختیار اصلاح طلب حزب با سوراخ موش بخر صادراتی نایی یا کیزی رو کشار جایی بده هرچی دلار داری سوراخ موش بخر منتظر ناجی نباش خبری تو راه نیست نجات دهنده خودت قهرمانی من و تو اگه ما بشی.
This is a very, very important part to me. Don't wait for a savior. No such thing is coming. You're your own savior, your own hero. It's up to you to stand up. Don't wait.
من و تو اگه ما بشیم بیکرانیم ما منجی زمانیم امام زمانیم.
So the hidden imam means
our own hidden imam. Dang.
This is a very, very important message which the Islamic regime tries to uphold. Armin, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So this is exactly against the religious ideology of the regime, against Shia Islam, because everything they tell you is like the day will come, Imam Mahdi will come, the hidden Imam will come, the Imam of time will come, and they will say, don't just be quiet and just accept this regime, accept the ideology. If you have any problems, one day Imam Mahdi will come and will fix everything. And he's saying, don't wait for Imam Mahdi. You are the Imam Mahdi. You be the Imam Mahdi. We're not supposed to wait for anybody to come fix things. We're the ones who are supposed to fix things.
This is amazing. It directly takes the whole the main propaganda point of the Islamic regime and says, F that. We are. You and I, we are the Mahdi. So let's stand up and put an end to this. Change it.
This is completely against the Islamic ideology, like against waiting for, because the humanist viewpoint is that there's nothing out there that is looking after us, fixing things for us. It's up to us to fix this world, not up to any higher power or anything like that. So this is kind of giving into that as well. Yeah.
Beast.
So I have one more video.
This guy. He needs to be saved.
Yeah, guys. Actually, I'm glad you said that. So, people, you are the Mahdi. You are the saviors, and Toomaj needs you right now. Toomaj was there for people when people needed Toomaj, and Toomaj now needs you guys to be there for him. Okay, because this is a man that gave everything for the sake of others, and now he needs your help, and all you have to do is just speak out and just mention his name, whatever social media outlet. Like, there's not much to do. This man has given everything, and all you could do in return is just to be his voice, because he doesn't have a voice right now. He's behind bars, and all you need to do is just go on whatever platform that you have and just mention his name. Just please do that. It's not much asked.
Yeah, guys. So what I don't know, lots of people just have the mindset of it's other people with like big platforms who have to do this. No, if you have a bunch of people with if you have a bunch of people sharing stuff, that definitely helps. So I would encourage everyone to Armin obviously is posting lots of stuff about this, so just follow Armin and Atheist Republic, and whenever you see them post something about this, and he's already got other posts about this, but comment on it, share it all over the place, and also other important I guess people who have big platforms that might be interested in this, but who might not know about it, share it with them. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, you rapper with your big following, how are you not speaking out on behalf of your fellow rapper here who's under a death sentence? Because that's the point. If people going around start trying to get more attention to this, you person who's watching this right now, you can help get more attention.
Is this good, Armin?
Yes. There's two hashtags. One is there's there's free Toomaj and also his name, Toomaj Salehi.
I just want to post one I'm going to post this one, retweet, and everyone do whatever you can. Remember this guy's name, remember Toomaj's name, post the hashtag, post something about the hashtag, spread the word. Everybody is the Mahdi. So do it. Spread the word. It's not too much to ask for his release. Toomaj did a lot for other people. It's not too much for you to go and ask.
That's good.
That's very corny, but yes.
It's pretty bad.
I'm gonna go retweet you right now.
That was the corniest thing.
That's good. It's gonna make people remember it, so that's good. Let me go retweet you.
I want to read super chats, and then I want to soon be done with this.
But before, can we show a video of Toomaj doing his work? Because I want people to see how, like this, he comes from.
Yes.
He's not. Yeah. So that's.
CNC فرز بهش میگن. اینجا قطعه این متریاله، این آلومینیومه، حالا الان آلومینیومه، روی میز ثابت میشه و میز به صورت خطی حرکت میکنه.
Wait a minute. So he works in
that was on his Wikipedia page that you sent me.
Yeah,
he works in a machine
shop.
So
he doesn't make much. So he does metal work. So this is a old video of him just showing how he does his work. He does his metal work and he makes his money. His actually income comes from hand work. Like he's a blue collar worker. Like he actually does work with his hand. And that's why a lot of people are now discovering this now. This is a video that was released many years ago, but is now people are sharing it. Then see, like he's not like a privileged kid somewhere with a lot of money just rapping. He's a worker. He's a person that makes his living from working with his hand and cutting metal.
Wow.
And that's why people love him. Yeah.
ایکس و وای با میز زد با ابزاره. همکارم هم بابامه.
Oh, that's his dad. He says my coworker is my dad. So my coworker is. So they have a business, metalworking business together, father and son.
Hey, it would have been super awesome.
Relatable appearance.
It would have been super awesome if he'd said, so I work here with my dad, and that's where I learned to rhyme, and then his dad just broke into find a mouse hole. What? Find a mouse hole.
برنامه نویسی و اونم پسرم کارهای برنامه نویسی و بیشتر بابام انجام میده.
Imagine wanting to kill this person. Like, what did he do? Like, he didn't attack anybody. Like, he's such a. Wait, can I do one more video? Can I do please one more video?
Yes.
Like, okay.
Let's
so here, do this one.
I see nothing but kindness and goodness here. It's just.
دون آزادی هیچی نیست. ما به دنیا نیامدیم که بخوریم و بخوابیم تا روز مرگ. ما به دنیا اومدیم زندگی کنیم، بخندیم، لذت ببریم از این فرصتی که داریم، از این بازه زمانی 1 سال 100 سال استفاده کنیم، دنیای قشنگی رو بسازیم، با هم دیگه زندگی خوبی رو داشته باشیم، یک کشور خوب داشته باشیم. روزش میرسه که تک تک جانی‌ها محاکمه میشن. اون روز ما به عدالت میرسیم و بعدش به آرامش. و قوی بمونیم، امیدوار باشیم و یادمون باشه ما ساخته شدیم برای مقاومت، برای دوام آوردن، برای ادامه دادن.
Wow. Free this man. This is I don't know, it's the best, the closest to a hero that I have seen in a long time. This man doesn't deserve to be locked up. He doesn't deserve to be executed. I mean, nobody deserves to be executed for simply speaking words and all that. But this man, out of all, I only see kindness. I see goodness, a struggle for good in the middle of this evil, messed up regime. This man shouldn't be locked up, let alone
This
killed.
is a regime that does the worst things to the best people. That's just the summary of what this regime is about. The best people that deserve so much in this world are stuck with the most evil, brutal regime imaginable. It's the greatest injustice. I don't even know how to describe.
Yeah, everyone, please go on X and use the hashtag #FreeToomaj. I tweeted it on my own page here.
I just did too with a link to this live stream.
Yeah, retweet it, make your own tweet, make your own post, use the hashtag #FreeToomaj. Let's spread the word. Don't think that you are small and don't have much of an influence. Just if everyone does this, maybe we can create something, we can do something.
Yeah, guys, the bottom line is the vast majority of people still don't know who this guy is or what's going on. They don't know. And
Yes.
so the more people who find out, some people will find out and not care and not do anything. Some people will find out and join in. So
I earlier saw that Coldplay and Sting called for the release of Toomaj, which is probably the only good thing that Coldplay has ever done, aside from their horrible music. They have actually, like when I heard that song Paradise, it was torture over and over again. But finally, they have done something good.
wait, isn't Coldplay Hear Jerusalem Bells? That's that dude, right? Is that them?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, they're not
like
terrible.
that.
That's a decent song. AP doesn't know what he's talking
I
about.
like
He has horrible taste in music because he's a German Turkish dude. So
I'm just thinking of
all
this-
music has to be Turkish German music.
I'm just
and that's
thinking
like
of the
3 songs.
disgusting song like Paradise. God.
Yeah, I've never heard that. I've only heard one Coldplay song.
Okay. Anyway, Armin Aldan says, any tips on how not to fear social intimidation and threats from Muslims and pro-Islamic folks once you set out to expose Islam? Share your experience. Keep it real. Keep it in those places where it belongs.
Be careful, guys. Not everybody is supposed to pay a heavy price for this. You guys, take care of yourselves before you take care. Not everybody can be a hero, right? And if in order to make this world a better place, some people need to first take care of themselves. So don't just make sure that you know what the risks are, and don't do anything that you might regret unless you know that you are willing to pay a heavy price for it, and you do that willingly and knowingly. But other than that, make sure don't do anything that might cost you in a way that you will regret doing what you're doing. So,
yeah, like Armin said, it's going to depend on the person. It's going to depend on the person. If you're a person, because people are in different areas, right? Like if you're in the United States, you're significantly safer than if you're in Saudi Arabia or something like that and you're criticizing Islam. So you have to take things like that into account. Also, how far are you willing to go? That depends. Are you willing to be martyred for a cause or something like that? Or would you rather rather not. Those both make sense, right? There are situations where people are willing to lay down their lives for something. There are other situations where I would rather continue living my entire life. That makes sense too. In other words, both those approaches make sense to achieve different purposes and stuff. So yeah, you have lots of things, and keep in mind, you can still do awesome, important things, even if you're not putting yourself out there as someone who's going to get a target on his back and so on. So
yeah. Oh, Miss T says AP likes merch music. What I like is actually Deutschland, Deutschland über
alles. AP's favorite song.
Go ahead. Actually, guys, if you think that you could contact me on Twitter. My Twitter is just Armin Navabi, and my PMs are open in case you need me to come to, like, if anybody has a show where that wants me to come and tell you about Iran. I actually feel like this is self-congratulatory, but I actually know a lot about the details of Iranian politics and the activism that happens against the regime. I consider myself very informative, knowledgeable about the issues, even compared to many other experts about Iran. I actually do claim that I know more than most experts about this.
Yes,
I would never have somebody else here.
Just during this live stream, I've learned from Armin. So yeah, guys, and so that's another thing that you can do as far as if you watch someone's shows or live streams or podcasts and so on. You can message that person and say, hey, why don't you get Armin on there to talk about what's going on in Iran? Because like if you told most people, hey, could you comment on what's going on in Iran? The person's gonna be like, I don't know what the heck's going on in Iran. I know there are protests over hijab or something like that. That's about what I know. So you actually tell them, hey, get Armin on with you.
Quiet, man.
Noam2 says, hi Armin, how is the chef arrested for meatballs now?
I think that, yeah, so that's the meatballs. I think you're talking about a cutlet. It's not. Yeah. So I think what you're referring to. So Qasem Soleimani, when he was taken out by the United States, his body looked. The remaining of his body looked like a famous Iranian dish. So a lot of people are now referred to Qasem Soleimani as cutlet. Maybe I should show you what cutlet looks like. So when it came to the anniversary of his death, when the Islamic Republic was celebrating him, a lot of people were make Qasem Soleimani's death day. They celebrate Cutlet Day, and they make cutlet and they eat cutlet. I have the picture of cutlet.
I can get behind that. I'll do that one.
Yeah. So there was this chef in Iran who, like, on his Instagram account, he showed his recipe of cutlet and how he makes it. And the regime came and arrested him for showing he didn't say anything against Qasem Soleimani. Like, he didn't say anything against Qasem Soleimani. He just like, here's my cutlet recipe. Like, here's how I make cutlet. And the regime, they came out and arrested him just for sharing his recipe. I have the picture of the food. This is a famous Persian dish. If you want to show it, the cutlet. Oh yeah, this is cutlet. So that's what Qasem Soleimani looked like when he was his. So that's why people call him cutlet now. And people celebrate cutlet. Yeah. And they also, Iranian people ask Israel to please cook cutlet for us. Like, please make more IRGC officials to cutlet. Like, people, like they ask, like, please Israel, IDF, can you please cook us Iranians more cutlet? Like, we love cutlet. Please cook us cutlet.
That's so big.
Yeah, I'm not going to celebrate. I'm not going to celebrate death, but if I hear anything's got to do with cutlets, I'm happy to cook something up.
Well, I personally, as somebody who likes to eat human flesh, I love this. Yeah, Gigi Ryder said, great collaboration. Toomaj, Mahsa, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Lee Bale said, if Islam is hated, why replace Shah with Ayatollah? Well, that was the past. And there was a lot of efforts against the regime. Yeah, go ahead.
So the Shah, the Pahlavi dynasty was one of the best things that happened to Iran. Again, I myself, I'm not a monarchist, but I also know that I also know facts. I also know data. Okay. The Pahlavi dynasty before the Islamic Revolution was a miracle. Like, it was unbelievable. The amount of progress Iran made in the economy, in healthcare, in education, and also in freedom. People act like the Pahlavi dynasty before the Islamic Republic was a dictatorship. The Shah, Mohammad Reza Shah, was actively trying his best to increase freedom. Like, people call him a dictator, but he gave the woman the right to vote for the first time in Iran. He believed that democracy comes after people are educated. So he was investing very much heavily in education in Iran so that Iran could become a democracy. He was actively moving towards in the direction of more freedoms. The Iran was prospering so fast, incredibly fast, under the Pahlavi dynasty. So
what about
the Ayatollah? Yeah.
So what about lots of the factions that participated in the revolution, including leftist ones and others, for example, had complained and said that they were motivated by because the Savak, the organization, was engaged in oppression and torture and things like that against the people.
The vast majority of them are absolute lies. There's so many investigations. Like, we're seeing documentaries and videos of people who were supposed to have been killed and tortured, and the BBC, like, reporters went there and they saw that person was alive and completely healthy with no scars or anything. Most of them are made up. Some of them were true, and the ones that were true, Mohammad Reza Shah had actually disagreements with Savak, and they were fighting. They weren't like, it wasn't like Savak was always following the orders of the Shah. There was some internal, like, Mohammad Reza Shah himself wanted more democracy and more freedom, and Savak was against them. He was saying the people, the communists. Savak was warning Mohammad Reza Shah about the influence of communists in the politics, and he says, like, we cannot move as fast as you want towards democracy. And there's actually documents. Mohammad Reza Shah was yelling at Savak, like, you want to make a dictator out of me? I'm not a dictator. So this is a complete misrepresentation. So some of the accusation of Savak is like so here's funny. Here's something funny. One of the accusations is that they had bears to torture people. Right, and this is like, there's no sign of that. This is like insane. They also accused Savak. Let me tell you how insane the accusations were. They said that some of the people said that they tied us to ceiling fans, and they would turn on the ceiling fans, and we will be like basically swinging in the room, and they will rape us while we were basically swinging from the ceiling fans. These are actual reported accusations against Savak and their torture methods. They're insane.
Interesting fantasy.
Yes, so a lot of them were just like when they said that the Pahlavis, the previous regime, burned that Cinema Rex, the theater, the Rex Theater, and it was found to be themselves. A lot of the torture accusations were all made up stuff, just like how they made up the numbers of people who died during the revolution, the 1979 revolution, and they just exaggerated some 47 number to all of a sudden thousands of people dying. Also, the accusations of torture, they were all exaggerated.
What if by using bears for torture, they were actually talking about big hairy gay men who were
maybe that's what they're telling. Yeah. But if you go look at the reports, they were all made up. And actually, Mohammad Reza Shah was challenging people. They're like, you're telling, like, when he was back then, he was like, okay, show us the torture, bring people. They actually brought up foreign, like, investigator, and they allowed them to go into the jails to investigate the torture. Mohammad Reza Shah wanted to show to the world that we're not torturing anybody, that they opened the door. And Savak was complaining. They're like, why are you giving to these people? They said, if you bring these international investigators, these prisoners, they will go tell them everything. Like, they will come up and make up stuff, or they think like, oh my God, we have the upper hand. Look how weak the Shah is. But the Shah didn't listen to the Savak, and he allowed all the international investigators to come in. And we have the reports. They were like, yes, the situation for the prisoners were cruel because some of them were asking that they don't have the type of soap that they wanted, that they didn't like the food taste. Like, these were the complaints after after the research that was done, investigation, it
Wait,
wasn't like they were.
that sounds like the protesters at American college campuses.
Yeah, exactly. They were not the widespread torture accusations. They were all made up, and this is after international investigations that Mohammed Reza Shah allowed for it to happen. Anyways, it's all.
Pondering Jew said, "Dawood word be peace and blessings of Allah be upon him." Doesn't like it when the Jews start asking him questions about Jesus. I know for a fact that this guy is just trying to make you angry, David.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Now I'm enraged. Now I'm gonna pull out my Uzi. It's a Mike Winger Uzi.
Wait, can you show that on YouTube?
Says, yes, I even showed him I couldn't find my machete earlier, but I was going to declare war on Allah, but couldn't find it. Uralic Tribe said, I like Filiz Ahmed, a Turkish Macedonian actress who was in Magnificent Century. Ew, who watched that? P.S. Pro-Caliphate radicals protested in Germany. Any comment on it? Well, I wish them good luck, because Germans don't really like the whole idea of a caliphate.
Well, Hitler did.
Well, as
long as it's the German people who convert and not being replaced by like Arabs and so on.
Hitler's idea was that the Arabs are inferior people who will probably not be accustomed to the climate of Europe, but they would come and Islamize the European people, and then the Germans, with their superiority, would become the leaders of Islam and would use this brilliant warlike ideology to fight, unlike the poor, pathetic, weakling religion that is Christianity. That's what Hitler thought. And who can blame him? Who can blame him? Sir Dr. Whitebeard says, here's part of my Jizonia, oh great prophet, peace be with him. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Based on Autistic said, funny how Islamists act so brave by speaking for Islam against Israel, against the West, when they have freedom of speech. This musician doesn't have free speech like we do. That's real bravery. I agree. This guy is a hero. Free Toomaj. Free Toomaj. Again. Nutter said, please accept my jizya, Mr. Prophet. I have left some cooked lamb with it. Just mind the taste. We know what happened to Muhammad when somebody did that to him. He died.
There's a jizz-related joke there that I'm not going to make.
Yeah. AP. Side note: we're going to reenact that entire lamb scene this summer.
Really?
This summer, yeah. So in case you want to be in the video.
That's nice. Of course, I'm going to be in the video. Yugal Gurevich, what's up? Says Quran 5:116 states Jesus and his mother will face trial and judgment day, though sinless. It's protocol, and Islam prophets are sinless.
5:116 isn't really a trial. It's just Allah asks Jesus, "Hey, did you tell your followers to worship you and your mom as two gods in addition to me?" It's supposedly a response to the doctrine of the Trinity. And Jesus says, "What? I never said any of that stuff.
I would never do that."
So the real issue is why Allah is asking. You know what I mean?
You could hear, so the Christians could hear, like, oh, you said Jesus said this, and look, Jesus himself is saying that he didn't say that.
Yeah. Pronote22 gifted 5 memberships. Welcome to all the new members, and thank you, Pronote, for expanding the cult, where I will soon gather everyone and move down to South America to create a compound for our cult, and then I will force everyone to drink Kool-Aid. And yeah, Martyr Mouse said, please accept my cheese, dear prophet. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Martyr Mouse. Raz Cohen, I love seeing the 3 of you together. Very, very nice. We love seeing you, Raz Cohen. And thank you for the shekels, very authentic shekels from Israel directly. This is not a real person. This is actually just a Mossad handler trying to give us the shekels that we deserve. Yeah. Matt Silva said, keep your dog happy, my friend. He's your protection against Gabriel. Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
She. My dog?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
She's a girl.
I have a he dog, and Armin has a she dog.
Yeah.
I have 2 girl dogs, and they're gay. They hump each other all the time. 2 girls that are proud LGBT dogs.
That is the supreme defense against against Jibril.
Yep. Iron Kipper said, saying the goat ate my
everyone in your entire city is safe because Jabril ain't coming anywhere near that.
Saying the goat ate my Quran is the new dog ate my homework. Yep, that's exactly how it goes. And we know what goats sound like.
It's not what they sound like. They sound like this.
No, I'm pretty sure they sound like this.
No. It's like this.
Well, have it your way. Armin, you need to go too.
I'm the goat, yes.
Bardo Oliver,
Hey,
hi
hey,
Armin Jr.
Hey, Armin, I don't know if you noticed, but we have real bits of Quran.
Oh, wow.
We have real Quran bits in the goat's mouth.
Oh, wait a minute. Mine doesn't have Quran.
Is that why they're screaming?
AP's too rough. AP's too rough with his goat, so he like broke its horns, and then the Quran keeps falling out of its mouth and stuff.
That's just Allah cursing the goat for eating the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm giving it some more.
There you go.
Nom,
nom, nom, nom, nom, nom, nom.
I'm happy. Oh.
You know, a lot of women owe that goat, a thank you.
Yes.
A lot of women have not been stoned to death specifically because that goat ate them.
Yes.
And they don't have to breastfeed grown men and so on.
Yes, that's true. That part. That's
one. Yeah, that's actually the sad part. Daniel the Tornado said hip hop started as activism used for the regime. Alhamdulillah. True. Tauren Touch, y'all should watch me when I go live. Who are you? Actually, you have a channel?
That dude, he doesn't like veganism. Let's say that.
Yes, Mr. Bukhari. Do you know Norman Finkelstein, Armin?
It's
of course.
I thought it's Zitzpinkelstein.
No, it's Twinklestein. Actually, I call him
have
Wrinklestein.
Tinklestein. That's actually good.
Wrinklestein.
Tinklestein.
Did you see Yishai Fleischer versus Tinklestein at Piers Morgan? I watched a little bit of it. I might have a look at it because I'm familiar with the Yishai Fleischer. I actually met him when I was in Israel, briefly, very, very briefly, and we exchanged numbers and stuff. Still supposed to talk to him. He's the representative of the Jewish community of Hebron. So interesting stuff. Ijatmas says he would become a martyr.
We don't what I mean, I don't encourage using that language because that's an Islamic term. We have actually had a lot of Iranians had the debate, like some of the people who the regime kills, some people were calling them like martyrs or shaheed, and a lot of Iranians were like, yeah, no, don't call them that. They're not shaheed because that they don't like to use the Islamic vocabulary. A lot of people are very sensitive to it in Iran. They're like, no.
I agree with that.
Well, you need another cool word then.
Oh, they call them Javid Nam. Javid means eternal, Nam means name. So it means the name has, the name is forever. Like they will be known forever. Javid Nam, and it's also a Persian name, sort of like a Persian term, sort of an Arabic term. So Javid Nam means those people whose name will be remembered forever.
Anders Ljungberg said there was also an opinion poll in Iran which was carried out by the regime itself. Yep, Armin mentioned it earlier, I think. Tarantaj said, I don't really know. Mahsi not look so attractive. What's your problem, man?
This is a Hindutva guy.
Sanke said, AP's people dead set on Islamicizing their republic, atheists. Armin Navabi's people trying to not be an Islamic shithole, also atheist. Draw some conclusion. I don't know. Yeah, this is a very good point. I don't even get it at this point, but yes, it's a good point. Real chat on X with an Islamist about the avalanche of apostasy. You are lying. Your source is someone without an education. He has a PhD. Listen to Zakir Naik. He's a doctor. Wait a minute. I thought, David, didn't we just talk about how Zakir Naik is basically dead and nobody is even talking about him anymore?
Yeah, it gets like 2,000 to 3,000 views per video on a channel. On a channel with 4 million subscribers. No one watches
Mosh is
him
telling us here that somebody is still mentioning Zakir Naik.
Really? I get more views on my videos on Atheist
Yes.
Republic, and our
Yes.
channel has 50,000 subscribers.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's what I pointed out. I said, hey, if someone had 10 or 20,000 subscribers and they're getting 2 or 3,000, that's totally fine. When you have 4 million subscribers and some of his videos don't even break 1,000 anymore. It'll be like 700 views and so on. And it's like, okay, guys, no one's paying attention to your hero anymore. Quit bringing him up. No one's interested.
Nobody.
Oh, by the way, guys, Atheist Republic just recently hit 50K, so we're now trying for 100K. So subscribe to Atheist Republic.
Hey, Armin, I'll go and tell you in advance. Your second 50,000 way easier than your first 50,000.
Are you sure? That's great. Amazing.
Yes.
Oh my
Your first 1,000 subscribers is the
insane.
most difficult 1,000. The next 1,000 easy by comparison. And so if you got 50,000, yes, your next 50,000 is significantly easier.
You know what makes it easier? You know what makes it even easier is if you come as a guest on our channel.
Ooh,
David, that would make it a lot
Deal. Set it up.
Yes. Sweet. Awesome.
Bring
Thank you.
David Wood on Atheist Republic.
Hey, Armin. Hey, Armin. Also another thing, just because this happened, it wasn't planned this way. That's the way it turned out. But it was funny. But we went on a Christian channel a little while back, week or two ago or whatever. And so we told people, hey, we're going to be on this channel, The Gospel Truth, which we've got a couple debates coming up on that channel versus some Muslims. So he had us on there to kind of introduce us to people. But then people who normally watch us went over there as well, and they keep bringing up like eyes are the leather strap of the anus and semen stains and all this stuff that people over here are familiar with, but outside of our group, most people still don't know about, like the Muhammad's claim that the eyes are the leather strap. They don't know the stuff that everyone in our chat is familiar with. They're not familiar with it over there, but they kept bringing it up, and this guy's like, what's this? And so we kept having to explain all this stuff. So anyway, point is, it's actually funny having me and AP on to talk about something, because then these things get brought up, and then other people are like, what's all this stuff about? But then we have to explain all this to everybody. So it's actually fun. Actually pretty fun.
Yes.
But yeah, anytime you need anything, we're here.
That's great. Because I'm discussing, one thing I want to do is try to create unity among all people from all beliefs against Islam. So I think that would be a good topic. Yes. Okay, good. So we could talk about that.
Yep. We're all on the same page there. If we are all on the receiving end of a threat to exterminate or subjugate us, we all have that in common. We have common ground against Islam.
We could put our ideological disagreements and have discussions about that later. Right now, we're facing a much more immediate threat.
What the hell is wrong with people, man? Look at this. Pop bass. Ethel Kane, whoever that is, apparently a musician. Get the hell. Addresses Joe Biden's support for the Israeli military and says we need to bring back assassination.
Wow, that's messed up.
What in the hell is... She says... She made a post on Instagram and says, so Biden to send $1 billion in new arms to Israel. She posted this and said, we need to bring back assassination.
She just called for an assassination of the president of the United States.
Holy crap.
My goodness.
And she's an American.
Wow.
Right.
I guess it's vague enough to say, what? I wasn't talking about attacking the president. I was talking about someone else.
That is insane.
This should be directly, normally,
this should be a risk.
Yeah, under a proper president, there would be, I don't know, a certain agency.
No, you don't even need to be. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Like the police should arrest him regardless of what Biden says.
But look at this. Look at the response, though. 150,000 likes, and people are like, "She has always been real." Great.
She's so based.
People are.
Oh yeah, dude, it's messed up. Just as we're live here, I saw it coming out that Robert Spencer. The reason we're not doing This Week in Jihad tonight is because he was supposed to speak at UCLA. He's brought in by a campus group to speak at UCLA on myths about the Palestinian situation and so on. And the university locked the door and wouldn't let them in. So the university locked them out. The same place that's been where they've been screaming. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and having pro-Hamas people there for months now. You cannot show up and actually give a historical analysis of the situation. You get banned. So
I mean,
insanity all over the place, man. Everywhere. It's gone.
This is crazy. No, I don't care what you think about Joe Biden. I think the guy is old as hell. He's a zombie. He should not be the president. He should.
I think he's being abused.
Yeah,
but however,
I can't even get ticked off. I can't even get ticked off at the dude because I would have to blame whoever controls the teleprompter, not him.
Yes, but under no circumstances should you be saying dumb stuff like this and getting away with it. No matter who the president is, even if it's I don't know, my shoe or something, you can't say we need to bring back assassinations and actually call for an assassination. This is a crime. People are messed up, man. And this is all just because of the whole Israel-Gaza thing, that people have become so insane that they will say these things. Wow. Messed up. Anyway, hope she goes to prison. Brian Smoody said, I wonder if there's a correlation between the 10-20 points overall lower than average IQ of those in Muslim countries due to vitamin D deficiency as a result of the women wearing burqa hijab during pregnancy. I wouldn't say that. I would say that that there is very much a cultural aspect to it, to differences in intelligence. I wouldn't say that. I would say this is a very,
because in
very
Iran, a lot of these women that have been forced to wear the hijab throughout their childhood in Iran are now opposing the regime and fighting back.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. But intelligent quotient is very much influenced by cultural factors and education. Sake, foreign analysts believe the only realistic scenario where the regime collapses is the IRGC or at most army taking over. Thoughts? How Islamic is the IRGC?
So the reports show that a lot of people within IRGC are now against the government as well. A lot of them are becoming, changing their minds. And it's not just the people who are against outside of the regime that are against the regime. There's a lot of indications and reports that even within IRGC, there's even people who are not Muslim within IRGC now. So a lot of the people that you see that are part of the military of the Islamic regime, there are leaked information that the government is worried about how so many of them are leaving Islam. And it's not just that they're losing support for the regime, they're leaving Islam as well. There's even reports of atheist mullahs who cannot say that they're atheists, that they have to wear their thing, they wear their the turban and the costume, but they have stopped believing and they're atheists now, and they're secretly telling each other that they're atheists, but they have left Islam. So it's so widespread. A lot of these IRGC people are, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them are still with the regime, but a big portion of them hate the fact that they're being forced to shoot at people, and one of them are refusing to shoot at people. There's a lot of reports of some of them trying to, like when they collect the prisoners, a lot of them open the back door and let the people out back into the streets. So there's a lot of dissent even when it comes to the armed forces, and that has the regime very scared, because that's how the regime topples. If people in the streets, if they are against the regime, well, they don't have guns and tanks. If the people with the guns at some point become anti-regime, that's the day that the regime will fall. So that is something very worrying for the regime as well.
Mm-hmm. PDF file prophet, AP atheist, rosary in hands. Armin Navabi atheist, baby Jesus in the back. By Ezra, what is going on anymore? That's funny.
Well, I mean, I
always have my rosary here with me. So.
But I also have this, so I don't know what that would say.
No.
I also have a Quran.
Oh,
Pro-totalitarian
says, hey, this is funny. Somebody actually made a joke of that. Pro-totalitarian says, great job, all of you. Mostly Dr. David Dizzlewood, and AP is pretty based, I suppose. And please give an analysis of Western society, philosophical and simple. I would say you are doomed. David, what do you think?
Yep. Let's just say I think things are going to get a lot worse before they get better.
Nah, come on. Things are nice. Leonardo said, God bless Armin. I love his bookshelf and Marian art. Unlike AP, an atheist, dark
abyss
background, you be the judge. This reminds me of my
I
favorite
also
Nietzsche quote.
I also
which
have a
is,
gay Quran in the background.
Oh.
I don't know who this offends, but yeah, you guys should get your gay Quran. Whenever I show this on stream, people get really offended.
They show the Quran.
You talk about the Nietzsche quote. You talk about the abyss looks back at you.
Oh yes, yeah, this reminds me of my favorite Nietzsche quote, which is, yes, yes. Wait, how does it go again?
Something about when you look into the abyss, the abyss looks back into you.
Something about make sure that when you
when you're fighting monsters, make sure you don't become a monster yourself. Because if you stare into the abyss long enough, it will stare back at you.
Hey, AP, how did Armin know more about Nietzsche than you?
I just couldn't remember the exact phrase.
German.
I always remember the sentiment.
Well, because this quote from Nietzsche is often quoted in we quote that in Iran a lot, because a lot of people who are fighting against the Islamic Republic, they want to make sure that they don't use methods that will make them evil like the Islamic Republic. So we constantly, the monster here being the Islamic Republic, the people who are fighting back, they constantly have to remind themselves not to become a monster like the Islamic Republic themselves.
Oh, hey, Armin, one follow-up question to the whole situation with Toomaj. Here in America, if we found out that someone was just sentenced to death, he might not actually, the death sentence might not be carried out for like 15 years, right? 15 years, 20 years and stuff. You see that often. You see like someone got executed and then it was something he was sentenced to death for 20 years ago or something like this, but they have the appeals process and so on. So when we find out, when we hear that this guy's been sentenced to death from an American perspective, you're thinking, oh, we got plenty of time to worry about this and get something done and so on, or probably change, a few years down the road. But what's the time frame on carrying out a death sentence for someone like that?
Right. So when you're talking about the U.S., you're talking about a country that has a structure, has a rule of law. There's certain procedures, and there's a method to it, right? But in Iran, this is not you can't compare Iran and the Islamic Republic with the United States, because it's not based on what the law is and what the procedure is. It's based on the need. It's based on what the government needs at any specific time. So, and they also, just like Toomaj said, they laugh at their own laws. They don't have anything to abide by. So that's why, because the executions are based on their political need at that time, it could be any time. It could be tomorrow, like Toomaj could be executed tomorrow, or they could just keep him for a rainy day that they need to distract people's minds or to send a message. Maybe 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 20 years from now, tomorrow, next week, 5 days from now. It's all up in the air. And we have examples for both. So we have people who have been on the death row for years, for decades, and all of a sudden we hear the news that, oh, yeah, they've just been executed. We also have examples from the Islamic Republic for a person that just went through the entire sentence, arresting, accusation, sentencing, and execution in less than 2 weeks, the whole process. It was a kangaroo court. All of it was televised, and there's no appeal, no opportunity to defend yourself. It was insane. And sometimes the executions happens without even the family being notified. Like sometimes the family get notified that somebody was executed along with the rest of us, because they're seeing it in the news. So no last meetings, no get a chance to say goodbye to your family. It's all up in the air. So everybody has a different experience, because there's no systematic method to it. It's just they decide when they could use an execution, and they go by that. And the process of it is also based on need.
That's pretty messed up. So it could happen at any time, or some random time far in the future,
or not at all, because they see the response by the people and they get scared. So sometimes they don't execute because the pushback has been too strong.
Messed
which
up.
is what we're hoping happens with Toomaj. Yeah.
Aeneas Ivan said, please remind the Marxists in the West how the Iranian Islamic Revolution started. Leftists never learn. Islam is not an ally. Yeah, this is an important part that we addressed at the beginning of the stream, which needs to be consumed again. Don't make allies with Islamists.
I don't agree that leftists never learn. We have so many people. Don't give up on people. So many people have changed their opinions. We have so many people who used to be radical leftists and now they're not anymore, right? Susanna herself used to be part of Antifa, and now she despises the radical left more than anything, right? So don't say leftists never learn, because if you have a defeatist attitude, then you wouldn't do active. Like, what's the point of activism? It's to change people's opinions. So don't give up on people.
Yeah, Susanna used to be an activist leftist. Now she's just an extremist atheist. See, this is what happens.
But this does fly in the face of everything you stand for on your defeatist channel, AP, where we're all doomed. It's too late. Just give up and go live in a bunker
There is
somewhere.
no hope. There is no hope. Aisha became a YouTube member. Welcome to the club, Aisha. I hope you are older than 9 years. Jacob J said, I love you. I love you too, Jacob. I love you too. Protolitarian said, I assume whatever the equivalent to Fat Albert is in Islamic standards, we can give to Ali Dawa. He will be overgorged with all that popcorn. Yes. Yes. What's a Fat Albert?
You know what Fat Albert is?
Nope.
Oh, it was a cartoon from like the 70s that we all grew up watching.
Oh,
but
okay.
They probably don't play it anymore because Bill Cosby did the voice of the characters. So
that sounds dramatic. Ligmathigayon says the winning Rahbar Khamenei should realize that without the support of the US, Israel would be unable to fight the Palestinians according to Jewish values. Israel would be forced to fight much more Islamically. The war would have ended on October 8th. I actually disagree. Israel would still be very much precise in their fighting. However, yes, they
wouldn't have the weapons to be precise. This is actually, I actually agree with this. Unite. A lot of people don't understand how many Palestinians' lives has been saved because of United States and their advanced weaponry. Even if Israel wanted to be more careful with the precise weaponry that United States provides, if they didn't have that, more Palestinians would die. So if you care about Palestinians, you should want United States to support Israel.
Maybe. That's a good point. Fox McCloud, David Wood should do a fast alongside the college students so we can see what true fasting looks like and compare the two. Hey, did you know I actually did a hunger strike yesterday?
Yeah. I do multiple hunger strikes per day. I eat a bunch and then I have a hunger strike for like 3 hours, and then I eat, and then I have another hunger strike for like 4 hours.
That must be very difficult.
And then I go to sleep and I hunger strike for like 7 hours.
Well, yesterday
that's why it's called a break fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yesterday I actually went on to declare my hunger strike. It didn't last very long, but I said I'm hereby announcing my hunger strike, which will continue indefinitely until there is a ceasefire or until I feel too hungry. And I did continue until I had to until I was forced to suspend the hunger strike because
you forgot to put due to health concerns and my immune system being compromised. You're immunocompromised.
Of course, we're joking because of the stupidity of people who actually. When I saw this, I just couldn't stop laughing. So with these Princeton Gaza solidarity encampment students who were on a hunger strike in solidarity with the Palestinians, and David and I talked about this on a live stream to say, oh, no way they're actually going through with this, and they posted an update saying Princeton Gaza solidarity encampment update. Due to health concerns of the 13 strikers who fasted for 10 days, the first hunger strike wave ended. Since when do you just end a hunger strike? and do it in waves. And the second wave has begun. In the tradition of rotary hunger strikes, 7 new strikers are indefinitely fasting for a free Palestine. Many people have pointed out that
Indefinitely,
they say in the tradition of rotary hunger strikes, nobody has ever heard of rotary hunger strikes.
Yeah, what the heck
They're
is a
saying
rotary?
in the tradition. What tradition? If you are going on a hunger strike until a certain cause is achieved, then you're supposed to stick with that hunger strike and not say, "Oh, you know what? I'm getting a little bit too hungry. I'm looking a little bit weak. How about I stop and somebody else takes over?" So embarrassing.
You
man.
rotate. You start eating, and somebody picks up not eating for you.
Yeah, there you go. AP, when are you eating today? AP, when are you eating?
I feel kind of hungry. I didn't have lunch, so I'm going to eat in a little bit. But then
Okay.
afterwards, you can take over.
Okay, so I won't eat then. Tell me when you're done eating, and then I'll take over the.
I'll send you a message so we can continue the hunger strike.
You could do this forever. Actually,
Yeah.
technically, you could carry this forever.
The three of us combined right here could have a hunger strike for the rest of our lives as long as we coordinate. Rotary hunger strikes. What a bunch of fun. 7 new strikers in our rotary hunger strike. All right, I'm going to hunger strike from 12 to 3. You hunger strike from 3 to 6. And then Billy will hunger strike from 6 to 9. That way there's always a hunger strike going on. We're making a difference, people. A bunch of morons.
Man, these guys really think they're actually doing something. Yeah. Man.
And guys, I mean, if they were serious, yeah, they're not gonna stop Israel. They could get more attention. I mean, if you're hunger striking and you end up going for like 40 days or something like that, that's when your body starts feeding off itself and so on. It could be 50, 60 days or something like that on nothing but water, to where they have to start tube feeding you and you're passed out unconscious and they have to put you in a hospital and stuff like this. If like news reporters are coming and interviewing you and why are you doing this? It's to free Palestine. You could actually get attention. The problem is none of the kids ever going to get to that point.
Look, I don't want to glorify the IRA, but especially people in the English-speaking world are probably familiar with hunger strikes because of a certain trend, a certain series of hunger strikes that Bobby Sands and other IRA members engaged in, and it was and those guys actually did hunger and fast to their deaths and went on a hunger strike for for 2 months, for 60, 70 days, and starved and died. And then you have these idiots here come along and say, "Oh, we're going on a hunger strike. Oh, you know what? Actually, I feel a little bit weak. How about somebody else take over?" Man, what an embarrassment. Bunch of children. Yabi says,
"Wait, can I just say something about that? These people have a revolution fetish. They want to do a revolution, and for the sake of doing a revolution, just like what happened in Iran in 1979, where the leftists wanted to do a revolution in a country that didn't need a revolution, because they want to be the heroes of their story. They want to act like they want to be Katniss in Hunger Games, right? But without paying any of the price. They look at the people in Gaza. They're like, "Oh my God, I wish I could be that. I wish I could act like I'm having a hard life, but without actually going hungry, without actually having my house destroyed or anything, but could somehow feel like I'm a hero in the story without any of the blood, any of the hardship, any of the hunger. How could I have that?" And this is how you do it. This is how it works. You get all the benefits of feeling like a hero without any of the actual cost of being a hero.
That's basically what they're doing. That's basically what they're suffering from. It's quite sad, to be honest. Quite sad. Yabi said, "Thank you for bringing in Mr. Armin. He is a treasure and shows the actual perspective of the Iranian people, and Westerners need to take note." I always appreciate having Mr. Armin here. Thank you, Mr. Armin, for joining us, and
thank you
and with your contributions. dear Mr. Armin. I hope we have to have you again here. Cult Waraith says, make Iran Persia again. I disagree. This is a misunderstanding here.
Yes. Iran is not Persia. Iran is half Persian. Okay. Iran is much more than Persia. So don't make these the same. Iran, Muhammad Reza Shah changed the name of Iran from Persia to Iran because he recognized that Iran is not Persian. Iran is only half Persian. Iran is also Kurdish. Iran is also Arab. Iran is also Baluch. Iran is also Bakhtiyari. Iran is also Turkish. Iran is many Gilaki. So there's so many different ethnicities in Iran. So don't reduce Iran to just Persian.
Yes, and don't think that Iran is an Islamic thing, because here is something that some people don't understand and don't know very much, and sometimes may confuse. Here we're talking about the Sasanian Empire, and it was actually officially known as Iran Shahr, so Kingdom of the Iranians. Iran is an ancient name that is has nothing to do with Islam. It is. It was not before. This was the last Iranian empire before the early Muslim conquest. So Islam came and finished this off before Islam arrived. It was called Iran. So yeah.
Yes. And also, by the way, I forgot to mention, Iran is also Jewish.
Oh yeah.
Jewish Iranians.
Oh yeah. How do you actually pronounce this, Armin?
Iran Shah. Iran Shah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, Iran is not Islamic. Iran is Iran. And it actually. Explain what your name means, Armin.
Oh, why you did this? So,
let's go ahead.
Iran. Originally, what the word Iran means the land of Aryans, right? And my name, Armin, means the guardian of the Aryan land, the guardian of Iran. Yeah. The guardian. So Armin means the guardian of Iran.
That sounds like some white supremacist stuff right there. Like some dude jumps up and declares, "I am the guardian of the Aryan Brotherhood."
But this is just how the Nazis stole this whole thing, which was much more meaningful before.
So Aryan now is a dirty word because of the Nazis, but back then, so Iran being the land of Aryan, because the people going there were Aryans, so it's kind of like saying that Denmark, the land of Danish, right? Or saying I don't know, France, the land of French. So Iran was just the land, is just named as after the land of Aryans. That's what it means. And Armin means the guardian of that.
Yeah. I just find it funny how Armin gets a little bit nervous whenever I ask him about his name.
Because people might not know the context. It doesn't, it's not evil, because they're not, it's only as evil as
defender, protector of the white nationalists.
It's kind of like right now we don't have an Aryan race because everybody's mixed with everybody else. But back then it's just like calling Scotland like this, the land of Scottish. It was just
Yes. Alec Christian said, "Why do Muslims don't eat pork? Dude, everyone knows cannibalism ain't okay."
Oh, that was a joke.
This is a very, very bad,
very offensive joke.
Very offensive. Please, no longer do such.
And it's also very offensive.
Imagine calling someone pigs.
Yes.
Or saying
also
that this
there's
people
nothing
has been
wrong
transformed into pigs. No, that would never be acceptable.
Can I defend pigs? Pigs are wonderful, beautiful creatures with a beautiful mind, and I don't know why that's an insult.
Pigs are wonderful people. Yeah. Pro-totalitarian says
unless you mean cops.
Yes. So no, cops are beautiful people too. So Iran's motto is sort of MAGA, make Allah great again. As a Christian, seems Islam's reformation is Allah into atheism. Islam is in a transformation. Islam is a transformative ideology. Transformers, yes. Nate says, this girl is my age and this makes me sick. But according to Islam, this is all good and halal. Surah 23, 1, 6, 70, 28, 30. Peace be upon Muhammad. This is very disrespectful, and I agree.
those are passages about a.
Yeah,
I think 23 want to say. Isn't that about a?
Yes.
The captives whom your right hands possess.
Yes. This is disrespectful, and I love it. Hippie Crystal Lover says, I lived in countries with no democracy. I don't find myself in the same luxury as you. You grew up in freedom. You can spit on freedom since you don't know what it is not to have freedom. A quote by Ayan Hirsi Ali. Nice.
It is interesting because that kind of goes along with what Armin was talking about earlier with the people who are, the people over there, they actually understand what's going on, and they can actually teach other people who have no appreciation for it because it's completely normal to them. But that's the same situation with Ayan Hirsi Ali. Like, you guys over here protesting this and that, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you got and that you're complaining about.
Yep. Oh, by the way, also an additional note to the whole pig thing. Aside from being very, very nice and very cute, pigs are also more intelligent than dogs. Do you know that? Pigs are smarter than dogs, and even smarter than a 3-year-old child on average.
There was a commercial back in the 90s. It's actually funny, but it said the commercial started and it showed a rooster, and it goes, the chicken, man's wake-up call for centuries. The cow, one of the gentlest creatures to have ever lived. The pig, contrary to its reputation, one of the most intelligent animals in the world. Let's eat them! Thompson's barbecue sauce. I was like, it came out of nowhere.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's
pretty
awesome. But, talking about pigs' intelligence, I don't think we care about pigs because we should care about pigs because they're intelligent. We care about animals because of their capacity to suffer.
I know,
or
but
the
I'm just
capacity
saying,
to be happy. Yeah.
I know. I'm just adding that as a note, just to point out how fantastic pigs are.
And I'm not a vegan or a vegetarian. Okay, don't let vegans and vegetarians monopolize caring about animals. You could care about animals without being a vegan or a vegetarian.
Yeah, I think pigs should rule the world. Actually, yeah. Sal Willis said, glad to see Armin here. I'm also subscribed to Atheist Republic. Based. Muta says, here's some jizya, spend it wisely on some muta. Come move on over here, baby.
You got a muta channel.
This is actually on Atheist Republic's channel. I'm actually highlighting some super chats here that are on your channel. On Atheist Republic.
Oh, thank you guys.
This is Leah Brewer. You guys are now my favorite threesome. Truly keep up the good work. I know it's not easy. Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Tez, but great work, guys. My heart breaks for the Iranian people. Yeah, this is this live stream. We didn't even point this out, but this live stream is not just on my channel. It's also on Atheist Republic at the same time, and also on Twitter, right? On X.
Yes. Thank you for allowing that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Tezbot says, young Aisha, she married a prophet 48 years her senior. How horrid. Copulating at 9 in Islam is fine, and they wonder why we're all so worried. Yeah, Muhammad was in his 50s and stuff. But of course, it's no big deal.
Yeah, he was in his 50s. She was 9. He died when she was 18, and he had made it a rule in Surah 33 that no one can marry his wives after him. So she was left as a childless widow for the rest of her life.
Yep.
And Muhammad's a mercy to mankind.
Yeah, that's what she deserves because she's a woman. Sure. The true prophet says Ismailis and Alawites believe that the Quran was corrupted by Uthman and Sahaba, bro. So maybe they have the best arguments. Isn't it also a traditional Shia belief in general that the Quran is not that the Quran was originally not in the order that it is today, but that it was corrupted or it was arranged differently, but the Shias just went with it anyway, so not to cause.
Yes, this is something most Shias don't know. The actual true version of the Quran is Ali's version of the Quran. And the one that a lot of Shias don't know this. A lot of Shias think that, yeah, this is a perfect Quran, but actually the actual secret Shia belief is that the true perfect Quran is the copy that Ali had, not the copy that Osman had, but they didn't, obviously these evil Sunnis didn't let Ali's copy to become widespread. But one day when Mehdi comes back, when Imam Zaman comes, he will reveal to you the true copy of the Quran, the perfect one.
Yeah. So the traditional Shia belief is also that the Quran we have today, which was put together by the Caliphate, is not really the perfectly done Quran, but it was corruptly done by
Shias
them.
would not.
Yeah, but the Shia did not want to object because they didn't want to cause another fitna, and all that.
Ali was so kind and so holy and so peace-loving that he didn't complain, even though, here's the thing, the Shias, they hate Abu Bakr, they hate Omar, they hate Osman, and they love Ali, okay? Even though we had the most amount of peace and stability, okay, during Abu Bakr, Omar and Osman, and Ali came to power, and we had civil war among Muslims, and Muslims killing Muslims more than any time. And then Ali dies, and Muawiyah comes to power, and then you have peace and stability again. The worst period was when Ali was in power, and this was the peace-loving guy, apparently. He was the most insane.
Sigurab said, could the Hadith references be a condemnation of false worship, not specifically about worship to Jesus or Ezra, as a more charitable reading? I would not say that, because well, there is the one aspect, which is that the Quran accurately says that that Christians say the Messiah is the Son of God, and the Hadith then further explicitly describes how Allah will ask the Christians what they used to believe, and the Christians will say, we worshipped Jesus, the Son of Allah. So there it is actually correctly identified as the the Christian belief, and then it goes to ask the Jews, and the Jews say, we used to worship Ezra, the Son of Allah. It doesn't make sense. It's like comparing the two to each other. It seems like it's clearly saying that the Jews are worshipping Ezra and considering him the son of God, and you can't find that anywhere in Jewish history.
Yeah, and if you wanted to say that, we're going to be charitable and give it some metaphorical reading or something like, what could that possibly mean? How are the Jews treating Ezra as special in any way? AP, we've told this story multiple times, but when we were talking to Jews over in Israel about this, and it's like, hey, so what if I ask Jews about how why they worship Ezra? This would be funny. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, the Quran says this. That one, they have no clue that the Quran, that Islam says this about them. But two, they have when I bring this up to someone, they're like, yeah, why don't you first start by asking if anyone can tell you any fact about Ezra at all? And he goes, the only thing you'll hear is, yeah, I have a cousin named Ezra, or I have an uncle named Ezra, or something like that. And it was funny because that actually happened when he brought this up. And someone's like, yeah, I got a brother named Ezra.
Yeah, I asked the Israeli YouTuber, the Traveling Cloud, I asked him about the worshipping Ezra, and he's like, I don't know what you mean. I only know one Ezra, and that is my grandpa? I think that's what he said, yes.
Yep.
Exactly what was predicted. The Nino with the Dragon says, Armin or AP, please do a video on the idiot Usama on Insta and Twitter. Armin, I think you will have a lot of content to make based off this clown.
Based. They said based.
Yep, based off this
this
clown.
guy's based.
Usama. And this is by the Nino with the Dragon. Okay. Ayatollah Khamenei. Hey, what's up, Ayatollah? How's it going?
Oh, wow.
Ayatollah Khamenei himself made a super chat here. Nice to see you, Ayatollah. Please, everything we said that was disrespectful about you was just, just joking. We don't mean any of it. We love you. Ayatollah Khamenei says the year is 2099. AP and David Wood life has replaced football as America's pastime after the Great Jihad War of 2052. David Wood has uploaded his brain into a supercomputer, and AP is now a 800-pound super mutant getting carted around on a large golden throne. What the hell are you talking about? Made a $50 super chat for this.
Well, I mean, the most interesting part from Armin's perspective is that this is actually coming from the Ayatollah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What would the Ayatollah be doing in 2099? Is he still alive? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know, but very interesting theory here. Mossad's leather strap says, had a LGBTQ supporter condemn me for supporting Israel, brought up 30,000 dead. I brought up Tel Aviv being 25% LGBTQ. That's 100,000 dead if Palestinians take over. Long story short, I think we got to convert. Alhamdulillah. I hope it works. People are stupid nowadays. Very, very stupid. I already had a conversation with somebody, a discussion, because the discussion was, how can you guys be advocating for those who want to kill you for being gay? And then one of the responses that I got was like, oh, so you're saying they deserve to be massacred altogether because they're Islam, because they're homophobic? Like, what? Who said any of that?
So
who said
no? So the point is that we're good people. We will advocate for the rights of people to live, even if they don't towards us, because they're saying that people with bad views don't deserve to die because they have bad views, which that's what they're saying, which would be correct if Israel was killing civilians for bad views.
Yes,
which is not. That's
Thank you.
Israel is not doing that. Israel is not killing people.
That there is the straw man, because when we point this out, and this guy then says, oh, so because they don't like gay people, they deserve to die. No, nobody ever even suggested that. Nobody even ever said such a thing. That's not the point that is being made. People don't get it. Mossad Leatherstrap had LGBTQ supporters. Huh, you made the same.
You read that one
twice.
Oh, twice.
Read it 10 times.
Sir Dr. Whitemate, Mama was a Drake fan, certified lover boy, now certified PDF file. This is funny that people are now incorporating the Drake and
actually I don't think we should call Muhammad a pedophile, because I think we should call him a child molester, because a child molester is far worse than a pedophile. A pedophile is a condition, and there are people who have that condition who do not act upon it, knowing that it's the wrong thing to do. It's a mental condition that people have not chosen. A child molester is somebody who acts upon it. And in fact, I think Muhammad was not a pedophile, which makes him worse, because he had sexual attraction to adult women as well. But the fact that he had sex with a child while also being able to have sex with adult women makes his action even worse, makes it even more evil, I think. I think Muhammad was worse than a pedophile. Muhammad was a child molester.
But here's the thing. It's actually not mutually exclusive. So, according to the modern understanding of psychology and the condition of pedophilia, for example, a pedophile doesn't have to be exclusively attracted to children or to prepubescents in order to be a pedophile. There are some pedophiles are known as
non-exclusive,
exclusive, and some as non-exclusive.
Okay.
Pedophiles can be attracted to both adults and to minors, and some are only attracted to minors. In both cases, actually, I think most commonly, pedophiles are if they engage in it, they are not exclusively pedophilic. They are attracted to adults and to children. It's very common.
Yeah, there's a so basically everyone's correct here. There have been definitions in the past. There have been definitions in the past where a pedophile was a pedophile if he was exclusively, or at least massively, primarily attracted to children, whereas the DSM-5, and back then I wouldn't even call Muhammad a pedophile, because I was like, no, he was attracted to he was attracted to adult women as well. But so the DSM, so that's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health, mental disorders, and in their discussion of pedophilic disorder now, they they have it as anyone who's any adult who's attracted to children is a pedophile. But then there's a qualifier as far as some people are attracted to young family members, and so you can have the incestuous kind, but then they also they have the qualifier, is it exclusive or non-exclusive type. So you would say that Muhammad was a non-exclusive, had pedophilic disorder, non-exclusive type,
right?
But
you agree with the other part? Yeah.
No, you're correct in terms of a person could be attracted to children and never act on it. So you could and there are people like this. They're attracted to them, but I'm just not going to do it because I believe it would be wrong to have sex with a child. And so they have pedophilic disorder, but they're not child molesters. But so you're correct in that, Armin. However, I see we can all compromise here. We'll call Muhammad both a pedophile and a child molester. Because he's both.
We can come to an agreement.
He's a pedophile who acted on it and therefore a child molester.
Yes. But I just want to, here's the thing, because if you,
yes, child molester would be worse. Child molester would be the worst criticism, because it seems like that's the one you were getting at.
Yeah, but I also want to say that if you tell pedophiles that they are criminals simply for being pedophiles, you're going to put children at risk, because they're not going to come forward with their mental disorder and tell professionals that they have this disorder. And if they don't come forward with it, they're more likely to act on it. So I think that we should separate people who don't act on it and people who do act on it, and also congratulate people who have this disorder and don't act on it, to encourage them to come and seek help.
Yeah,
I will encourage them not to act on it, but I'm not going to praise them for having.
We're not going to. We're going to praise them for coming and seeking help, trying to make sure that they don't.
Yes, I think you should. Yes, I think people should be encouraged to.
Hey, I congratulate you for being a pedophile. No, you're supposed to say it.
Yeah, that's what you said, Armin. You said we should congratulate them for. It's like, wait,
no, he did say for coming forward.
He did say forward. Yeah.
Apostate Joe Smith said, "No words. I've been deeply moved tonight. Thank you. Spirit of Nikah, free Toomaj. Hide in a mouse hole. This is all very, very good. And don't forget to tweet about Toomaj. Tweet with the hashtag free Toomaj. It's not too much to ask." A pusillanimous leather grape on Zabiba machine of the cow said, "Maybe pondering Jew is a Muslim pretending to be a Jew to try to make David hate Jews." Well, if you're going to go there, maybe the Jews are trying to make everyone dislike Jews in order to prove the point that disliking Jews, whatever, I don't care. Gotop said, this came unexpected. Gotop said,
I knew it was happening as soon as I pointed out that your goat's already all broken up, and I said AP's too rough with his goat. And I was like, Goat Hub's going to comment on that.
Goat Hub said AP is too rough with his goat. We like the sound of that. Goat Hub is the best, man. Best advertisement here. Obey said, a colleague of mine is from Iran. He is immensely distraught. His Persian heritage is hidden in an Islamic ideology. He moved here when he was an adult. Huh. Do people feel like that generally, Armin? Do people feel like their Iranian identity is kind of getting mixed up and hijacked by the Islamic identity, and they feel sad or something about that?
Yeah, so a lot of Iranian people hate the fact that the world knows them because of the Islamic Republic's ideology and the things that the Islamic Republic does. But I think we have made, like, ever since the Mahsa revolution, I think the world has become a lot more aware of the divide between the Iranian people and the regime. So, and they are, a lot of Iranian people are happy. This is why a lot of Iranians wave around the Israeli flag, because it's not just because they support Israel, but it's also because it's one of the most clear indications of how different they are from the regime. You cannot get more clear about how far we are from the regime than waving an Israeli flag.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
demonstrate that.
Super English says, here in the UK, we are pushed that Iran is a Muslim country and partners with Russia. Tell people about the real Iran. What name should I use? Terms I should use? Free Toomaj. Great stream, by the way, lads. Thank you. Armin, what do you think about that?
So I mean, I will repeat this. Just show them videos of Iranians, waving Israeli flags, not stepping on Israeli flags. Show the protests. Show another powerful vision. Show all the videos of Iranian women burning their hijab. That is a clear indication. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Show them. How about this? Show them this stream. Send them this stream.
Yes.
By the way, it is important to come up with ways for people to make the distinction, because when we think of Iran, thinking of Iran, we think like along the same lines of like North Korea in terms of just an evil, dangerous place. Right. But you're talking about the government. We're talking about the government, but most people aren't making the distinction. It's just, and then when we see, we've seen videos of the rallies with like tens of thousands of people screaming "Death to America, death to Israel," and so there's lots of people who just think that that's how Iran is, when turns out most of the people there aren't like that and hate it.
Most Iranians are very aggressively pro-Western, pro-American, pro-Western. Pro-liberalism, pro-secularism, pro-freedom, very aggressively. I would say more than most people in the world, not just like people compare them to other people in the Middle East. I would say Iranians are more pro-secular and liberal values than most people on the planet, not even just the Middle East.
Beast. Super English clarified and said, yes, David, that's what I mean. Yep. I wanted to say, David, speak for yourself, because that's not how I see Iran. But then I realized, wait a minute, that's how Western people see Iran. So, Gypsy Lil, is Armin a political science grad? Just curious. Thanks to all you men for the great talks and information. Thank you. And also thank you for pointing out that we are all men and there is no woman here. Very, very obviously. Armin?
My degree in university is in finance.
Oh,
yeah.
They're giving you an important compliment there, saying you really seem to understand what's going on.
Well, thank you.
in the realm of politics.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Yosef, I would say many Iranians had gotten a mandatory political science degree by just living.
That's a good point. That is a good point. I'm pretty sure leather strap of the anus is also a misquote from Hebrew Madras Rabbah Genesis 18. I'm sure David will look that up and see what that is about.
No, that's not even the Bible. That's Midrash, I think. So yeah, that's
yeah.
So I don't know what they'd be talking about as far as something mistranslated. It'd be funny if it's actually connected to something there, or a mistranslation of something. We'd have to see more on that though, because we don't know what we're talking about on that issue.
Yeah. George Gagnon said, I see in your bio on YouTube you are an ex-Muslim. So have you let God's beloved and only begotten Son, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ of Nazareth?
Oh, me no. I'm an atheist. I'm a proud anti-religion atheist activist.
What?
I'm still a heathen.
Wait a minute, I didn't know this. Wait a minute. Well, now I have to do this.
Yeah, AP only does shows with Christians.
Yeah,
with Christians.
Yeah.
Yes, but I do like talking to a lot of people with different opinions than me. So
so I can tell them they're all dumb. So I could tell them they're all dumb, and I'm the only smart.
Yes, if you want to come and convince me, I would be open to that discussion. But anyway, but here's another thing. I would say, like I told David, I do like philosophical debates with Christians and people of other religions, but I think right now we're dealing with such a major threat to democracy, to the world order that we're having, coming from two much more immediate threats, that these philosophical discussions, as fun as they are, I think they take are less important than the threat that radical leftism or wokeism and Islam. I think these are the two main enemies that we need to work with each other, or else we're not going to have a society for us to be able to have philosophical discussions on whether God is real or God is not real.
Further and say they're not just less important; they are entirely unimportant right now.
I wouldn't. Well, I mean, they're fun.
Yeah, they are fun to everyone except AP.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Hey, it was funny. This was years ago, but an atheist posted. I don't remember where, if it was on YouTube or on Twitter or what. But an atheist posted, "Hey, why do we give David Wood a free pass? Is it just because he's blasting away at Islam? But his beliefs are stupid too. Why aren't we going after him?" And then another atheist responded and said, "Let King Kong take care of Godzilla, then we'll worry about King Kong." And I was like, oh, that's a good point. And I go, wait, am I King Kong in that analogy, or is Christianity King Kong? Right? Because Godzilla was clearly Islam, but the question was about me. And he said, let King Kong take on Godzilla. So does this guy actually think of me as King Kong taking on Godzilla, or is Christianity King Kong in his comparison? But I didn't know. I didn't ask. So.
Both. George Gagnon said, "My dear brothers in Christ, I am a Franciscan friar of the Catholic Church. Are you Christians or are you atheists? I'm baffled. It says in your bio ex-Muslim."
Yeah,
this is not very. That's even if Christianity is true, this is not good advocacy. You could do better in.
Yeah. So George, just to clarify, George, there are 3 people on your screen right now. 2, the weirdo with the blue hair and the guy with the pink background. Those are atheists. And then the super based guy in front of his awesome homemade bookshelf. That's a Christian. Draw your own conclusions. And the guy with the rosary in his mouth, that's an atheist. The blue-haired atheist with the rosary. Yes. So just now you know.
Wait, so Christians are against color. So Christianity is against bright colors. You guys hate colors. I thought you were a fan of rainbows and stuff.
No, I'm just telling him who's who, and so I'm looking. How can I? I could have said the best looking one, and that would have been you. But I don't want to do that. So I just said the one with the pink background.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody said, "Why are you yelling?" I'm not yelling. George is yelling, obviously.
Yeah, it's all caps.
Yeah, no cap. Shio says, "How common is polygamy in Iran? I've heard that the regime is trying to encourage it, but most Iranians find it distasteful, like most Westerners." I don't know anything about this, Armin. Is there actually a polygamy practice?
It would be smart. It would be smart, because who would be the people who would engage in polygamy? It would be more the hardliners. And if you're the government, that's who you would want to be producing more children. I don't know if that's happening at all, but I could see why.
Yeah.
The regime
Well,
would encourage
Islamic polygamy is very unfair because men could marry multiple wives and women cannot marry multiple husbands. So obviously people would be against that. Like, this is a completely one-sided deal, which is, in favor of men.
Yeah.
So that's why people are against. People find it distasteful because it's from a religious patriarchal structure that treats women like they're second-class citizen. That's why people find it distasteful, as they should.
Yeah. Muslim brothers, they say they would die for their brothers, would take a bullet for their brothers, but will not share their sisters or wives with their brothers. That's what Ali Dawa said. Asal NN says, "Armin June, happy to see you. The best threesome, Armin friend, but so much opposed to his view on Pahlavi. Love y'all. Israel Chai. Peace." But I'm so confused. This is in Turkish currency, but then it's like, I don't know.
There are a lot of Iranians in Turkey. So, yeah. So, by the way, I want to, now that you're mentioning Israel will live, I want to mention that during the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran was a refuge for Jews living Iraq, right? So Iran, like in Iraq, it was not a safe place for Jews, and people were harassing and attacking Jews, and the Pahlavi dynasty opened its borders to provide support to Jewish people. During the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran and Israel had a good relationship, and Iran was a safe place for Jews. So just remember that.
Yeah.
Someone called us Mr. Blue, Mr. Pink, and Mr. White. That's fun. That's Reservoir Dogs.
Nice.
Oh, by the way, another thing about Pahlavi I mentioned, okay? Way before any of you knew about this concept of leftism and Islam uniting against society, against order, against liberalism, against freedom, right? 40 years ago, a man coined this unity, and he called it the irtijā surkh o siyah, which means the unity and the backwardness of the black and red. So this was more than 40 years ago. Mohammad Reza Shah warned the Iranian people of what happens when these two groups unite with each other, and people didn't listen to it because there was three forces in Iran: the white, the black, and the red. The white was the Pahlavi dynasty because he was doing reforms, which was the white revolution, giving freedom to women, getting the right to vote to women, and education to women, the right to education, and many other new reforms that made the country a lot of better place. And because of the white revolution, the Pahlavi dynasty was white. The red were the leftists, the communists, and the black were the mullahs. And he said he warned about the Iranian people. He warned the Iranian people of the unity between the black and the red. So this what you guys are dealing with today. The Mohammad Reza Pahlavi warned Iranian about this more than 40 years ago, and he knew what would happen, and people didn't listen to him.
Beast. Jay said everybody like. Wait a minute. Dave Ray Rodriguez said, David, I just saw a couple of your videos with Nabil Qureshi. His book Seeking Allah, Finding Jesus is a Powerful One. What are your must-read books?
I'm not sure. Like, it's kind of topical and interest-based for me. Like, if you want to say, hey, what books do I need to? It kind of be like what are you interested in? Because the list would be kind of different. Like, if you were talking about Islam, I would say, okay, yeah, Nabil's book, Answering Islam by Norm Geisler and Abdul Salib and so on. If you were talking about general apologetics, it'd be kind of a different list. If you're talking about like donkey-brained atheists and their horrible defenses of atheism, then, you know, Armin's got a book right there, Why There Is No God. So if you're looking, yeah, if you're in a joking mood and you want like something really, really funny, you can read Armin's book on Why There Is No God. So yeah, it depends. Probably as far as like, you know, just like books you might read, probably my favorite book of all time would be Till We Have Faces by C.S. Lewis, which is interesting because it's one of his much lesser known books, but it was a fiction. It's kind of, I have zero clue why no one has made a movie out of it. It would be like Lord of the Rings.
Probably because
quality movie. Awesome. Not boring at all. No, there isn't a boring second in that book. It's crazy. That's why I have it. It's the book. The book, it's people who worship pagan gods and so on. So I think like the Christian audience never jumped onto it because it's written in a pagan society and so on. So it's not like his ordinary apologetics books and so on. So I think it was never as popular in the Christian community. And so I just think it was never, I think that's why. But as far as like awesome stories, man, what an awesome book.
Nobody's going to buy it. So there's only one book that you need in your life. Enough said.
Or in English.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Jay says everybody's like Free Palestine, but I'm stuck in the year 1996. The hit film Biodome is out, and I'm Pauly Shore singing "Free Mahi Mahi, Free Mahi."
We actually agree. I mean, we do all. I hope I agree with the chant "Free Palestine." Right, but Free Palestine from what? Free Palestine from Islam, Free Palestine from Hamas, Free Palestine from radicalism. Like, and the best way to support, like, I mean, I'm not anti-Palestine. I'm pro-Palestine, but the best way to support Palestine is to support Israel's war on Hamas.
Well, I think as long as it depends on what you mean by Palestine. I think after October 7th, especially for the future. Speaking strictly for the future, there is no other hope for a Palestine other than as part of the one stable and promising and good state that already exists in the region, which is Israel, which, by the way, also was synonymous with Palestine before 1948. Between 1920 and 1948, when you said Palestine or Palestinians, what you meant was the Zionists, the The Palestinian people, the Palestinian movement was the Zionist Israeli movement. The Palestinian music was Israeli music. Palestinian football team was the Israeli team. After Israel was declared in 1948, it became a separated thing where Palestinian was left meaningless and later hijacked by the Arab population.
What is David laughing at?
And I don't know what he's laughing at, but I would say that in the future there should be no more no hope for anything like a two-state solution where the Arab side has actually a separate state. It should be all part of Israel.
I would think. I mean, I don't have any hope for the current generation, but I think, I mean, a one-state solution would have worked. That would be the end of Israel if there was a one-state solution.
Well,
so yeah.
It would be healthy for specific Palestinian elements to probably relocate themselves to different parts of the Middle East in order to provide for
that
a
will
peaceful
not happen.
society.
That's millions of people. That will not happen.
I know I'm not saying everyone. I'm just saying certain elements, because if you are going to commit to coexisting in a certain place,
it will not happen in a number. It will not happen in a number that will make that to give that result.
I know. I get that. I get that. But here's the thing: you can either commit to becoming a peaceful, disarmed region without becoming a sovereign state and further threatening the existence and the peace of the Israeli people and the region, or you can leave the place and become part of something else, or maybe.
But those are the things. Yeah, but those are value. Those are
something like Egypt taking over Gaza once again and becoming part of Egypt, for example.
Egypt is not going to do that. Saudi Arabia is not going to do that. They would not.
Well, there are different solutions that can be taken after if they don't want to do that. Yeah.
I think their only hope is to work on the next generation. This generation is
there's no hope for the next generation.
No, I'm talking about the generation that hasn't even been born yet. I think the only solution, because everybody that has been born is just so radicalized that I don't see any way out, right? With the so many the population. I think that the only way you could do that is to phase one. This is a long-term path. Phase one, completely take control militarily the entire area, make sure that Hamas cannot control that area. Two, invest, get Saudi Arabia and Egypt and other places to invest, but with your own military presence, and invest in the education, invest in building the infrastructure, making sure that you have complete control over the education there, so it cannot be used over to radicalize. Make sure that the education system includes teachings against anti-Semitism, teaching, and then work on build the economy so much and develop it to the point that people have hope for this world rather than the next life, but also completely make sure that the propaganda of Hamas is not going to corrupt the minds of the next generation. And then after that, then maybe,
It's not just Hamas. It's also, I mean, you have the West Bank, for example, where supposedly the Fatah, the Palestinian Authority under Fatah, is supposedly ruling without the influence.
All of them.
But they
all
are.
of them.
They're just as bad as
just
Hamas.
Make sure. I know, they're even worse. Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying that you have to expose the next generation to alternative ideas. You have to basically break that bubble. You have to move in and completely pop that bubble, and also make sure that your ideology is within the education system and work on the generation that have.
Why would Israel bother even putting up with that? Because it didn't work.
Because there's no other way. Because the one-state solution would be the end of Israel. Okay, you cannot move millions of people. Egypt and Saudi Arabia are not going to control Gaza. This is going to be for survival of Israel. This is going to be the only thing left, the only solution left.
Well, I mean, one thing that can be done is to say, okay, we have dismantled everything in Gaza. We are now leaving, and we will put this big trench and a much bigger wall and a much more secure blockade in place. We don't care what anyone says, and we will leave it as it is. Manage this by yourselves, or Egypt jump in and
You,
do
well, you
this.
cannot do that. You can do that with
Until-
Gaza. You cannot do that. Then you're going to make sure that you radicalize West Bank even more, and you cannot do that same wall with West Bank because the settlers of Israel want to be all over that area. So you're not going to be able to do that with the West Bank.
That's why settlements should be expanded further to continue and turn it all into Israel.
Well, the people will still be there in the West Bank, even if you expand the settlements further. There's millions of people there.
I know, but there are different solutions to that which we can address in a full-fledged discussion.
This is no. If you're looking for a military solution, there's no military. This is an ideological war. You have to win this fight ideologically. This is not a military. There's no. This is partly military, but there's no military fix to this. This is if you think.
I know.
If you think that this is all going to. Yeah,
it has to be a distribution demographically seen, not militarily force or militarily destroy a certain part or authority of the population. It has to be a distribution, has to be very, very well organized, where the demographics of this region, including the West Bank, have to be distributed in such a way that this whole idea of being an independent West Bank and from there then starting another Palestinian revolution has to be entirely destroyed and dismantled. There is no such hope. There is no such future. Any such future is just going to be a danger to the existence of the Israeli people in the long term.
You need to provide hope. You need to provide,
There's
if
no
you
hope.
want to defeat Islam, but you have to show a way out. If you want
There's
to
no way
completely
out.
crush, but you have,
Welcome
but
to
you
the
have
defeatist
show-
AP. The defeatist AP show.
Listen, if
We all gonna
if you-
die!
Radical Islam grows out of you trying to military. Like if you just only use force, that's what they want. That's what Islam grows on, right? If by only using the way you defeat Islam is to bring the minds of people from the afterlife to this life by providing a better version of this life. If you ruin people's, dunya, then they will focus on the akhirat, and that's how radicalism grows. You have to provide a better dunya.
You have to be really, really harsh in how you do that, though. Within Israel, for example, the Israeli Arab population is very, very detached from Islamic sentiments. They're not very, very religious. They don't have these general Islamist attitudes. They don't hate Jews. In fact, most Israeli Arabs actually like Jews. But this happened as a result of 2 decades of separation and proper re-education and final integration into the society. They actually turned Israeli Arabs into an integrated proper part of society that doesn't have a problem with Jews. But you can't,
because they have a life to live for. Because they have something to
but
live for.
It's not as easy to do with a people like the West Bank that actually have their own authority and that are hoping for independence and being encouraged by Muslims around the world. You have to get rid of the Islamic teachings. You have to control what they watch and what they listen to, what they read, what they do, and all of this just will
not
require
control. You just need to provide an alternative. And right now, the alternative doesn't have a chance to hearing because they're completely bombarded by propaganda. They're being used by other Muslims all around the world because they benefit from the Palestinian suffering, right? So here's the thing: the people who are waving around Palestinian flags, they are the greatest enemies of Palestinians. They're using Palestinian blood to spread their agenda in their own benefit. So I think I think we should actually be Palestine supporters by being Israeli supporters. I think that there is a way to show to the younger generation of Palestinians that they're being used by people that don't care about them, that their death is being used, that their blood is being used, that their suffering is being used by other people that have agendas other than saving Palestinians. They don't want to save Palestinians.
Here's the issue. It's very easy for us to say these things, but Israelis, meanwhile, including the Israeli government, are just regular people who are going on with their lives. They will not have the means to sit down and actually do a thorough program in reprogramming and rechanging and re-educating the people who are in the West Bank. They would have to put a major focus on changing the minds of people. It's just not feasible. It's not possible. And I don't know. We can discuss and talk about this forever. We should
It's
have
not. It's more feasible than any other solution.
That's what you say. We'll think about this. Well, let's discuss this in a different live stream. Paulo Longuero said, can you guys go over why the Iranian people dislike the Palestinians? I think we pretty much went over that already. Drunkenality Duels says, Inch Dawkins, my atheist brothers, use my logic at the gathering deck. Prophet Sam Harris is here to spread the truth of atheism. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nicholas Wheeler, even if everything goes wrong in Iran, there is still an infinite number of universes, one of which is a paradise. This is true. I just went to one of the universes yesterday. Grays174, thoughts on Uzair being Enoch? That's too much of a discussion here, man.
Still wouldn't make sense.
Wouldn't make any sense, you would say. Okay. Mercy Chanter says, made a super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Which is a 5 and a 3. No, it says number 1 fan. I believe you. Yosef Israeli Midrash Rabbi Genesis 17:6. It is about the beauty of a rearend, and it seems that Islam did not understand the connection of the letter samach to the matter, confused it for an eye. I wouldn't look too far. I wouldn't overthink it. I think it's just Muhammad's way of describing something, saying when you go to sleep, you will fart. So, and just like a bottle of water or a drink of water needs a leather strap to tighten it so that it doesn't leak. When you go to sleep, the eyes, which are the leather strap of the anus, loosen, which is why it releases farts, which is why when you go to sleep and you wake up later, you need to wash yourself and do the ablution, the wudu once again. These are very, very important, very sophisticated, very brilliant Islamic topics.
That's how you know he's a prophet.
Yes. Yesenia Brown said, as a Jew, I believe in a future for Palestinians. However, if we become one state, it is a huge risk due to them being majority. We fled because of this. Yeah, I agree that with the current demographics, it would be suicide. It would be suicide to integrate, to annex
the end of Israel.
To annex and integrate the Palestinian population of Gaza and West Bank. It would be suicide. Which is why a different solution.
We have 22 Arab countries, 1 Jewish one. If you do that, we will have now 23 Arab countries and no Jewish countries.
Yeah, it would be suicide. Paolo Longaro, Islam has to be reformed, and that will never happen, unfortunately. Nope, we have to stay away from Islam.
Islam should not be reformed. Islam should be eradicated.
Yes. Destiny P said, in the wise words of Musab, you don't even qualify to be a mother.
You don't even qualify to be a mother.
Those were his words to Abby Martin. Ice Boy says, I need an opinion on Bukhari 476, as the English seems to add puberty to the text. Arabic doesn't say that.
I've got a video on that. Let me see if that's on the X17 Polemics channel, but I'll share it. I'll share it in the chat if that is up there. But yeah, that it does not. It's a complete mistranslation. Aisha's saying basically, and any Arab anyone who speaks Arabic and is reading it says, no, it's the age at which I could remember things. No, so it's not from the age I reached puberty. It's from the age I could remember things. So that would be like 4 or 5.
Yes. That's what it is about. It doesn't say puberty anywhere. That's a corruption of the text. Gigi Ryder said, I tell leftists, you don't even know where you live. You live in Dar al-Harb, land of war, until you are conquered, then Dar al-Islam. Beautifully spoken. The plant lady,
by the way, only the radical ones. There's 3 types of leftists: liberal leftists, woke leftists, and Marxist leftists. These are the Marxist leftists, and the woke leftists are the problematic ones. The liberal leftists are okay.
Wait a minute. What is this?
Well, leftists.
Mugiwara says, AP, did you check what Mossab said X1 again? Well, now, what did he say now? What did he say now? Is he causing chaos now? I don't know. I haven't checked. I don't know.
Hey guys, I just shared a link in the chat. That link in the chat is to a video about Sahih al-Bukhari and the total mistranslation. And I'm sitting there with Al-Fadi, who is an Arab. So
yes,
he's explaining things.
do that. The plant lady, unfortunately, is a Christian, or you have to just put up.
Yeah, can't trust him.
The plant lady said, AP and David, thanks for existing. My favorite kuffars. Question to Armin. Do you know about the Mandaean in Ahvaz, Iran? How do Iranians feel about them?
The Mandaean? No, I actually don't know. Do you know what the Persian version of what you're saying is?
Well, it is a minority group that is still around there, but I don't know how you.
Ahvaz is mostly Arab. So I don't know about the Mandaean. Hold on.
Are they still in Iran? There are 2,500 of them in Iran. That's funny.
The Mandaean Council of Ahvaz is the main organization of the Mandaean religion and the primary authority of the Mandaean ethnic
They might refer
community
to
in
them as
Ahvaz.
Sabians.
Okay, no, I don't. Most people don't know about this. Ahvaz is a city in Khuzestan, and that's like a place where we know as a place in Iran has more of a Arab population than the rest of. Most Iran is not Arabic, but Khuzestan, part of Iran, like with Ahvaz as its capital, has more Arabs relative to the rest of Iran. So that's what Ahvaz is known for, but not that. That is not very well known.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Mandaean. Mandaeana, yeah.
Interesting.
It's a very small group.
Yes, it seems like it's very small. Well, thank you for introducing this to me. I will look it up.
A very interesting people, very odd. I think they try to actually not attract very much attention, honestly. So
well, they have been very successful.
maybe we're doing a disservice here. I don't know.
Look at this! Like their population, their total population is 70,000 to 60,000 to 70,000. Oh yeah, that was the version.
Mandaeans.
So that's
yeah. This is their story is basically so they have Gnostic ideas, but they believe in Abrahamic religion and tradition, have Gnostic ideas.
Wow.
They believe in John the Baptist and different people. And at some point when the Muslims encountered them, apparently they didn't know what to do with these people. They were like, who the hell are you? And and they said, look at this, we have a book. We have a book just like it says in
that's
Quran,
it.
book.
Like when Muslims don't want to kill people, they like, do you happen to have a book? You know, that's what happened when they came and invaded Iran. They were like, okay, there's too many of you. We can't kill all of you. We don't want to call you idol worshippers because then we have to kill all of you. So you guys happen to have a book, so we could call you the people of the book, so we don't have to kill all of you. And they were like, yeah, we do have a book. Here's the Zoroastrian book. They're like, okay, you guys just got saved because you happen to have a book. But then they went to India, and I mean, they killed a lot of Iranians, to be fair, but they didn't have to kill everybody. But then they reached India. They're like, okay, you guys are definitely idol worshippers. There's no saving you. You're no Ahlul Kitab. You're not people of the book. And yeah, you have to die. So that's why they killed so many more Indians than they killed Persians, because they were like, you literally have an idol. You're like the people of the Quraysh.
It says Mandaeans have been forcibly converted to Islam, making them apostates from Islam if they revert to their religion, thereby risking being murdered. This is probably just Islamophobic propaganda. Muslims would never do something like that. However, so historically there was a point where they tried to identify as a people of the book and were then called by some people the Sabians, the Sabians, identified in the Quran, which doesn't really make much sense, but that's how they were kind of identified. It's a very interesting little group, but they have this habit of sticking to themselves and not expanding, not talking, not sharing their beliefs very much with others. They're like, hey, we're good, just get away. And they care a lot about baptism and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting group. Anyway, Yosef Israeli said Rabbi Ur Sharki of the Brit Olam Institute wrote a letter to all Muslims and met with leaders on ways to reform Islam. Good luck, you can't reform Islam, it's dead. Abu Ahruf said, Armin, please read The Caliph and the Heretic by Sean Anthony. I would recommend Sean Anthony as well. It is an explosive exposition of even scandalous about the origin of Shia Islam. It is pre-sectarian narrative. It can help you to open remaining Shia's eyes in Iran. Alhamdulillah. All right. Thank you everyone for watching. Armin, thank you so much for joining today. It was very, very good, very precious, very educational. I would always say free Toomaj. Go on Twitter and share the hashtag and make something about it. Let's voice our demand to set the guy free. Anything else you want to say, Armin?
Just guys, I know we have don't let our disagreements that we might have distract us from fighting evil, right? There's we all three of us have different opinions about many different things, and sometimes when you hear other people's disagreements, you give up on working with them. We shouldn't make working with each other and friendship agreements shouldn't be a condition for that. Agreements shouldn't be a condition for friendship. Agreements shouldn't be a condition for working with each other. There's so many things that are right now a threat to our way of life, to our future, to the future of our children. And don't let learning about other people's views, minor disagreements that we might have about our philosophy or about the way that we look at the world, stop us from facing this evil that we're all facing, right? So just keep that in mind. And I think if you recognize what is the immediate danger, then that's good enough. That's good enough. We could deal about other things later. So, and again, thank you everybody for being part of this. There are a lot of Iranian people right now that need your attention, and again, also a lot of people around the world that need the Iranian people's experience and education. So I think there's a bridge to be made here. And also, if you're Israeli, there's also a very important bridge to be made here. A lot of people I know watch the show from Israel, and I think that Iranian people and Israeli people are benefit both if we cooperate with each other. More Iranian people are discovering people in Israel and communicating with them and working with them, and more people in Israel are discovering people in Iran. And our channel, Atheist Republic, is doing a good job in building this bridge between Israeli people and Iranian people. So again, this will be good for both Israel and Iran. So if you're Israeli, try to find ways to communicate and get in touch with Iranian people, and also vice versa, because Iranian people are very, very eager in building this bridge. And I just hope that we could see that the same thing from the other side.
Yeah, along the lines of what Armin was pointing out there. One of the problems when you had the Arab Spring and so on, and a lot of Western governments thought, we'll bring freedom and democracy to nations in the Middle East, and then everything's going to work out great. And what happens? You end up getting ISIS and so on. Is if a population doesn't really want it, or if the population kind of isn't ready for it, it's just not going to work. Iran, the population looks like they're ready for it. It kind of looks like if a democratic nation was going to work there, it seems like Iran, of all places, is the place where the population is actually ready for it.
Yes.
Perfectly said.
Right.
Yeah.
Go subscribe to Atheist Republic, even if you are not an atheist, like me, for example.
Yes.
Thanks everyone.
We do get a lot of Christian and Jewish support on our channel. Sometimes they get a little bit annoyed because of some stuff that we say, but they stick. But at first they were like, stop saying that. But then they stay around. They're like, they are, the Christians and Jewish people who stay, because I'm not going to censor myself. I'm still going to say some stuff that some Christians might find a little bit distasteful.
You are on an atheist
channel.
They say interesting things. If they are going to talk about how much they like eating babies, get over it. Be done with it. It's an atheist channel. Just continue. Listen.
No. But the Christians that still continue to watch our shows, they have grown a thick skin, and they're just used to us sometimes saying stuff like that. So that's good. Yeah.
Beast. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks everyone for joining again. Spread the word. Oh, this is one of the longest live streams I've
One of
ever
the
had
longest live streams in the history of YouTube.
of the universe. Thanks everybody for watching. We will be back soon. I will probably be back tomorrow. And until next time, have a fantastic day. And as always,
homosexuality should be fine.
Oh wait, sorry. Sorry, as always,
stay away from Islam.
Perfect.